This video continues with Chapter 21, New Energy Solar Energy. I, who also transmigrated simultaneously, have a slight understanding of human nature. Chapter 21, New Energy Solar Energy. The ruins of the golden city of Shandora had already vanished, as if wiped away by a giant hand. Much cleaner. Yadi's deep voice emerged from beneath his hood, carrying a hint of satisfaction. Air currents gathered silently beneath Yadi's feet, lifting his massive body gracefully into the air, ready to depart from this golden city that had been drained of its value. However, just as Yadi passed through the broken cloud dome and was once again bathed in the sunlight on the surface of God's island, a wave of clamor suddenly crashed into his ears. Kill, take back our land. For Lord Ganfall, kill. The shouting was earth-shaking, and the clashing of weapons was as dense as rain. In the distance, two factions were engaged in a fierce battle above the sea of clouds. One side consisted of warriors with bare torsos, their skin covered in ancient battle markings. They stood on waver boards, the jet dials at the rear of the boards spewing out powerful air currents, propelling them through the cloud streams like agile cheetahs. The spears in their hands glinted with cold light, and the impact dials embedded in them emitted dull, explosive sounds with every fierce thrust. They were Shandian warriors, the original inhabitants of God's island, and their eyes burned with a fiery desire to reclaim their homeland. The other side consisted of God's guards wearing bright silver plate armor and riding Tenton birds, their numbers far fewer than the Shandians. At this moment, they appeared quite disheveled, the wings of their Tenton birds flapping frantically in the clouds, their formation in disarray. Facing the storm-like close-quarters assault of the Shandian warriors, they could only rely on the flash dials and flame dials in their hands to intercept from a distance, retreating as they fought. Their armor was already covered in dust and scorch marks, and they were clearly at a disadvantage. Yadi hovered in the air, his pigeon mask turning slightly as he watched the brutal slaughter below, finding the shells used by these people for combat quite interesting. Yadi thought to himself, since I'm already here, I might as well bring peace to the Sky Island and collect some shells while I'm at it. Hey. Yadi let out a low chuckle. The next moment, Yadi moved. His massive body, carrying violent air currents like a meteorite, crashed into the center of the battlefield. A tangible giant hammer, formed purely of compressed air, exploded outward from him as the center. Boom! A thunderous roar, like a clap of thunder on flat ground. Whether it was the Shandian warriors charging on their wavers, or the God's guards resisting on their Tenton birds, and even the vehicles beneath them, they were all sent flying by this irresistible shockwave at the same time. Men and birds were tossed about like fallen leaves caught in a gale, screaming as they were thrown in all directions, crashing heavily onto the ground or clouds in the distance, kicking up dust that filled the sky. The entire battlefield was cleared in an instant, leaving only the wreckage and pained groans behind. The dust slowly settled, revealing the massive figure at the center of the battlefield, who looked like a demon god descended upon the world. Yadi stood steadily in the center of the devastated battlefield, his black cloak flapping loudly in the turbulent air currents. He scanned the Sky Islanders around him who were struggling to get up, their faces filled with shock and fear. The voice from beneath his pigeon mask carried an unquestionable majesty, clearly echoing throughout the entire God's island. Hehe, I am the island-swallowing devil. Today, I shall devour this Sky Island. Yadi raised a hand and pointed at the ground beneath his feet. Before he finished speaking, the black cloak on his abdomen suddenly opened, revealing a black hole that seemed capable of swallowing even light. An irresistible, terrifying suction force emerged from thin air. The scattered wavers on the battlefield, the dropped impact dials, and even the flash dial weapons that had slipped from the hands of the God's guards. All shell-based items emitted sharp whistles under this suction force, as if grasped by an invisible giant hand, spinning as they were hurled into that heart-stopping dark cave. In the blink of an eye, the spoils of war on the battlefield were swept clean, leaving only the even more terrified Sky Island residents. Moan, monster. Is he really going to eat the island? Those shells were swallowed by his stomach. Desperate cries of alarm rose one after another. Whether they were Shandians or God's guards, they had forgotten their mutual hatred in this moment, leaving only boundless fear of the terrifying giant monster before them. The land they were fighting over was actually being treated as a meal by an outsider. Looking at the ashen-faced Sky Islanders, a low and strange laugh came from beneath Yadi's pigeon mask. Heh, of course, if you can offer me 10,000 shells of all varieties, I might change my mind and spare this tiny floating island. This was like a glimmer of hope, suddenly descending in the midst of a doomsday judgment. The leaders of both sides, who had been in despair, instantly felt as if they had grasped a lifeline. My lord, our Shandian tribe will certainly do our utmost. A Shandian chief with face paint struggled to his feet, his voice trembling but incredibly firm. The gods' guards will go collect them immediately. Please wait a moment, my lord. The captain of the gods' guards also shouted in a panic, fearing that if they were a step late, the other party would change their mind. Almost without needing to confer, the two sides that had been fighting to the death moments ago immediately reached an agreement. A large number of warriors were dispatched with haste, returning to their respective villages and outposts to frantically collect shells. At the same time, the sound of horns urgently summoning all able-bodied warriors rang out shrilly across the Sky Island. They not only had to gather shells, but also discuss how to deal with this unprecedented, terrifying devil. Yadi watched with satisfaction as the Sky Islanders instantly became united. Air currents lifted his massive body a few meters into the air, where he hovered leisurely. He thought to himself, the Sky Island has ended its war, and I have harvested shells. This is a win-win situation. Time passed in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Soon, on the clouds at the edge of God's Island, Sky Island warriors, several times more numerous than before, gathered densely. The Shandian warriors gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes resolute. The gods' guards formed ranks, appearing nervous but not retreating. At this moment of life and death for their homeland, all grievances were temporarily put aside. Among the group of the strongest warriors leading the front, Yadi's sharp gaze instantly locked onto an exceptionally conspicuous figure. The man was tall with exceptionally long earlobes, his sturdy upper body bare, and 4 drums carved with 3 tamo patterns floated behind his back. He held a long golden staff, his expression arrogant, his eyes filled with disdain for the mortals around him, as well as intense curiosity about Yadi, this massive threat. Wisps of blue-white electric snakes silently leaped and slithered around his body, exuding a heart-stopping aura of destruction. It was the strongest warrior of Burka, user of the rumble fruit, Enel. At this moment, this cruel, strongest warrior was being pinned with the last hope of all the Sky Islanders, including those who had once loathed and feared him. Enel stepped onto a balloon and slowly rose into the air, leveling his gaze with the hovering Yadi. He tilted his head, the golden staff resting casually on his shoulder, his mouth curling into an evil grin as the mantra unique to the Sky Island swept unreservedly over Yadi's massive body. Yahahaha, interesting, too interesting. Enel's wild laughter exploded like thunder. A monster claiming it wants to swallow the island, and possessing such a massive body. However, in the face of true divine power, your little tricks are nothing but bluster. He didn't even bother to ask about Yadi's purpose. In his eyes, any existence that dared to challenge him or pique his interest had only one ending: destruction. 60 million volts, discharge. Enel tapped the drum behind him lightly with his golden staff. A blinding blue-white light erupted instantly. A massive thunder dragon formed of pure, violent lightning coalesced, and with a sonic boom that tore through the air, it lunged at Yadi at a speed that transcended the limits of vision. It's Lord Enel's divine power. Kill that devil. The Sky Island warriors below erupted in earth-shaking cheers, their eyes filled with fanaticism and anticipation. This thunderous power from Burka was, in their view, the pinnacle of the mortal world. Facing this terrifying lightning strike that was enough to vaporize steel in an instant, Yadi moved. He did not take the energy head-on. His massive body, propelled by air currents, displayed agility that was nearly instantaneous. Yadi merely turned slightly, and the thunder dragon's massive energy body grazed the edge of his cloak. The violent electric currents danced on the cloak, but failed to harm him in the slightest. At the same time, Yadi clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand and threw a punch aimed at the midsection of the thunder dragon that had just missed its target. Armament Haki, compressed to the extreme, covered his fist as he unleashed the punch. Cracked, as if smashing a giant glass object. The dragon, made purely of violent lightning energy, was smashed right in the middle by that fist covered in top-tier armament Haki. The violent lightning energy lost control, scattering like shattered blue crystals, turning into rampant snakes of electricity that filled the sky before finally dissipating into the air. Enel's pupils shrank, and the arrogance on his face was replaced by disbelief and shock. To think he smashed his dragon with pure strength, how is this possible? Is that all? Yadi's deep voice carried a hint of mockery. His massive figure vanished once more, using air currents to instantly appear directly above Enel, who was momentarily frozen in shock. Bastard, 100 million volts discharge. Enel went completely mad, his whole body erupting with blinding lightning as he attempted to elementalize to escape and counterattack. However, the moment his body was about to turn into lightning and disperse, Yadi suddenly appeared behind him, grabbing Enel's entire body with one hand. And from beneath his black cloak, a pitch-black, viscous, oil-like tentacle shot out like a living giant python. To fit the image of a devil, Yadi used seawater mixed with ink. Enel only had time to let out a scream. Those ink seawater tentacles instantly wrapped around his limbs and waist. Sizzle! Like a red-hot iron pressed into snow. The violent lightning on Enel's body instantly extinguished, and the process of elementalization was forcibly interrupted. The curse of the sea combined with the restraint of armament Haki made his prideful lightning power feel as if its source had been cut off. His body became incredibly heavy, and he almost dropped his golden staff. Enel let out a pained groan, tightly bound by the ink seawater tentacles and suspended in midair. Enel struggled fiercely, but having lost his powers, he was like an insect trapped in a spiderweb before Yadi's absolute strength. It was futile. The viscous, pitch-black ink stained his muscular body and ornate long earlobes, leaving him in a wretched state. No, let me go, you monster. Enel's eyes were splitting with rage. Humiliation and anger were about to consume him. Dead silence enveloped the entire god's island. All the Skypians were petrified. The invincible Lord Enel in their eyes, the strongest warrior of Burka, the existence who commanded thunder, was currently being held by black tentacles like a drowned dog, suspended in midair, stripped of all power, and covered in filth. Yadi's massive shadow loomed over the bound Enel, his pigeon mask lowered, looking down at the strongest warrior. With a thought, 2 more tentacles extended from his abdomen, handing over a carving knife and some stones. Under Enel's gaze of shock and fury, those stones were sculpted as if by a sharp blade, rapidly taking shape before him. Within a few breaths, a lifelike small statue appeared in the air. It was the very image of Enel, currently trussed up by the ink seawater tentacles, his face full of humiliation and misery. Every detail was vividly displayed. The struggling posture, the distorted expression, the filthy ink stains, all filled with extreme mockery. Ye had a hotha. Upon seeing this statue, Enel was stunned for a moment, then burst into twisted, maniacal laughter, his laughter filled with extreme anger and killing intent. Trix, do you think you can humiliate me, Enel, with this? Trix, Yadi's deep voice was full of amusement. He reached out and pointed to the most conspicuous open space in the center of God's island, saying, I will erect a 30-meter-tall statue of you in the same pose in the center of God's island, so that all Skypians and all blue sea people passing through here can admire it for generations to come. And I'll hang you underneath it. Enel's maniacal laughter stopped abruptly, as if he had been choked. His complexion instantly turned from an angry flush to paper white, his pupils contracting violently from extreme fear and shame. A 30-meter-tall giant statue. To have his most wretched posture forever nailed to a pillar of shame. for people to mock, spurn, and even become a new tourist attraction of Skypia. This was 10,000 times more painful than death. He was cruel, he was arrogant, but he also valued his image and dignity extremely highly. This kind of eternal humiliation was a nightmare he absolutely could not endure. "What are you doing? No, you can't." For the first time, Enel's voice carried an uncontrollable tremor, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented fear as he looked at Yadi. "The choice is yours." Yadi's voice remained deep. "Become my worker, or become a permanent landmark of the Sky Island." Enel gritted his teeth so hard his gums almost bled. A tremendous sense of humiliation and the fear of that horrific future were warring wildly within his heart. He stared fixedly at the small but incredibly glaring statue, as if he could see his own doomed future. Yadi timely dangled the carrot. "I will release you after working for 3 years. Your job is to enter my internal space and use your lightning power to stimulate the metal rods." Enel's eyes were still full of resistance. A power generator worker? It was a huge joke. Yadi continued. "As an employee benefit." He paused, letting Enel hear every word clearly. "When I travel to other islands, you can briefly leave the internal space to walk around and observe. See the vastness of the blue sea, experience the customs of various nations. Of course, you can also try to run away. Travel between islands." These 4 words exploded in Enel's mind like a thunderclap. Leave the Sky Island, see the vast world of the blue sea. This thought was like a beam of strong light in the darkness, instantly striking the deep-seated longing and curiosity for the unknown within his heart. Burka was too small, and the Sky Island was too small. He had always longed to go to the endless earth from the legends of his hometown. Although he would get this opportunity in the humiliating role of a power generator worker, what if he could reach the endless earth? The chains of humiliation and the uncontrollable longing for the vast world fought fiercely within his heart. In the end, the latter, with a slight advantage, pried open his iron-hard self-esteem. Enel finally let out a twisted and dry laugh, lowering his head that had never been lowered before, his voice hoarse. "Fine, fine, power generator worker, I accept, but that statue must be destroyed. It must never appear." A wise choice. Yadi retracted the ink seawater tentacles, and at the same time, with a casual squeeze, crushed that small, humiliating statue into powder. Enel fell heavily to the ground, his body soaked and cold, covered in ink and in a wretched state. He lay on the ground, gripping the soil, his knuckles white. The flames of humiliation were still burning in his heart, but the temptation of travel between islands acted like a potent painkiller, temporarily suppressing this pain. Enel raised his head, his eyes complex as he looked at Yadi. There was fear, there was humiliation, but deep down, there was also a hint of strange anticipation for the future that even he himself had not yet realized. Just then, another group had already piled up the collected dials like a small mountain on the open space, designated by Yadi. All kinds of dials were on display, glittering with strange luster in the sunlight, the number far exceeding 10,000. This was the tribute of the Skypians to the devil monster. Yadi nodded with satisfaction, and a powerful suction force precisely enveloped the mountain of dials. Like a gust of wind sweeping away clouds, a large number of dials turned into streams of light, which were orderly sucked into the opening and stored in the miscellaneous area inside his body. "I will come back next year. Remember to prepare the dials." Yadi took one last look at the prostrate crowd and the complex-looking Enel, and his massive body rose into the air again, supported by air currents. After throwing Enel into his internal space, he cut off a piece of land for him and transferred it to the top of the ecological zone. Enel held a metal rod and began to emit a blinding light. The black hole in Yadi's abdomen gradually changed, revealing the scenery of the ecological zone. Although it could not compare to the real sun, as long as it was adjusted, this light could at least sustain the plants in the ecological zone. It could be considered a new type of energy sun. The people of the Sky Island would probably not cause any more disputes under Yadi's threat. Yadi did not stay any longer. wrapped in air currents, like a huge black cloud, instantly rushing into the high clouds and disappearing. Chapter 22 Morgans. After leaving the Sky Island, Yati's massive body flew at high speed through the thin air at an altitude of 10,000 meters. He adjusted the special permanent log pose on his wrist, his huge cloak snapping in the wind as he tore through the air toward the next target island. It was a peculiar place recorded by the Revolutionary Army as the Isle of Abundance, accidentally discovered by the former Revolutionary Army soldier Kuma. Intelligence indicated that this island was located in a sea area of the first half of the Grand Line, with treacherous weather and violent ocean currents. The island itself was a natural miracle. Fertile volcanic ash soil, combined with unique sunlight and precipitation, allowed almost all crops to grow wildly, with branches bending under the weight of fruits and herbivores multiplying in droves. It was a veritable food paradise. However, the ocean surrounding the island was a purgatory that devoured life. Reefs like ferocious fangs were densely packed underwater, and exceptionally fierce, massive sea kings frequented the area. Once ordinary ships approached, they would be smashed to pieces in an instant. This natural, sinister barrier locked the treasure trove of the Isle of Abundance firmly away, making it difficult to develop and utilize. The Revolutionary Army had once tried to establish a secret supply point led by their leader, Dragon, personally, but the cost was huge and efficiency low, so it could only be used as an unconventional method. They proposed an enticing deal to Yati. If he could bring back a large amount of food, the Revolutionary Army was willing to purchase it all at a reasonable price. Food is always welcome, Yati calculated in his mind. Although the reserves in the food zone within his body were abundant, and the animals in the ecological zone could also serve as backup food sources, there was no upper limit to material reserves. This trip would not only replenish his consumption, but also introduce new species to the ecological zone, enriching its biological chain. Relying on his flight ability that ignored sea conditions, Yati easily performed a transmigration across that sea of death that drove navigators to despair. When his massive figure landed on the Isle of Abundance, the scene before him made even him feel a trace of shock. From the branches of towering ancient trees hung strange fruits larger than human faces, colorful and fragrant. In the low bushes, berries grew in clusters, resembling a flowing river of jewels. On the vast plains, endless herds of docile herbivores grazed leisurely, their numbers astonishing. The air was filled with a thick, intoxicating scent of life and food. Yati did not hesitate for a moment, becoming the incarnation of the most efficient harvester. The invisible suction force in his abdomen precisely locked onto ripe fruits, plump grain ears, and the plump herds of beasts cleverly driven and gathered by the airflow. Tons of supplies poured into the food zone within his body like a breached flood, being classified and stored instantly. In just one day, the ecological zone was replenished with many new members, and food reserves expanded to a terrifying scale that was staggering. Just as Yati was considering whether to let Enel out for a breather, a hurried brrr sound rang out. Yati took out the den mushi, and the snail displayed the excited but blurry face of Lindbergh. Mr. C. Transport, good news. We have confirmed information about Morgans, the president of the World Economic Journal. Please come back as soon as possible if it is convenient for you. Understood, Yati responded in a low voice and put away the den mushi. Some time later, Yati's iconic massive black shadow shrouded the area like a dark cloud, landing at the secret port of the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Baltigo. The Revolutionary Army cadres, who had been waiting expectantly, watched as the opening in Yati's abdomen opened like the gate to a mythical treasure trove. It poured out a mountain of high quality, fresh supplies endlessly. Plump fruits, golden grains, verdant vegetables, and even lively livestock bound by gentle airflow. This scene left the knowledgeable Revolutionary Army members dumbfounded. Mr. C. Transport, this is simply a miracle. The cadre in charge of logistics was trembling with excitement, speaking incoherently. These supplies are too critical. They are enough to support several of our large-scale operations. We will pay the berries immediately. No need for berries. Yadi's low voice rolled like thunder, drowning out the surrounding noise. Although these foods were plentiful, they only accounted for a small portion of his food reserves, a token of gratitude for the island log pose provided by the Revolutionary Army. Yadi's massive body turned, walking with steps that made the ground tremble slightly, heading familiarly toward the laboratory area full of grease and whimsical ideas belonging to Lindbergh. Lindbergh, Yadi's voice carried a hint of imperceptible invitation. There are some new facilities in my internal space. Perhaps you might be interested in seeing them. New facilities. Lindbergh was burying his head in tinkering with a precision gear set, looking up in confusion at the words, his thick, round glasses sliding to the tip of his nose. Yadi did not explain, his huge arms slowly spreading to the sides, his thick black cloak unfolding like the unveiling of the night. Even more shocking was that the space in his abdomen was no longer a deep, devouring black hole, but had stabilized into a huge circular portal with edges flowing with soft, shimmering energy. Inside the portal, lush forests were vaguely visible, as if it were an entrance to another world. The gear in Lindbergh's hand fell to the ground with a clatter, but he was completely unaware. His small body trembled violently with extreme excitement, his furry tail like a high-speed rotating propeller. "Son, quick, let me go in and see." He screamed, the fanaticism belonging to a scientist instantly ignited, and his whole person turned into a blurry short figure, diving into that strange, shimmering portal without hesitation. Inside the portal, Lindbergh floated at the edge of the ecological zone. His eyes behind the round glasses squinted into slits by the dazzling strong light, his mouth wide open. He stared intently at the core, emitting endless light and destructive arcs of electricity above the ecological zone. Enel, bound in a specific area, was releasing lightning like a small sun. Artificial, son? No, it's a living. Lightning devil fruit user, this energy, this form. His voice was full of unbelievable shock. Yadi's voice sounded directly within the space, flat and calm. You can regard him as a high-power power generation tool. He emits light by stimulating special metal rods. Usage period, 3 years. He deliberately omitted Enel's identity and the details of the coercion, stating only the function and time limit. The shock in Lindbergh's eyes was quickly replaced by wise analysis. He pushed his glasses up violently, the lenses reflecting the dazzling lightning, his small claws rubbing together excitedly, his brain spinning at high speed. Power generation tool, 3 years. Wonderful. Mr. C. Transport, leave it to me. I will immediately design a set of ultra-high-efficiency energy storage conversion matrices to convert this violent lightning into stable and continuous energy with as little loss as possible. At the same time, I will use the Revolutionary Army's most cutting-edge materials to custom-make a batch of metal excitation rods with ultra-high light efficiency and extreme environment tolerance for you. Minimize energy transmission loss. Lindbergh's tail slapped the ground, unable to contain his excitement. Lindbergh took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, his eyes flashing with a desire for resources and a businessman's shrewdness. If possible, our Revolutionary Army is willing to pay a generous reward to build a small outpost here and purchase part of the redundant energy, usage rights of this super generator. For example, when your ecological zone's lighting demand is low, or when the tool's production capacity is surplus, can we borrow a small part of the electricity? This is crucial for the energy revolution of our remote outposts. Lindbergh looked nervously and expectantly toward the invisible sun above. Yadi was silent for a moment, and the shimmer of the portal seemed to fluctuate. Finally, the low voice sounded with clear restrictions. That's possible. I will decide the location of the outpost, and the electricity can only be connected by a single line. Thank you so much, Mr. C. Transport. Your generosity simply illuminates the path of the revolution. Lindbergh was incoherent with excitement, as if he had already seen countless advanced devices running on electricity. He took one last lingering look at the violent sun before jumping out of the circular portal. After Lindbergh stood firm, still with an excited flush on his face, Yadi spoke again. By the way, there is one more thing. I found a good piece of weapon materials. Help me forge it into a hammer. As he spoke, a huge, hard, square stone tablet carved with unrecognizable ancient characters was carried by the airflow, slowly sent out from the black hole, and landed in front of Lindbergh. Pone, glyph. Lindbergh's eyeballs almost popped out of his glasses, his voice rising an octave. Where did you get this thing? A sky island. Yadi's voice was flat and calm. I also helped 2 tribes resolve some minor disputes while I was at it. Lindbergh flew around the stone tablet, tapped the hard surface with his small claws, and frowned. Taking it out so openly, that's too arrogant, Mr. C. Transport. I can completely cover and disguise these characters during forging using special alloys and techniques, making it look like, well, just a massive, solid hammer with a simple, archaic design. I guarantee no one will be able to tell the difference. Lindbergh patted his chest in assurance. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Lindbergh slapped his forehead hard. I almost forgot the main business. Lindbergh darted quickly to an encrypted cabinet in the corner of the laboratory, tinkered with it for a few moments, and retrieved a specially made shockproof metal box, handing it to Yadi. Mr. C. Transport, the top priority you entrusted me with. Morgans, the president of the World Economic Journal, has given a definite reply. He has agreed to meet with you. Lindbergh opened the box cautiously. Inside lay a permanent pose with a clear direction. The meeting time is set for 1 day from now. The location is an uninhabited desert island in the Grand Line with a classified coordinate, known only to this pose. Lindbergh emphasized with a serious tone. President Morgans specifically stated, he will only wait on the island for 2 days. Once 2 days have passed, regardless of whether you have arrived, he will leave immediately, and he will never accept a second invitation. Yadi's massive pigeon mask lowered slightly, his gaze focusing on that tiny pose. His cloak fluttered without any wind, and invisible air currents accelerated and spiraled around him, emitting a low moan. He extended 2 massive fingers, precisely pinching the pose that carried the key to the meeting. Yadi's deep voice rang out, calm yet filled with power. I will arrive for the appointment on time. Leaving the poneglyph in the laboratory, Yadi turned around, his massive body whipping up a whirlwind as he walked out of the underground space of Baltigo. The next moment, a violent air current exploded, and he shot through the air at full speed like a black meteor, heading in the direction indicated by the permanent pose. An unnamed desert island in the Grand Line. This island was pitifully small, with lush shrubs covering most of the surface, sparsely dotted with a few fruit-bearing trees. The pocket-sized nature of the island meant that Yadi, standing at 15 meters tall at the edge of the island, could easily see the coastline on the other end. Morgans had not yet arrived. Yadi did not waste time either. His massive palm easily uprooted large patches of shrubs, and an invisible suction force precisely captured several panicked, unique small animals on the island, incorporating them into the ecological zone as sample replenishment. Not long after, a speedboat with a peculiar design and sleek lines resembling a giant albatross silently broke through the waves and docked at the crude shore of the deserted island. The conspicuous World Economic Journal logo on the hull clearly signified the identity of the visitor. The hatch opened, and a giant albatross-like humanoid creature with a tall stature, wearing a sophisticated suit and a gold-rimmed monocle, stepped down. His feathers were meticulously groomed, his beak was sharp, his eyes were as keen as an eagle's, and he exuded an aura of shrewd capability mixed with a hint of neurosis. Morgans scanned the island, instantly locking onto the black figure standing like a small mountain. He walked over unhurriedly, his demeanor composed, as if he were merely attending an afternoon tea party. Yadi's pigeon mask turned toward him, and his deep voice sounded. Mr. Morgans. It is indeed I, respected Mr. C. Transport. Morgans bowed elegantly with a hand to his chest, his beak opening and closing, his voice resonant and piercing, carrying the unique cadence of a newsman. I have long heard of your Excellency's great reputation, Seeing you today, your aura is indeed extraordinary. His sharp gaze scrutinized Yadi's massive body and that iconic pigeon mask without hesitation. Yadi did not indulge in small talk and went straight to the point. I came here to seek cooperation. Oh, Morgans tilted his head with great interest. I would like to hear the details. A cooperation that could make your excellency so solemn must be no small matter. I want to place an advertisement in the World Economic Journal, Yadi said concisely. An advertisement? A flash of keen light appeared in Morgan's eyes. This was big business. What is the content? Who are the target customers? The content of the advertisement is that by using a complete or incomplete devil fruit as a token, you can summon me, and I will provide maritime freight services. Yadi's voice was steady and full of power. Regardless of the size, weight, distance, or destination of the cargo, as long as the remuneration is reasonable, I can deliver it. Use your Albatross network to receive order information for me worldwide and transmit confirmation information. We can discuss the specific remuneration details and other cooperation conditions together. Morgans fell into deep thought. His beak opened and closed slightly, as if silently chewing on this plan that was so bold it bordered on insanity. Using devil fruits as tokens, global rapid freight, this was practically going to overturn the existing logistics and communication systems. The risks were huge, but the potential profits were immeasurable. He keenly sensed the explosive news value and unimaginable wealth opportunities contained within it. A few minutes later, Morgans looked up, his eyes flashing with determination, but also carrying the shrewdness of an old fox. Yehahaha, Mr. C. Transport, you are truly a genius. This cooperation, I, Morgans, accept it. The World Economic Journal will become your most powerful promotional machine, and my Albatross network will also provide the most rapid communication guarantee for your business. Morgans changed the subject, his wings spreading elegantly. However, for such close cooperation, we need a little bit of insurance and sincerity. Speak. First, Morgans extended a wing, holding up a single feather. I need to establish a small, harmless liaison point within your magical internal space. Rest assured, I will only station 2 of the most ordinary clerical staff to be responsible for receiving, organizing, and relaying order information, ensuring zero delay in communication. I guarantee with my reputation as a newsman that they will never interfere with any of your actions or decisions. They will only act as an information relay station. Second, he held up another feather. You possess such vast internal space and powerful abilities. Presumably, you will travel far and wide in the future. If you encounter any unique birds during your travels, such as those with massive size, exceptional flight capabilities, or superior intelligence, could you please catch a couple and hand them over to the personnel at the stronghold? This would be of some help to my biological research and the optimization of the Albatross network. Morgan's eyes were full of anticipation. Yadi listened quietly, his gaze under the pigeon mask seeming to pierce through Morgan's. An internal stronghold? It was equivalent to a fixed information receiving terminal. Although it would take up a little space, it could ensure that order information was delivered immediately, with the benefits outweighing the drawbacks. Catching unique birds. It was a trivial task for him and could also enrich the species in the ecological zone. Accepted. Yadi's deep voice rang out, finalizing the decision. I will designate the location of the stronghold. The personnel must abide by my rules. He paused slightly and added, as for the information transmission fee, I accept. Morgan's eyes shone even brighter, and his beak curved into a cunning arc. Yehahaha, Mr. C. Transport is truly straightforward. Then, as another small symbol of our deep cooperation, once a month. He held up a feather and emphasized, I need you to perform one free, dedicated transport of emergency or important supplies for the World Economic Journal headquarters every month. This is crucial for the timeliness of our global news network. Of course, the weight and volume of the cargo will be within a reasonable range. I will never abuse this small perk. Morgan stared intently at Yadi's reaction. Yadi thought for a moment. One free transport per month sounded like a low frequency, and the cargo restrictions were reasonable. Compared to the massive promotional platform and instant communication network provided by Morgan's, as well as the potential for huge orders in the future, this cost was acceptable. Moreover, this was a form of disguised binding, making Morgan's more dependent on his services. Accepted, once a month, free of charge, Yadi's deep voice finally confirmed. Deal, yehahaha. Happy cooperation, Mr. C. Transport. This will surely be recorded in the annals of world economic history. Let's finalize the details immediately. Morgan's flapped his wings excitedly. The two of them began a detailed and efficient negotiation right there on the deserted island. Morgan's displayed the business acumen of a top media tycoon, while Yadi maintained a concise and powerful style. Finally, a cooperation agreement was quickly reached, covering the ad copy that needed to be handled personally by Morgan's, the token receiving process, the remuneration calculation method, the stronghold management rules, the bird handover specifications, and the information fee payment method. Chapter 23 returned to Fishman Island 3 days later. Major islands across the world were visited by the World Economic Journal's news coups. At the same time, on islands where the World Economic Journal had strongholds, the latest issue of the World Economic Journal was being hawked by newsboys. The front page featured a huge, eye-catching headline with a mysterious silhouette illustration. A giant figure cloaked and wearing a pigeon mask, with surging waves and faint island outlines in the background. Subverting perception, unprecedented sea transport service arrives. Using a devil fruit as a contract, we undertake all sea transport. Ignore the wind and waves, ignore distance, ignore weight. Still worried about shipping risks. Still suffering from cargo delays. Still struggling to find a way to transport special items. My lords, the era has changed. The mysterious powerhouse, Your Excellency Sea Transport, relying on supreme might, officially launches this epic-making sea transport service. Summoning method, one devil fruit. Regardless of type or size, as long as it is over 90% complete, you can go to your local World Economic Journal branch to register the cargo details, point of departure, destination, and your offer. It will be transmitted by our exclusive Albatross network. Service scope, no limits whatsoever. Whether you want to transport priceless treasures, precision manufactured machinery, thousands of living organisms, or, as long as your offer satisfies Your Excellency Sea Transport, it can be undertaken. Absolutely safe. Ignore all severe sea conditions and Sea King's threats on the ocean surface. Ultimate speed, point-to-point direct delivery, say goodbye to long voyages. Unparalleled, carrying capacity is unfathomable, weight and volume are no problem. Absolutely confidential. World Economic Journal reputation guarantees information transmission security. Note, for every successful commission, a 10,000 Bali information transmission fee must be paid. Summon with caution. The contract is formed immediately. For details, consult your local World Economic Journal branch. Change the landscape, starting with one shipment. Recommended by Morgan's, president of the World Economic Journal. This advertisement was like dropping a depth charge on an ocean that was calm on the surface but turbulent underneath, instantly igniting the nerves of all factions. Whitebeard pirates. Moby D **K. Marco held the newspaper speechless. Transport that ignores weight and distance. Pops, this ad is even more arrogant than our pirate crew. However, can incomplete devil fruits also serve as tokens? This guy has a wild way of doing things. Although it's not very useful to us, we can save some incomplete devil fruits for emergencies. Marco scratched his head, seeming to recall something, and lowered his voice to say to Whitebeard, who was resting with his eyes closed beside him. Pops, this method of using a devil fruit as a summoning object actually reminds me of the matter that Brother Jinb entrusted privately when he visited last time. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, sat upright on the main seat. When he saw the summoning conditions, he also thought of the request Jinb made during his last visit to trade for all devil fruits, including incomplete ones. At the time, at Jinb's request for secrecy, Only Newgate and Marco knew about this. The two looked at each other and decided to keep it secret, no longer discussing Jim's matter. Newgate drank a gulp of wine. Gururara, an interesting guy. Marco, don't underestimate him. If what he says is true, this means that certain key strategic materials can appear at times and places the enemy never expects. Tell the children to keep an eye on relevant information. As for the shipping fee, Gururara, I'm afraid it won't be cheap. The surrounding commanders and crew members were a bit puzzled by the whispers between Marco and Pops, but hearing Pops's later words, they nodded in agreement and didn't probe further. Holy Land Mary G-wise, the authority room. The 5 elders sat around, the atmosphere heavy. A newspaper was spread out in the center. The sword-wielding elder said, "Transport that ignores distance and danger means the world government's blockade is effectively useless. The supplies, and even the military forces of those forces disrupting order could be transported in this way." The blonde elder said, "Incomplete devil fruits can also serve as tokens. That bastard Morgans, is he encouraging everyone to plunder devil fruits? This will exacerbate the chaos in the sea." The curly-haired elder said, "Intelligence on sea transport shows he appeared with the Revolutionary Army in the West Blue. The black hole in his stomach can swallow tens of thousands of Revolutionary Army troops and massive amounts of supplies, plus this flight transport ability. The threat rank must be raised." The long-bearded elder said, "Order CP0 to find out the true identity and weaknesses of sea transport at all costs. At the same time, monitor Morgans and the World Economic Journal closely and find the locations of all their strongholds." The elder with the Mediterranean hairstyle said, "The existence and capabilities of this person constitute a serious challenge to the foundation of the world order. He must be included in the highest level of surveillance and the potential elimination list. It is not advisable to act rashly until his information is clarified." Navy HQ Marineford. Marshal Sengoku held the newspaper, his brows locked tight. His goat was also chewing on a corner of the newspaper. Ignoring sea conditions. Instant direct delivery. This means the Navy's extermination operations may never be achieved again. Criminals, contraband, and even great pirates could be easily transferred. Admiral Akinu Sakazuki slammed his fist on the table and said with a frown, "It's simply a hotbed of evil. This lawless method of transport will only fuel the arrogance of pirates and the Revolutionary Army. He must be found and completely eliminated, along with that profit-seeking Morgans." Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan leaned lazily against the back of his chair. "Ara, what a troublesome ability. However, the threshold of a devil fruit is not low. Not everyone can afford it. Let CP check the reality first. After all, this guy is not a pirate." Admiral Kizaru Borsellino sipped his tea and said slowly, "What tilde a scary ability. Fast movement plus super large capacity transport tilde, however, a 10,000 billion information fee per order, plus that reasonable shipping fee. Tusk, this business is run very shrewdly tilde." Vice Admiral Garp was on vacation in the East Blue. Revolutionary Army, a secret base. Dragon looked at the newspaper, his expression unreadable under his cloak, but his aura became deeper. "Mr. Sea Transport, your actions are even bigger than I imagined. It turns out you sought out Morgans for this. This is a huge benefit for us to transport personnel and supplies to the blockade zone. Notify all armies to pay close attention to this channel. At the same time, protect our relationship with him." Dragon knew that Yati's internal Revolutionary Army stronghold meant the Revolutionary Army could get priority cooperation. Ivankov was also quite excited. "Understood, this is simply a revolutionary transport line. However, we must find a way to collect more devil fruits." Tato Land, Cake Island. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin looked at the newspaper, her huge body trembling with excitement, drool dripping. Mama, transport that ignores distance. Great, Perospero. Hurry and go collect devil fruits that meet the requirements for me. I want sea transport to come to Tato Land and become my son-in-law. Then have him send the world's most delicious desserts and rarest ingredients to my Cake Island endlessly. Immediately, right now, Mama Mama. Big Mom's desire for desserts instantly outweighed other thoughts. Katakuri, the leader of the sweet commanders, stood calmly aside. Mama, please calm down. This sea transport's abilities are unknown, his stance is unclear, and cooperating with Morgan's is even more dangerous. We need to evaluate carefully and cannot easily entrust precious cargo and the desserts you want to a mysterious person. He foresaw possible traps, but Big Mom's order had been given, so he could only try his best to ensure safety. Beast Pirates Onigashima. King respectfully presented the latest issue of the World Economic Journal, still smelling of ink, to the giant figure like a demon god on the throne. Kaido's huge body reclined, his sake gourd never leaving his hand, his drunken eyes sweeping over the striking headline and silhouette on the newspaper. Sea transport. Transport that ignores wind, waves, distance, and weight. Kaido muttered, initially with a hint of disdain. But when his bleary eyes swept over the lines ignore all severe sea conditions and see King's threats on the Grand Line, and point-to-point direct delivery, his drunkenness seemed to clear up a bit instantly. Kaido's huge eyes widened suddenly, and the fingers pinching the newspaper creaked with force. Urorororo. A deafening laugh erupted suddenly, filled with ecstasy and ferocity, shaking the entire hall. Found it, I finally found it. The final piece of the puzzle needed for the beast pirates to rule the world. King stood silently aside, waiting for Kaido's instructions. Kaido stood up abruptly, his huge shadow enveloping the hall, and the sake gourd was thrown aside, shattering on the ground. Wano Country. This damned ghost place. Wano Country had huge, natural barrier-like waterfalls on all four sides, making it so that all ships entering and leaving required a powerhouse to sit in command. Otherwise, the ships would be destroyed and people killed. Kaido roared angrily. Every time we ship weapons out or bring supplies in, King or Queen has to personally escort the ships. A waste of combat power, a waste of time, and damn it, it's nerve-wracking. Kaido's gaze refocused on Yati's silhouette in the newspaper, filled with naked possessiveness. Now, such a treasure has popped up on the sea. Ignore natural barriers. Point-to-point direct delivery. Urorororo. Isn't this a transport captain tailor-made for me? With him, my weapons can flow to any corner of the world like seawater. Treasures will also endlessly pour into my treasury. Never again have to look at the mood of that damned weather and sea currents. Kaido turned abruptly to King, ordering murderously. King, immediately, go find me a devil fruit right now. Any fruit will do, even a Zoan. Then, take it and find the World Economic Journal. King bowed to receive the order. Yes, Mr. Kaido. He understood Kaido's meaning. A cruel and expectant smile appeared on Kaido's face. Tell them the beast pirates have big business. I want to ship goods. Ship lots and lots of goods. Lure that sea transport to me. Once he arrives in my territory, Urorororo, he will be my captive. He wanted to use this shipping opportunity to lure Yati to Onigashima, and then forcibly subdue him. Meanwhile, in Yati's internal space, 2 small strongholds had been newly established on the edge of the ecological zone. One of the small strongholds was the World Economic Journal's base, where 2 clerks in World Economic Journal uniforms were cautiously organizing the newly printed news documents. The other stronghold was the Revolutionary Army's base, with many children learning to fight from their masters. There were also some researchers taking instruments to study a wire connected to Enel. And above the ecological zone, Enel, who was generating electricity, heard snippets of the personnel in the stronghold excitedly discussing the newspaper content through his mantra. Sea transport, global shipping, add. Enel's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot instantly, and the arcs of electricity around his body crackled uncontrollably. Damn pigeon bastard, what about the island-swallowing devil? Actually playing with my feelings. Using the travel of the islands as a cover and then going to run transport. And charging money, a great humiliation, a great humiliation. The angry lightning raged over the ecological zone, only to be forcibly suppressed back into the metal rod by an invisible binding force field, turning into an even more glaring beam of light that shone down. Sabyati Archipelago, Central Deep Blue Harbor, Coral Tavern. The latest issue of the World Economic Journal was being passed around, causing a huge uproar in the Coral Tavern. This small tavern, located in the exclusive safe zone for fishmen on the Sabyati archipelago, was currently gathering many figures. There were tough-looking fishmen with greedy eyes from the New World, obviously cadres sent by various pirate crews attempting to recruit the fishman Yati. There were also fishmen and humans who had heard about the appearance of an exclusive fishman zone on Sabyati and had come out of curiosity to explore. More were local residents and guests who had come to enjoy the safe atmosphere. Hey, see that? Direct delivery ignoring sea conditions. This ability is too heaven-defying. A fishman warrior slapped the table in amazement. Devil fruit as a token? This threshold is not low. Who would spend a priceless devil fruit just to ship some goods? A person dressed as a human merchant shook his head. Idiot, for those big shots who really need to transport goods of immeasurable value, or who need absolute confidentiality and speed, what is a devil fruit? A pirate cadre wearing a hat with a fierce aura sneered, staring hotly at Yati's silhouette in the newspaper. If I could recruit him into our pirate crew. Save it just based on your crew. Another pirate cadre mocked disdainfully. Such a character is either the target of a great pirate crew in the New World, or, someone the world government is anxious to eradicate. In the corner of the tavern, Jinb sat alone with a glass of water in front of him. Jinb's broad and steady figure formed a sharp contrast with the noisy atmosphere in the tavern. Jinb silently looked at the report about sea transport in the newspaper, especially the line summoning method, hold one devil fruit, which hit Jinb's heart like a heavy hammer. Incomplete devil fruits can also summon. Memories surged instantly, and Jinb remembered that Fishman district boss Yati, who had once solemnly entrusted him with a task. Help me collect all kinds of devil fruits, regardless of type, regardless of whether they are incomplete. Jinb's hand holding the glass tightened slightly, his knuckles turning slightly white. He could almost be certain that this sea transport, who was stirring up the world, must have some connection with Yati. Inside the tavern, the noise about sea transport's abilities and recruitment continued, and some even began to ask where they could get incomplete devil fruits. At this time, a huge, white-haired middle-aged fishman walked in, and the noise in the tavern gradually quieted down. Jinb took a deep breath, slowly put down the glass, calmed his inner excitement, and said, "Your Excellency Yati, you have returned." The voice was not loud, but it strangely made the noisy tavern quiet down a bit more, and many eyes turned to this huge fishman. "Jinb, I'm back, and I brought you a gift." The fishman who walked in was Yati, who had restored his fishman identity. Chapter 24, The First Deal, Sabyati Archipelago. Inside the Coral Tavern. Yati's massive body almost touched the ceiling, carrying a huge, bulging package proportional to his size, like a moving hill. Wrapped in a wide black cloak, Yati's heavy footsteps made the wooden floor groan under the strain. Yati sat in the dimmest corner of the tavern, opposite Jinb. Yati's voice was slightly deep. "How is Fishman Island?" Jin put down his teacup, looking respectful and earnest, bowing slightly. "Thanks to you, Yati. Fishman Island is peaceful and prosperous now. At Deep Blue Academy, the sound of children reading is the most beautiful melody on the island." Jim's eyes showed sincere gratitude. At this moment, a young fishman waiter approached, holding a large crystal glass with trembling hands, containing deep-sea brew with a pearlescent sheen. He placed it carefully before Yati, his voice tight with excitement. "Yati, Your Excellency, this is a small token of gratitude from our shop. No, from all the residents of Fishman Island. Please, you must accept it." Yati's huge head nodded slowly, a flash of gentleness in his eyes. The waiter looked relieved, a bright smile blooming on his face, and he retreated almost skipping. Yati's gaze swept across the entire tavern. The rowdy atmosphere had quieted significantly when he entered. At this moment, whether it was the human pirates drinking at the bar, the fishman merchants whispering in the corners, or the elegantly dressed figures from different factions, countless eyes, some in awe, some curious, some greedy, focused on him and his large package. Outside the tavern's glass window, the crowd was packed with people peeking in. their whispers creating a buzzing background noise. These people, Yadi's voice betrayed no emotion. Jinb sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead with a broad palm. Some are lobbyists from various factions who came here to recruit you, the Mermaid Princess. Most of them are here for your statues. Jinbi smiled bitterly. The works you left behind are so vivid and lifelike, as if containing a strange power. They've been bid up to sky-high prices on the black market. Every day, people try all sorts of ways to inquire about how to obtain one. Has this caused trouble for you or the harbor? Yadi's voice deepened. Rest assured, Your Excellency. Jinbi straightened up, a proud smile finally appearing at the corners of his mouth. The harbor is orderly, and I am here to guard it. This statue craze has actually attracted many fellow countrymen who were tired of drifting and living on the edge of a blade to return home. Jinb paused, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. What's more interesting is that those pirate crew officers who originally came with missions to recruit you have also been infected by the peace and tranquility here after staying in the harbor. Their hostility has diminished significantly, and some have even settled down here. That is very good. Yadi seemed to relax a bit. He reached his huge hand into his cloak and took out a uniquely shaped den mushi. Take this. Jin solemnly took the extraordinary den mushi with both hands. It felt warm to the touch. No matter when or where you are, just dial it, and I will know. This den mushi was directly connected to Yadi through the core line of the World Economic Journal. Are you leaving already? Jin held the den mushi, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yes, I was just passing by. Yadi said, gently pushing the huge package toward Jinb. It hit the ground with a dull thud, showing the weight of the items inside. This contains gifts I prepared for you and King Neptune and the others. Please pass them on. Jinb took a deep breath, as if accepting a heavy burden, and steadied the package with both hands again. I will not fail your trust. With that said, Yadi did not stay longer. Yadi's massive body rose, his cloak moved without wind, and the crowded people separated as if by an invisible hand, automatically clearing a path. Under countless gazes of awe, fanaticism, and complexity, Yadi's figure merged into the sunlight's shadows and disappeared silently at the end of the busy streets of Sabyati Archipelago. Inside the internal space, the newly opened World Economic Journal outpost in the ecological zone. 2 employees on the platform, Carl and Lena, were overwhelmed by a mountain of order inquiry letters, busy and flustered. Suddenly, a hole appeared nearby, and Yadi's voice came through. How is the screening going? Lord Sea Transport. The 2 hurriedly stood up when they saw the opening, their faces showing fatigue and awe. Yadi's perceptions swept over the mountain of letters, instantly capturing massive amounts of information. Awe, suspicion, greed, probing, sincere requests for help, crazy delusions. The full spectrum of human nature was there. Just then, Morgan's words, filled with shrewdness and a hint of warning, echoed clearly in his mind from before he left. 1 day ago, World Economic Journal branch. Morgan's was elegantly adjusting his bow tie, his beak opening and closing, his tone full of a newsman's worldliness. Yahahaha, Mr. Sea Transport, the business is about to start. I wish you great wealth. However, Morgan's tone shifted, the look behind his glasses becoming sharp. The customers on this sea are not all honest merchants. Greedy pirates, cunning nobles, and even the lackeys of the world government with ulterior motives might come knocking. My subordinates will do their best to filter and weed out those obviously fake orders, those who cannot pay, or those that are clearly traps. We are professionals at intelligence. Morgan's paced twice, his wings flapping gently, but human hearts are unpredictable and intelligence is not omnipotent. You will inevitably encounter idiots who renege on debts, toy with you, or even try to blackmail you for your invincible transport capability. To deal with these people, Morgan's mouth curved into a cold arc. I don't suggest killing them. If they are dead, the debt is truly gone, and it might invite unnecessary trouble and hatred. You must make them hurt so deeply that it's unforgettable, but leave them some hope so they think it's still possible to make amends. Morgans extended his wings, listing them like a treasure. Kidnap their most important people. Detain them until the final payment plus interest is paid. Swallow their precious cargo. Use it as collateral until they learn integrity. Swallow a piece of beautiful scenery on the edge of their island. Let them look at that big crater every day to remind them of the price of breaking the contract. These are remediable damages that demonstrate your majesty, which cannot be trifled with, while giving them a chance to turn over a new leaf. Of course, if you have more artistic means of deterrence, feel free to use them. Remember, we are businessmen. We must make them understand. Credibility is more expensive than gold. Breaking a contract is more painful than a shipwreck. Morgan's words echoed clearly in Yadi's consciousness. This was not just business advice. It was more like a philosophy of life on how to establish an alternative and efficient order on the chaotic sea. Lord Sea Transport. Lena carefully walked out of the space, holding a metal tray emitting a faint energy fluctuation, and came to Yadi. On the tray was only a parchment scroll, tied with a dark red ribbon marked with a ferocious beast pirate's skull logo. The scroll itself exuded a fierce aura. This is the first order we screened that meets all the hard requirements. Carl's voice carried a hint of nervousness and excitement. The client used an advanced anonymous code, but the token has been confirmed. Zoan lizard fruit incomplete. The cargo is described as a special ore, with a huge volume and extremely high weight. Both the origin and destination are deep in the New World. The quote is staggering. The information fee has been prepaid. Lena added, according to the risk rating standards provided by President Morgans and our intelligence cross-comparison, the risk index of this order is extremely high. The client is very likely from that faction. She didn't say it explicitly, but her eyes were full of apprehension. Yadi's huge fingers reached out and gently pinched the scroll. He understood what Lena meant. Onigashima, Kaido, beasts pirates. Morgan's instructions still rang in his ears. Renege on debts, toy with you, blackmail. Kidnap, swallow cargo, swallow islands. Yadi's huge fingers slowly closed, and the scroll, symbolizing huge wealth and huge crisis, was firmly grasped. A deep voice rang out, calm without a ripple. Notify the client. Order confirmed. Depart immediately to receive the cargo. After the World Economic Journal employees returned to the space, they reported the commission results to headquarters via Den Den Mushi. Yadi's massive body took off with a roar, suddenly turning in the 10,000-meter high altitude of the real world, tearing through the thick clouds and speeding toward the location on the scroll. Onigashima, deep in the skull dome. Deafening laughter and the sound of breaking sake jars almost blew the roof off. Waterararo. Kaido's huge body laughed on the throne, his dragon eyes burning with ecstasy and tyranny. Accepted, he accepted. That sea transport. He fell into my net. Waterararo. Below, King knelt on one knee, the eyes under his mask as sharp as knives. Yes, Mr. Kaido. The World Economic Journal just confirmed that sea transport has accepted the order and is speeding to the origin coordinates. King's voice was cold, without a hint of surprise, as if everything was under control. Fast, King, Kaido stood up abruptly, a terrifying pressure filling the hall, grinding fragments into powder under his feet. Move immediately. Go to the warehouse. Watch it for me. Is that idiot Queen's gift ready? What about Hanafuda? Lord Queen's special ore has been packaged as planned. The outer layer is ordinary ore. The core is high-purity sea stone mixed with explosives enough to paralyze a marine admiral, and his newly developed neuroparalytic poison gas. King's voice was calm, as if stating a mundane piece of cargo, as long as sea transport swallows it into his internal space. The detonation command is in our hands. At that time, he will be a turtle in a jar. Lord Hanafuda has led the flight unit, and the Elite Legion to complete the deployment in the ambush circle preset outside Onigashima. All personnel are equipped with seastone handcuffs and special anesthetic bullets. Once the target is weakened, they will carry out the capture at the fastest speed. Wororaro, good, well done. Kaido waved his fists excitedly, the air popping. Tell that reckless Hanafuda, catch him alive for me. I want him intact. If he loses a single hair, I'll peel his skin. Kaido seemed to have already seen sea transport become his exclusive transport tool that ignores natural barriers. And the beast's pirates' weapons and resources would pour into every corner of the world like a flood. King nodded slightly, understood. I will head to the warehouse now, ensure the handover process is foolproof, and see with my own eyes the cargo enter the target's body. King's figure turned into a flame and disappeared instantly. Kaido grabbed a new sake jar, took a big gulp, and cruel, expectant light flashed in his dragon eyes. Wororaro. I want to see how much of the big gift I prepared for you can swallow, Wororaro. The violent laughter shook Onigashima again, foreshadowing the danger of the coming storm. The entire beast's pirates, like a vicious beast that had sharpened its claws and opened its bloody maw, waited quietly for the prey to arrive. Fishman Island. After saying goodbye to Yati, Jinbe carried that strange den mushi, carrying the heavy, huge package, and walked through the bustling Coral Hill and Giantcord Plaza of Fishman Island. The contours of the items inside the package were hard and distinct, faintly revealing a metallic texture. He walked steadily, but complex emotions churned in his heart. Yati's movements were erratic, returning and leaving in a hurry this time, leaving this gift, not knowing the deep meaning behind it. The huge shell doors of the Dragon Palace slowly opened, and brilliant, colorful light poured out. Huge bubble coral pillars supported the magnificent palace, and the dome was inlaid with countless glowing pearls and noctilucent stones, reflecting the entire hall like a dreamlike underwater starry sky. The guards, wearing shiny scales and holding coral halberds, stood on both sides, bowing respectfully when they saw Jinbe. King Neptune's huge body sat on the throne, with Queen Otoheim standing by his side. Seeing Jinbe walk in, a bright and kind smile immediately bloomed on King Neptune's face, his huge fishtail swaying gently. "Oh, it's Jinbe. Come here. Why do you have time to come to the Dragon Palace today? Is everything going well at Sabayati?" "Your Majesty." Jinbe walked under the throne steps and bowed respectfully. "Everything is fine at the Sabayati harbor. I came here this time entrusted by Your Excellency Yati to deliver a gift." "Your Excellency Yati?" The smile on King Neptune's face deepened, his eyes full of surprise. "Your Excellency Yati has returned? Where is he now? Why didn't you invite him to the Dragon Palace for a chat? We in Fishman Island owe him a huge debt of gratitude." Sharky, Ryuboshi, Manboshi, and the beautiful mermaid Princess Shirahoshi also curiously poked their heads out from the side hall. Hearing the teacher's name, Shirahoshi's huge eyes flashed with bright brilliance. "Your Excellency Yati was just passing by and has already left." Jinbe shook his head slightly, his tone carrying a hint of regret. He was in a hurry, seemingly with important business. Jinbe untied the huge package on his back and carefully placed it on the mirror-smooth shell floor, making a heavy thud. Under the curious eyes of King Neptune's family and the ministers, Jinbe untied the package. As the cover was lifted, 7 soft and noble golden lights instantly illuminated the surroundings of the throne. 7 statues shining with pure gold luster lay quietly on the soft lining. This is. King Neptune's eyes widened, his body leaning forward involuntarily. There were 7 statues, which were statues of Jinbe and King Neptune's family of 6. Each statue was not just a likeness, but contained an indescribable spirit. The details of the statues were exquisite. Even the texture of Neptune's scales and the folds of Jinbe's clothes were clearly visible, as if they had been given life. Too exquisite. Queen Otoheim couldn't help but exclaim, carefully stroking the statue representing herself. King Neptune took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited mood. He looked at Jinbe, his voice low and full of emotion. "This gift is too precious. Your Excellency Yati not only saved Fishman Island, but also preserved the most beautiful appearance of our family in such an eternal way. This kindness, Fishman Island will never forget." "Your Majesty is too kind." Jinbe responded respectfully, then took out the special den mushi that Yati gave him from his arms. "Besides, Your Excellency Yati also left this." Jinbe presented the den mushi. King Neptune carefully took the strange snail with his fingertips. "This is." Jin's expression was extremely solemn. "Your Excellency," Yati said, "no matter when or where you are, as long as you call him through this den mushy, he will definitely come." Hearing this, King Neptune held the small den mushy tightly, as if holding the future of the entire Fishman island. His huge body trembled slightly with excitement, and tears and firm light flashed in his eyes. "Understood. Jin, we will keep your Excellency Yati's kindness in our hearts. This promise of protection is heavier than 1,000 mountains and 10,000 waters." Jinb also nodded silently, his eyes cast into the distance, and the worry about Yati in his heart eased slightly. Chapter 25, Fierce Battle on Ghost Island. Onigashima. Yati stopped his massive body at the huge warehouse door. He was wrapped in a black cloak, his pigeon head mask looking eerie and mysterious in the dim light. King's figure appeared silently before him like a burning black flame, his eyes locked on Yati from beneath his mask. "The goods are inside." King's voice was cold, devoid of any warmth, as he gestured to the side. Inside the warehouse, mountains of special ore emitted a grayish-white cold light. Yati's pigeon-head mask turned slightly, seemingly scanning the area. He said nothing. The black hole in his abdomen opened silently, and a powerful suction force erupted instantly. Whoosh! A wild wind whipped up inside the warehouse. The heavy ore was snatched up as if by an invisible giant hand, transforming into a torrent of steel that roared into the bottomless black hole. The entire process was swift and silent, with only the dull reverberation of colliding ore. In just a few breaths, the mountain of goods had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Just as the ore was fully absorbed, and Yati turned to leave. Boom! The heavy metal doors of the warehouse were smashed open by a violent force, twisting and deforming. Squads of fierce-looking elite pirates surged in like a tide, instantly occupying all exits and high ground. They were well-equipped, their eyes fierce, and each held special firearms loaded with sea-stone bullets. A cold killing intent permeated the entire space. Then, a wild figure stepped out from the crowd. He was tall and robust, over 7 meters, covered in thick, deep black scales with sharp bone spurs. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble slightly. He wore a sneer of disdain. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, an ancient Zoan lizard fruit, model, Tyrannosaurus user, Hanafuda. Hanafuda was known as the Lizard King, and was a fearsome powerhouse in the New World. Urororo. Hanafuda's wild laughter echoed through the warehouse, hurting people's eardrums. His giant lizard-slit pupils stared fixedly at Yati. "Sea transport, what a hearty appetite, swallowing even the feast Kaido-sama prepared for you." Hanafuda raised a giant claw covered in scales, its tips flashing with cold light. In the claw, he held a scarlet detonator. However, it's easy to swallow, but spitting it out is another matter. Hanafuda's smile became incredibly sinister. "Now I'll give you 2 choices. Kneel and submit to the beast's pirates, become our exclusive transport captain, otherwise." Hanafuda shook the detonator in his hand, full of threats. "As long as I press this, the core in your stomach will explode." That's an explosive mixed with high-purity sea stone, capable of paralyzing even a marine admiral instantly. Plus Queen's special nerve gas. Hee, care to guess what your internal space will become? A furnace of hell, or your coffin? He took heavy steps, closing in on Yati. The ground groaned under his weight. In his other hand, a pair of thick, reinforced seastone handcuffs glowing with a faint blue light dangled. "Don't move, transport captain. Put these on, and from now on, work for the beast's pirates, and you'll have all the wealth you could ever want." Hanafuda sneered, his massive shadow looming over Yati. His lizard claw, carrying a fishy stench, reached straight for Yati's wrist, intending to force the cuffs on. The moment the seastone handcuffs were about to touch Yati's skin. "You're making a move." Yati's low, calm voice came from beneath the pigeon-head mask, as if stating an insignificant fact. "This means you are prepared to break the contract." Before the words faded, Yati's free giant hand reached into his abdomen, and a strangely shaped, exceptionally heavy giant hammer appeared. The hammerhead was a massive stone block, radiating an aura of antiquity. This was the Poneglyph giant hammer, that Yati had commissioned the Revolutionary Army to forge. What? Hanafuda's pupils contracted sharply. An ominous premonition instantly gripped him. He didn't hesitate to press the button on the detonator. Click! The crisp sound of the button was piercingly loud in the dead-silent warehouse. However, nothing happened. The expected earth-shattering explosion, the target's painful struggle, the collapse of space. Nothing. There was only dead silence in the warehouse, leaving only Hanafuda's heavy breathing and the pirate's bewildered gazes. The sneer on Hanafuda's face froze, replaced by incredulous astonishment. Impossible, that idiot queen. Hanafuda frantically pressed the button repeatedly, but it only yielded futile clicking sounds. Do it, grab him. Hanafuda, humiliated and furious, roared like a beast. Boom! The response was a roar even more violent than the pirate's charge. Yati ignored the surrounding pirates. The airflow around him instantly turned into a tangible storm, spinning crazily like billions of transparent blades. With a swing of the giant hammer, the warehouse's thick alloy roof was easily torn apart and ripped off like paper. Blinding sunlight poured down, along with fragments of broken metal. Propelled by the violent airflow, Yati's massive body shot into the sky like a black rocket. Don't think you can escape. Hanafuda's roar echoed through the sky. King's pitch-black flames instantly enveloped his body, transforming him into his pteranodon form. He turned into a giant pillar of fire that burned everything, catching up to Yati with superior speed. At the same time, Kaido's dragon roar, which shattered the clouds, came from the top of the Onigashima Skull Castle. Yorororo, stay here for me. The sky was instantly ignited. King's imperial flame tore through the sky, the intense heat evaporating the clouds. Kaido transformed into a giant azure dragon, his bolo breath wreathed in Conqueror's haki lightning sweeping across like a world-ending beam of light. Dozens of elite flight troops circled in the sky, raining down attacks from various flying Zoan users and Seastone bullets. The entire sky above Onigashima instantly turned into a battlefield of hell. Flames, lightning, shockwaves, and barrages wove a net of death, enveloping Yati. My God, it's King Sama and Governor General Kaido taking action personally. That pigeon-head monster can actually fly. He can't escape. King Sama's flames can burn through anything. The pirates below watched the fierce battle in the sky in horror, the world-destroying power making their souls tremble. Facing this overwhelming siege, Yati stood like a reef in a storm, unmoved. Yati waved the heavy Poneglyph giant hammer with his left hand. Every swing carried a dull roar that tore through space, smashing and deflecting the incoming flames, lightning, and attacks. His right hand manipulated the violent airflow, forming invisible barriers and deadly cutting blades, easily blowing away and slicing up the members of the flight troops who got too close. The airflow circled around him, forming a flowing shield that neutralized the impact of the explosions. Encountered some troublesome guests, according to President Morgan's advice, artistic deterrence. Yati's thoughts remained clear amidst the intense battle. He instantly began searching for his target, Kaido's daughter Yamato. Intelligence indicated she was on Onigashima. Just then, as Kaido seized the moment Yati was blocking King's attack, his massive dragon body, wreathed in advanced Conqueror's haki, unleashed a powerful thunder bagua that smashed toward Yati's back. Got you, a hint of triumph flashed in Kaido's dragon eyes. However, Yati seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. His massive body turned slightly at an incredibly agile angle, and at the same time, the Poneglyph giant hammer, carrying the momentum to destroy all things, drew a black trajectory from bottom to top, meeting Kaido's kanabo with pinpoint precision. Clang! A dull, extreme sound, like the collision of two stars, erupted. A visible ring-shaped shockwave expanded instantly, completely clearing the clouds in the sky. Countless buildings on Onigashima trembled under this terrifying sound wave and air pressure, and the air itself shattered. Kaido's massive dragon body was actually sent flying by that single hammer blow of pure power. Although his physical defense was astonishing, and he didn't suffer heavy injuries, That overwhelming power and the strange vibration from the Poneglyph giant hammer made his blood surge, and his dragon eyes were filled with shock and rage. Governor General Kaido was knocked away. What kind of hammer is that? Even the Governor General's Thunder Bagua. The pirates below who witnessed this scene had their jaws dropped to the floor, fear pouring over them like ice water. Now is the time. A flash of light appeared in Yadi's eyes. Taking advantage of Kaido being knocked back and King being blocked by the shockwave, the black hole in his abdomen expanded violently. But this time, what poured out was not suction, but splatter. An indescribable, viscous, yellowish-brown torrent emitting a pungent, nauseating odor surged out from the black hole like a burst sewer. This was the excrement of all the creatures in Yadi's internal space, plant debris, and essence fertilizer mixed with a large amount of seawater. Under Yadi's precise control of the seawater, this torrent of fertilizer was shaped into countless thick pillars of water. Like high-pressure water cannons or a downpour of foul-smelling rain, it splashed head-on with covering coverage toward the pirates attacking from all directions, the Flying Six on the ground, and even King and Kaido, who had just steadied themselves. Art is **T. Beneath the pigeon-head mask, a faint, slightly mischievously satisfied chuckle seemed to come. What the hell is this? It stinks. My eyes, my mouth. It's **T. It's feces water. Instantly, the sky above Onigashima and the pirate positions below facing the sky fell into chaos and desperate wails. The stench filled the air, blotting out the sun. Even someone as strong as King was caught off guard by this sudden biochemical attack that transcended physical combat. His black flames were instantly covered and extinguished by the filth, and the viscous yellowish-brown liquid smeared all over him, dripping down from his mask. Kaido's giant dragon head was covered in thick fertilizer, his dragon whiskers dripping with the foul-smelling liquid, and his angry dragon roar turned into row. Hanafuda bore the brunt of it, hit head-on by a fertilizer water cannon. The majestic image of the Tyrannosaurus vanished, and he turned into a moving sculpture of fertilizer. He tried to roar and give orders in a rage, but the moment he opened his mouth, a precisely aimed, fist-sized ball of concentrated fertilizer, carried by seawater like a guided missile, instantly shot into his wide-open giant lizard mouth. Cough. Hanafuda's eyeballs were about to pop out. The intense nausea and suffocation caused him to lose his combat ability instantly, falling to his knees and retching violently. Shut up, don't speak. A headliner screamed in terror at his companion, covering his own mouth tightly, his eyes filled with fear. As long as anyone dared to roar or give orders, a fertilizer snack would instantly fly into their mouth with precision. Yadi manipulated the airflow and water currents like the most skilled bombardier, conducting this fertilizer feast methodically, even with a strange, joyful rhythm. Yadi's massive figure darted flexibly through the foul-smelling rain, remaining untouched. Every eruption from the black hole brought a new patch of fertile soil and new whales, followed by Yadi's laughter. The battle continued in a way that no one had anticipated, and absolutely no one wanted to experience. 1 day, 2 days. Onigashima, the skull island that symbolized terror and violence, had completely changed its appearance. The originally gloomy land was covered with a thick layer of yellowish-brown fertilizer that emitted a sky-high stench. Buildings, trees, weapons. As far as the eye could see, it was all a mess of filth. The air could no longer be described as stinky. It was a suffocating smell that penetrated into the bone marrow. The elites of the beast pirates, whether it was the arrogant Flying Six or the fierce All-Stars, were now in a sorry state. They were covered in dried filth, their spirits low, their eyes filled with exhaustion and anger, and deep fear and disgust. They were still attacking in anger, but their movements were stiff, and their morale was at an all-time low. In every gap between attacks, they subconsciously kept their mouths tightly shut, fearing they would be the next lucky one. The entire Onigashima was shrouded in a silent and foul-smelling atmosphere of despair. Kaido and King had long since returned to their human forms. They stood on top of the relatively clean ruins of the castle, their faces pale, their bodies radiating an anger even more terrifying than the fertilizer. Kaido's clenched fists creaked, and veins bulged on his forehead. 2 consecutive days of fertilization, bombing had nearly caused his nerves to collapse. This wasn't a battle at all. It was complete and utter humiliation. Yadi hovered above Onigashima, his cloak flapping in the sea breeze, his body spotlessly clean. The ammunition depot in Yadi's internal space had finally run dry. The time has come. Yadi's gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield and the pervasive stench, locking precisely onto a relatively quiet cliff behind the Skull Castle. A petite figure was standing there, wearing a Hanya mask, holding the giant Kanabo Aiken. It was Kaido's daughter, Yamato. She seemed to be watching the battle, stunned by the unbelievable scene. Yadi moved. This time, the speed was faster than any previous time. Yadi stopped entangled, his massive body turning into a black lightning bolt tearing through the foul-smelling air, aiming straight at Yamato. Not good, his target is. King was the first to react, his black flames igniting again, rushing to intercept regardless of the cost. Kaido's eyes were splitting with rage. Yamato. However, it was too late. The moment Yadi dived, the black hole in his abdomen opened again. But this time it wasn't an ejection, but a terrifying suction force aimed at Yamato. At the same time, countless black tentacles stretched out from his abdomen, instantly turning into incredibly tough chains, striking first and wrapping around Yamato's limbs. Yamato realized, let out a roar, and swung her Kanabo with infinite aura. But it was useless against Yadi's long-premeditated move. The full-blown suction and seawater binding meant her resistance lasted only for an instant. Whoosh! Yamato's figure, along with her shock and anger, was instantly sucked into the black hole in Yadi's abdomen and disappeared. Yamato! Kaido let out a heart-wrenching roar, his terrifying conqueror's haki erupting uncontrollably, making the entire Onigashima tremble. King's attack also missed. Yadi hovered in the high sky, the black hole in his abdomen slowly closing. Yadi ignored the gazes of Kaido and King below, which were almost ready to tear him apart, and ignored the terrified stares of the remaining forces of the beast pirates. Yadi's giant palms stretched out toward the furious Kaido below, his low voice piercing the foul-smelling air, clearly echoing over the dead-silent Onigashima. Kaido, 10 devil fruits. Deliver them to the designated location. Otherwise, your daughter will stay in my stomach to fertilize forever. After speaking, Yadi's massive body, propelled by the airflow, shot into the sky, turning into a black dot that disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind only an Onigashima that had been fertilized for 2 days, stinking to high heaven and plunged into a dead silence and an abyss of rage. And a world's strongest creature who had lost his daughter and was covered in stench. Chapter 26, Deterrence, on an unnamed island in the New World. Yadi's massive body landed on the beach. The sea breeze brought a long-lost freshness, diluting the nauseating stench of Onigashima. The black hole on Yadi's abdomen opened silently. A figure bound tightly by pitch-black seawater, wearing a Hanya mask, tumbled out and landed on the ground. It was Kaido's daughter, Yamato. Let me go, you bastard. Father will not let you off. Yamato struggled violently, but the curse of the seawater left her extremely weak. Unable to break free from her bonds, she could only let out an angry roar. Yadi ignored her clamor. He found a rope from the miscellaneous area to replace the seawater to bind Yamato and stuffed a suitably sized piece of sea stone into the ropes. Now, Yamato didn't even have the strength to speak. Seeing this, Yadi thought to himself, Kaido's sea stone explosives are still useful, but regardless, Yamato is a hostage worth 10 devil fruit, so I still need to find someone to take good care of her. Yadi turned the island of the Revolutionary Army stronghold next to the cave entrance. The person in charge of the stronghold was a middle-aged man with a resolute face. Seeing a bound figure being thrown in, he immediately approached with vigilance. Sea transport, who is this? Kaido's daughter, Yamato. Yadi's voice was concise. There is sea stone in the rope. Be careful not to let it fall off. Yamato will be kept by you for the time being. Take care of her just like you take care of your students." Barton looked at Yamato's powerless eyes, then at the children training carefree in the distance, and felt he understood Yadi's intention. The power of environment is sometimes more effective than a cage. He nodded, signaling 2 children to come forward. "Understood, we will ensure she stays here properly." Hearing Yadi's words, seeing that group of innocent children, and feeling the peaceful, quiet, and vibrant atmosphere in this space, Yamato's eyes paused slightly, a flicker of imperceptible confusion and bewilderment flashing across them. Yamato was taken to a small hut next to the stronghold that was easy to guard. After settling Yamato, the cave entrance turned to the World Economic Journal stronghold. Carl and Lena on the platform were exhausted, but their spirits were highly tense. Seeing the cave entrance appear, both of them stood up immediately. "See transport, it's great that you are safe." Lena's voice carried lingering fear. Yadi didn't speak, just took out a small, uniquely shaped camera Den Mushi from under his cloak, handed it to Lena, and said, "Upload the photos taken to Morgan's. He will understand what to do." Lena carefully took the Den Mushi and connected it to the dedicated image transmission device. When she and Carl saw the many images flashing quickly on the screen, the ambush in the Onigashima warehouse, Yadi soaring into the sky, the crazy siege by King and Kaido, the shocking moment when Yadi sent Kaido flying with a hammer, and the overwhelming fertilizer bombardment and the miserable state of the Beast Pirates members. Especially the close-ups of Kaido's dragon head covered in filth and Hanafuda retching after being hit. Both of them were stunned, their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. This is. Carl's voice was trembling. "Kaido, Beast Pirates. They broke the contract first." Yadi's voice remained flat. "Remind all stronghold personnel operating around Wano country to hide immediately. Kaido is very busy now, but his anger will eventually burn to you." Yes, we will notify immediately." Lena came back to her senses, her fingers operating quickly on the keyboard, sending out the encrypted instructions. At the same time, she also packaged the image data from the camera Den Mushi and uploaded it to the World Economic Journal headquarters via the highest level encrypted line. Just as the transmission progress bar reached 100%, the encrypted Den Mushi in front of Lena suddenly rang urgently, BRRR. Morgan's iconic bird beak image appeared on the snail's face. "See transport, it's President Morgan's. He demands to speak with you immediately." Lena hurriedly handed the Den Mushi to Yadi. Yadi's huge fingers lifted the small Den Mushi. "Yetahaha." The other end of the Den Mushi instantly erupted with Morgan's iconic, excited, and fearful wild laughter, the sound so loud that even Carl and Lena could hear it clearly. "See transport, my good partner, you finally have news. If you didn't contact me again, these feathers of mine would have fallen off from anxiety." Morgan spoke as fast as a machine gun. "I saw all the transmitted images, wonderful, simply wonderful, shocking, incomparably shocking. Especially your understanding and execution of artistic deterrence. It's simply textbook level. Letting the Beast's pirates soak in a sea of feces for 2 days, this will definitely become the most colorful stroke of the Great Pirate Era. My newspaper headline is already hungry." Morgans took a breath, his voice lowered slightly, carrying a trace of solemnity and apology. "However, buddy, this time it was a major mistake in my intelligence work. I underestimated the determination of that madman Kaido, letting you fall into danger and almost ruining our business. This is my responsibility. To express my apology and to compensate, and even more to hit back hard at that bastard Kaido." Morgan's bird beak on the Den Mushi curled into a cunning arc. This time, the newspapers sent to all allied nations, Marine headquarters, New World pirate territories, and all other influential forces will all use the highest specification color printing. I want Kaido's dragon face covered in fertilizer to become the most dazzling cover of this era. I've already thought of the headline. Beast Pirates Fall, Sea Transport's art shocks the world. The strongest creature Kaido and his subordinates, collectively bathed under the special care of sea transport. Yehahaha. Yadi was silent for a moment, his pigeon mask tilted slightly. Color cover, Kaido eating S***T. Won't this scare away other customers? Scare away, yehahaha. Morgan's voice rose again. On the contrary, my good partner, this will only make your commercial value soar to an unprecedented height. First, this shows your strength to the whole world. Even Kaido bringing King and the entire beast pirates to ambush you couldn't do anything to you, instead being made to look like a mess by you. This is more effective than any GG. Secondly, this shows your principles and means. Those who break the contract will suffer artistic humiliation that transcends death. This will put an end to more than 99% of idiots who want to play tricks, default on debts, or set traps. They would rather face a Marine admiral than end up on my front page headline and become the laughing stock of the whole world. Finally, this establishes your absolute credibility with flexible bottom lines and astonishing deterrence. Anyone who dares to touch you or your partners, such as my stronghold, must be prepared to be fertilized. In the future, your orders will only come from top-tier customers who truly have needs, can afford to pay, and absolutely dare not break the contract. This is the real commercial barrier. Yehahaha. Yadi seemed to understand Morgan's logic. Do as you say. Morgan's voice was full of energy. Rest assured, leave it to me, just wait to see the world shocked tomorrow. Yehahaha. After handing the subsequent matters to Morgan's, Yadi felt relieved. His massive body rose with the wind and flew towards the Revolutionary Army headquarters. A few days later, with the delivery of the color-printed newspapers, turbulent waves rose on the sea again. Red Line, Holy Land Mary GOI's, Room of Authority. 5 color copies of the World Economic Journal smelling of ink were placed on the round table. The cover was a high-definition color photo. Kaido's huge azure dragon head was covered in yellowish-brown filth, his dragon eyes bloodshot. The accompanying photo was a close-up of 7 warlords of the sea Hanafuda retching, looking dazed. Saint Shepherd Jupiter, holding a sword, had an expressionless face, but his hand gripping the sword tightened even more. Absurd ugliness, trash. St. Marcus Mars carefully flipped through the inside pages to the photo of Yadi sending Kaido flying with a giant hammer, his brows locked tightly. The power, devil fruit ability, and this Poneglyph weapon displayed by this sea transport must be re-evaluated. It can no longer be regarded as a mere means of transport. The 5 elders saw, through the disguise of the Poneglyph hammer, at a glance. The blonde 5 elder Saint Shepherd Jupiter had deep eyes. Morgan's, that crazy bird, played too big this time, but he did let us see sea transport's hidden cards more clearly. He looked at the silent warrior god of science and defense and said, "Sample analysis results." St. Jagarsha Saturn had a top-secret CP0 report spread out in front of him. CP0 agents successfully obtained some samples on Onigashima. After overnight analysis by Dr. Vegapunk's branch laboratory, some reports have been obtained. St. Jagarsha Saturn read the report, his tone carrying a trace of disbelief. Ingredients confirmed: mixed organic fertilizer. Contains feces of various herbivores, human excrement, a large amount of plant debris, and some seawater. Its function is speculated to be high-efficiency fertilizer. St. Jagarsha Saturn raised his head, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. The key lies in its magnitude, and the types of plant remains. The magnitude covering the entire Onigashima, and the light-loving plant remains contained within. This strongly indicates that sea transport's internal space is not only massive, but also possesses a high-efficiency energy system that replaces the function of the sun. He likely excavated a complete ecosystem, including animals, plants, and even humans from the outside world, constructing a small continent that is almost a world unto itself within his body. His warehouse is likely already an independently operating microworld. The Room of Authority fell into dead silence. The 5 elders exchanged glances, greed and dread intertwined. The origin and abilities of this sea transport far exceeded their initial estimates. Saint Shepherd Jupiter spoke slowly again. Could it be an ark that escaped from some race, or a product of ancient technology? In any case, we must ask for instructions from Imu-sama. Seconded. Warrior god of environment, Saint Marcus, Mars said in a deep voice. In addition, we must strengthen the infiltration of the World Economic Journal, especially the channels that contact sea transport. But it must be extremely cautious, not in the name of the government, using other forces or black market intermediaries. Never let such irredeemable images appear in the Holy Land. Warrior god of science and defense, Saint Jagartha Saturn nodded. At the same time, order Vegapunk to increase the research priority of airspace capture and airspace defense technology. At the very least, we must have the ability to restrict such targets with flight capabilities. Seconded, the other four responded in deep voices. The investigation into sea transport shifted from the open to more covert darkness. Marine Headquarters, Marineford Fleet Admiral's office. Bang! Fleet Admiral Sengoku's fist slammed onto the desk, shaking the Den Mushi to jump up. Sengoku's face was livid, his goat beard bristling with anger, the color newspaper in his hand crumpled. Lawless, simply lawless. Sengoku roared, his voice full of anger and a trace of helplessness. It's one thing for that madman Kaido to bring humiliation upon himself, but this sea transport, and that crazy bird Morgans, what do they take the Order of the Sea for? A farce. Staff Officer Tsuru, sitting nearby, put down her teacup, her brows locked. The focus is no longer a farce. It is the combat power displayed by sea transport to break through the beast pirate's ambush, the potential shown by his internal space, and Morgan's full support. The strategic value, or rather, the threat of sea transport is already no less than a great pirate crew. Sengoku took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, his eyes sharp. Immediately notify all branches in the New World to raise the alert to the highest level. Kaido lost his daughter and was humiliated like this. His retaliation will definitely be crazy. At the same time, Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi and said, "Order the science unit to analyze all intelligence regarding sea transport's abilities, especially information related to his internal space. In addition, send a letter to Morgans with stern wording. Condemn him for publishing inflammatory, order-disrupting false reports. Demand that he immediately stop spreading it." He knew it wouldn't be of much use, but the Marine stance had to be fully displayed. Then should we intervene to capture sea transport? Sengoku rubbed his temples. Wait and see for now. Let them fight like dogs. Our priority is to deal with the potential rampage of Kaido and wait for the movements from the world government side. Sengoku glanced at Kaido's close-up in the newspaper, his internal alarm bells ringing loudly. The variables brought by this sea transport were too great. Onigashima, ruins of the Skull Castle. Although it had been urgently cleaned, a faint, strange smell still lingered in the air. Inside the castle, a newspaper was delivered to Kaido by a trembling pirate minion. No roar, no shout. Kaido just stared fixedly at the cover of the color newspaper, that close-up of himself that was humiliating to the extreme. The muscles on Kaido's body bulged like boulders, and his terrifyingly extreme conqueror's haki erupted uncontrollably. Rumbled. The already dilapidated Skull Castle shook violently again, and countless rubble fell with a rustling sound. The surrounding pirate minions rolled their eyes and fainted in a swathe, and even the few headliners who were closer turned pale and swayed unsteadily. Kaido's eyes were completely red. It was a kind of madness and fury born from having all dignity stripped away and then being roasted under the gaze of the whole world. Kaido suddenly raised his head, looking at the gloomy sky of the New World, a beast-like low growl emitting from his throat, every word squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying monstrous hatred and endless killing intent. Sea transport. Morgans. I will tear you to pieces. Pass down the order, put a bounty on sea transport, dead or alive. Bounty, 5 billion berries. Put a bounty on Morgans, capture alive, bounty, 3 billion berries. Find Yamato. Anyone who provides effective clues. Reward 1 billion berries. And find 10 devil fruit for me, immediately, right now. The last sentence was almost roared out by Kaido, carrying a trace of imperceptible humiliation and helplessness. Chat 27. Baltigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Yadi handed the giant poneglyph hammer to Lindbergh for repairs. During the battle with Kaido, the alloy handle of the poneglyph hammer had cracked, but the poneglyph itself remained unscathed. Yadi also suggested the idea of a detachable handle to Lindbergh to make it easier to replace damaged handles. A few days passed, and a Revolutionary Army soldier came to invite Yadi to meet their leader, Dragon. Dragon stood before a massive world map, its dark green cloak hanging down. Yadi's massive figure stepped into the cave. "You have arrived, Mr. Sea Transport." Dragon's voice was deep and magnetic. It slowly turned around, its gaze from within the shadows landing on Yadi. "We have received detailed intelligence regarding the events on Onigashima. You did an excellent job." Yadi nodded slightly. Dragon took a few steps forward, the hem of its cloak brushing silently against the floor. "After seeing that newspaper and the subsequent intelligence analysis, I had an idea. An idea that might be more effective at intimidating those corrupt kingdoms and even the rulers behind the world government than our Revolutionary Army soldiers spilling blood on the battlefield." It raised its head, and the corners of its mouth under the shadows seemed to curl up. "Mr. Sea Transport. Join the Revolutionary Army. Your art of deterrence strikes more fear into those tyrants than we ever could. That torrent of fertilizer covering Onigashima is the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads." The cave was silent, save for the drip-drop of water seeping from the rock walls. Yadi was silent for a moment, his pigeon mask shaking slowly. "I refuse." Dragon did not seem surprised. It sighed softly, then changed the subject, its eyes becoming like those of a shrewd merchant. "Then let's settle for the next best thing. Mr. Sea Transport, is your poop for sale?" Even for Yadi, the pigeon mask seemed to tilt ever so slightly. Yadi had anticipated this, but hadn't expected Dragon to be the one to propose the transaction. Dragon stepped closer, lowering its voice with a pragmatism unique to a revolutionary. "I mean, could we conduct a special hiring transaction? We will pay with devil fruits as remuneration. We ask that at specific moments, you apply your art of deterrence precisely onto the heads of certain heinous kingdom rulers or upon their most cherished palaces." Dragon's finger traced over several marked red locations on the map. These were all world government member nations suffering under heavy oppression. Yadi remained silent, reaching a hand into his cloak. A few seconds later, his massive palm opened, and a parchment scroll floated toward Dragon. Dragon caught the scroll and unrolled it. It did not contain text, but rather faction symbols outlined with extremely precise lines. The flag of the world government, the crowns of several notorious member nations, and even abstract symbols of the celestial dragon's residences. Next to each symbol was a staggering number of devil fruits. Ordinary member nations, starting at 10. Important member nations, starting at 20. Holy Land Mary Jiwai's non-core area, starting at 75. Holy Land Mary Jiwai's core area celestial dragon's residences, starting at 150. Other factions, discuss in person. High risk, small business, devil fruits must be paid in advance. Dragon looked at this concise, yet impactful price list, its eyes lighting up from within the shadows as if it had discovered a rare treasure. Dragon's fingers tightened slightly on the scroll, suppressing the wild joy and a sense of absurd excitement in its heart. This wasn't just a price list. It was the ultimate deterrence list the Revolutionary Army had dreamed of. "Good, very good." Dragon's voice carried a trace of imperceptible excitement. "The Revolutionary Army accepts this list. We will strive to collect them." Dragon carefully put the scroll away and tucked it into its chest, treating it with as much care as if it were the Revolutionary Manifesto. "Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Sea Transport." Yadi replied, then turned and left the dragon's nest. Leaving Dragon behind, its mind already calculating how to efficiently collect devil fruits. Yadi turned and walked skillfully toward Lindbergh's laboratory. "Mr. Sea Transport, you've come just in time." Seeing Yati, Lindbergh immediately jumped up from a pile of blueprints, his jetpack kicking up a gust of wind. Your big guy has been preliminarily repaired. Come and take a look. Yati walked over to the maintenance platform. The giant poneglyph hammer lay there quietly. The nasty crack on the handle had been perfectly filled with a special alloy that shimmered with a cold metallic light, leaving almost no trace. We used a special alloy leaked from Vegapunk's laboratory for the repair. The durability is absolutely reliable. Lindbergh proudly patted his chest. As for the detachable handle you requested, we made some improvements. Look, modular design. Lindbergh picked up several silver metal parts of varying sizes and precise construction from the side. Lindbergh quickly demonstrated, gripping the middle section of the handle, twisting and pulling. With a few clicks, the original 2.5-meter handle instantly separated into 3 sections. Each section had an independent grip interface and sturdy locking pins. Lindbergh picked up the shortest section and handed it to Yati. Use this for close-quarters combat. He then picked up the 2 longest sections and combined them. Use this when you need long-range strikes or to block. Finally, he quickly pieced the 3 sections together. With a click, they locked, seamless and unified, feeling even sturdier than before. Hydraulic locking, instantaneous switching. I also designed spare handles with different lengths and weights to adapt to different combat styles. Lindbergh pointed excitedly at several newly processed spare handles on the shelf nearby. As long as the core hammer head isn't broken, you can change the handle as you please. Combat flexibility increased by 200%. Yati took the giant hammer, tried the short handle, combined long handle and full form respectively, swinging it a few times. The sound of it cutting through the air was dull and fierce. Yati nodded with satisfaction. Very good spare handles. Can you make a few more? I really need them. No problem, Lindbergh beamed. At this moment, the scientist responsible for Enel's power storage project also walked over, his face showing fatigue and excitement. Mr. C. Transport, we have integrated and analyzed the test data from the ecological zone research team. Mr. Enel's lightning energy levels and characteristics have been fully understood, and they far exceed the limits of our current instruments. To store and utilize it safely and efficiently, we must replace the core equipment. We need special alloys that can withstand higher energy impacts and a more precise energy diversion matrix. List the materials you need, and I will help. Yati was concise. Also, the scientist said, looking a bit embarrassed, the Revolutionary Army comrades in the ecological zone, as well as young Miss Yamato, have been in the space for a long time. Everyone is in good spirits, but they miss the sunshine and fresh air outside. What do you think? Yati understood. He moved his mind. The black hole in his abdomen opened silently, connecting to the open ground of the ecological zone's stronghold. The movement of the black hole opening attracted everyone's attention. When the stronghold leader, Barton, led the soldiers, researchers, and a group of children, including a jubilant Yamato, out of the black hole and onto the solid ground of Baltigo, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even though it was the air of an underground base, that sense of reality and openness could not be compared to being inside the space. Wow, it's Lord C. Transport. Lord C. Transport is so amazing. Big Sister Yamato was right. Lord C. Transport is super strong. The children's gazes instantly focused on Yati's massive figure, erupting into enthusiastic cheers. They gathered around like a flock of little sparrows, chirping away, their little faces full of pure adoration and excitement. Over the past few days, Yamato had become their storyteller of heroic tales. She recounted the stories of how Yati saw through the traps on Onigashima, how he sent Kaido flying with one hammer strike, and how he taught the bad guys a lesson with special fertilizer, telling them vividly. Of course, she omitted the overly foul details, focusing on the lesson of justice. In the children's innocent perspective, Yati was a great hero who punished evil and promoted good, possessing magical powers. Lord C. Transport, did you really use, that, to teach the bad guys a lesson? A little boy asked, gathering his courage, his eyes sparkling. Big Sister Yamato said you moved so much, higher than a mountain. A little girl gestured with her hands, her face full of wonder. So cool, I want to learn how to move. Another child stammered, but the adoration was written all over their face. Yadi looked down at the children surrounding the hem of his cloak, their eyes pure and filled with adoration. Especially upon hearing their praise for his poop-moving ability, the expression beneath his pigeon mask stiffened in a rare, subtle way. This reason for being worshipped seemed to exceed his expectations. Yadi's massive frame stood rooted to the spot, for a moment not knowing how to respond to this innocent enthusiasm. Yamato stood behind the children, a bright smile on her face, though she looked at Yadi with somewhat complex eyes. Here, under the sun, amidst the children's laughter, she felt a sense of relaxation and belonging she had never experienced on Onigashima. Those chains that bound her, whether physical or mental, seemed to have quietly loosened over these past few days. Yadi finally just gave an extremely slight nod, acknowledging the children's adoration. Yadi looked toward Barton and Lindbergh. List the equipment you need as soon as possible. I will be resting here for a few days. Just give it to me before I depart. After speaking, Yadi turned and walked into the depths of the mechanical warehouse, his massive figure appearing slightly hurried under the children's admiring gazes, as if burned by the halo of the poop-moving hero. Yadi stayed in Baltigo for several more days. During this time, Carl and Lena's space stronghold was almost flooded with order inquiries. A significant change was that many major clients in the New World, especially those who had previously doubted the sea transport capabilities or attempted to drive down prices, had their attitudes undergo a 180-degree shift. In their order confirmation letters, they even proactively proposed, "To show our sincerity, we are willing to pay a devil fruit that meets the requirements as a deposit in advance, and pay the balance after receiving the goods. The information fee and basic shipping fee have been prepaid, with an additional devil fruit included as a tribute to the strength of your Excellency Sea Transport. We hope you will prioritize our shipping route. Our cooperation is based on absolute trust. We are willing to use devil fruits as full prepayment and await your good news." After Morgan's report fermented, Yadi's shipping business was considered completely stabilized. White space on the ancient stone table. 9 stone chairs surrounded it, 6 of which remained shrouded in gray-white mist. 1 Peace World Yadi in deep-sea fish form, Naruto World Yadi, Pokemon Yadi in Eevee form, and Funeral Yadi in slime form. Their figures were clearly visible. In an instant, that phantom of the white dog clad in bone armor appeared again, eyes still tightly closed, silent and soundless. 1 Peace World Yadi's shrunken fish-like body appeared somewhat cramped on the stone chair, but he was full of energy. With a slight movement of his consciousness, he packaged his latest experiences into a memory file and updated it under the World One Piece subitem of the shared directory. Sea Transport Identity, Onigashima Art Deterrence, Revolutionary Army Cooperation, and especially the finally established channel for stably obtaining devil fruits. Almost instantly, the shared information stream touched the others. Naruto World Yadi. The orange cat's action of lazily licking its fur while lying on the armrest froze instantly. It sat up abruptly, its cat eyes wide, reading the memories updated by 1 Peace World Yadi. "No way, buddy. That fast. You've gone from a deep-sea salted fish directly to a devil fruit wholesaler." It rubbed its cat face hard with its paws, as if it couldn't believe it. Kaido's dragon face. "Hahaha, Morgan's did a great job. Wait, you use poop to fight? This can become an industry too. Dragon is buying from you? Meow, my goodness, this is even more abstract than our fights." The orange cat rolled around laughing on the chair, its tail flailing wildly. 1 Peace World Yadi also replied, "No choice, it's all for business. But I've become a world noble now. Don't even think about seeing me without a devil fruit." Eevee's long ears perked up instantly, turning like a radar toward 1 Peace World Yadi's direction. It quickly read the information. Its eyes were first filled with shock at the fertilization scene on Onigashima, but were soon attracted by the stable devil fruit channel and internal space ecology. "My God, Yadi, your internal space forms its own ecosystem, and you installed Enel as a generator. This is practically the prototype of a mobile primordial sea. Evie trotted excitedly around the stone table. Stable acquisition of devil fruits is too critical. It represents controllable energy intake. Wait. It suddenly stopped and looked at One Piece World Yati, its eyes becoming extremely eager. What about the materials for the adult section? What about the mermaid? Oh no, the deep-sea ecological diversity research materials. Evie's tail wagged like a propeller. One Piece World Yati also replied, I'll send you suitable research materials when I have them. But don't get your hopes up too high. I don't think I've been to the Mermaid Bay much. That's the true holy land for mermaids. Gulu, the slime's body fluctuated, digesting One Piece World Yati's massive information stream. Its translucent body seemed to freeze for a few seconds. You actually moved poop for the entire island for 2 days. Gulu Gulu. Its voice carried an indescribable sense of awe and a hint of longing. This artistic achievement is truly unprecedented in slime history. However, you are actually moving a large number of island fragments inside your body to serve as land. The slime squirmed, its tone becoming serious. It's a pity I don't have any ability to control things constantly, but... It paused, its body slightly contracting, appearing somewhat worried. The poop you threw out must have exposed the ecological samples of your internal world, and thus the whirlpool you are drawn into is getting deeper and deeper. World government, great pirates, revolutionary army, and possibly that Vegapunk. Your internal world has huge potential, but it might also become a target for everyone. Be sure to be careful. Also, that girl named Yamato, how do you plan to handle her? Keep her in the ecological zone as a children's leader long-term. It recovered a bit of laziness. Oh, right, it's great to see you can let the Revolutionary Army children out for some fresh air. My students on this side. Sai, the theory of lifespan is truly an eternal topic, watching them grow old little by little. Gulu. One Piece World Yati said, I've long been deep in the whirlpool. Now I have more orders than I can take, and clients are fighting to pay with devil fruits first. The deterrence effect is significant. Dragon also opened a special business order. One Piece World Yati also shared the deterrence price list for Dragon, especially the line. Holy Land Mary Geowise, starting at 150 pieces. Once this price list appeared, there was another silence in the space. Meow, 150 pieces. Attacking the Holy Land to fertilize? Brother, your business scope is too hardcore. Dragon really dares to think, and you really dare to accept it. The Naruto World Orange Cat said, covering its face with its cat paws. Pokemon Eevee was even more shocked. Eevee, this is practically a strategic-level filth deterrence. Does Dragon want to use this to threaten the world government at the negotiating table? Funeral slime, Gulu Gulu, art, is indeed priceless and crazy. However, this is very Yati. Listening to his companion's reactions, One Piece World Yati's fish face revealed a trace of helplessness and subtle pride. Just then, the phantom of the white dog clad in bone armor, which had been silent all along, seemed to tremble extremely slightly. The white dog phantom, like sand scattered by the wind, slowly merged into the gray mist again and disappeared. The space instantly fell silent. The atmosphere that had been lively just a moment ago was cast with a shadow by this sudden whisper and the disappearing phantom. Pokemon Eevee's long ears drooped. Eevee, every time he appears, it feels so oppressive. Naruto World Orange Cat also put away its joking expression. It's like we know what happened to him. It's almost becoming a horror movie. Funeral Slime's body rose and fell slightly. Gulu, perhaps when this brother completely awakens, he will likely understand something. Before that, everyone must also strive to become stronger. One Piece World Yati nodded, his figure the first to lie down on the stone chair, his consciousness returning to that deep ocean. Other Yatis also fell silent one after another, their consciousnesses returning. Only Naruto World Yati remained here, utilizing the time difference of the white space to practice subtle control of its body. Seeing that everyone possessed world-class individual combat power, the cat's eyes were full of envy. Naruto World Yati thought to itself. Soon, in a little while, Once the combat power puzzle is complete, a top-tier combat power of the ninja world will be born. Chapter 28 Shadow Clone Technique. Ninja World, Land of Fire, Senju Clan Territory. A spring afternoon. Warm, gentle sunlight filtered through the branches of the cherry blossom tree in the small courtyard, casting dappled light spots beside the blue stone-banked pond. The clear pond water reflected the tree shadows and also revealed a jade-white Katsuyu, about half a meter tall. She lay quietly by the pond, her smooth, moist body surface gleaming with a soft luster in the sunlight. And on her broad, flat head, a translucent orange cat Yati was curled up, his golden cat eyes half closed, as if enjoying this laziness. However, Yati's consciousness had just returned from the white space where many versions of himself gathered, and the turmoil in his heart was far from as calm as his appearance suggested. The near-legendary experiences of One Piece World Yati. Shipping devil fruit, shaking the four emperors, and the artistic Deterrence at Onigashima. They were like a giant boulder thrown into the lake of his heart, stirring up intense envy and unwillingness. His thoughts drifted involuntarily back to a more distant past, that starting point filled with unknown fear. A dozen years ago, in winter. Senju Clan Ancestral Hall. Cold hard. This was Yati's first sensation after his consciousness awakened. Subsequently, there was a sudden influx of blinding light, followed by a tidal wave of noisy, bewildered human voices. It moved, the stone cat in the ancestral hall moved. Good heavens, did the ancestors manifest? Quick, go and get the clan chief and the elders. Countless figures wearing dark green clan uniforms instantly crowded around, their eyes burning with a mix of awe, excitement, and disbelief. Gentle investigative chakra, sensory ninjutsu with strange fluctuations, and even slightly irritating secret technique scans. Various lights swept over Yati, this translucent orange cat, in turns. Yati curled up blankly on the cold stone platform, a weak yet tangible flow of chakra slowly generating and circulating within his body. Yati recognized the striking branch-like clan emblem on their uniforms and heard the words Senju and Land of Fire, finally confirming where he was. The final test results left all the Senju clansmen deeply puzzled. His body structure was peculiar. His initial chakra volume was negligible, yet he possessed a massive sensory range covering nearly half of the clan territory, far exceeding any known ninja beast. However, as a chakra-based creature, he could not find any energy channels similar to meridians within his body, nor could he refine or condense chakra to perform ninjutsu like human ninjas. The final conclusion was a strange cat with gifted sensory talent but lacking any offensive or defensive capabilities, and unable to even use chakra normally. Perhaps it was suitable as a sensory-type summoning beast. Since it is a sacred object left by the ancestors, it should be properly venerated. The then clan chief, Senju Batsuma, made the final decision. Thus, Yati was respectfully invited out of the ancestral hall and placed in a secluded small courtyard adjacent to it, where he was carefully looked after by the clansmen. From then on, he became a special existence in the Senju clan, a living antique that required daily offerings of chakra. In the small courtyard now. Lord Yati tilde Lady Katsuyu tilde I'm here. The crisp, cheerful voice, like a silver bell, broke the tranquility of the courtyard. The courtyard gate was pushed open, and Senju Toka, a young girl with lively twin buns, walked in lightly, holding several new scrolls in her arms, her youthful face wearing a bright smile. As one of the clansmen specifically tasked with taking care of Yati, Toka was thoughtful, and her gentle, pure chakra was most favored by Yati. Yati tilted his head slightly, his golden cat eyes looking at Toka. Toka first carefully placed the scrolls on the stone table in the courtyard, then walked quickly to the pond, skillfully formed hand seals with both hands, and a soft, vibrant light green glow appeared on her palms, which she gently pressed against Yati's back. The sunlight is so comfortable today. Lord Yati, how do you feel? Toka asked softly while channeling chakra. The Katsuyu beneath him also moved slightly, emitting a gentle and slow voice. Little Toka's chakra tilde is always so warm and pure tilde, like the tender shoots of early spring tilde. A warm energy full of life, essence flowed into Yadi's body like a trickling stream. Yadi's body was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing this energy, and the chakra core in his abdomen consequently became fuller and stronger. Toka concentrated on the channeling, and fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on her forehead. A moment later, the channeling was finished. Toka withdrew her hands, wiped her sweat, and pointed to the scrolls on the stone table. Lord Yadi, this is a batch of newly purchased ninjutsu scrolls from the clan, and the clan chief specifically ordered one copy to be sent to you. Thank you for your hard work, Toka, Yadi replied. Toka smiled sweetly. You're too polite, then I'll go do other things now. After saying this, she left the courtyard briskly. Yadi's gaze swept over the scrolls, and he thought to himself, the conventional ninjutsu system is ultimately a dead end for me, but I will accept this gesture. As for Toka's daily chakra offerings, they stemmed from Yadi's work to establish a foothold in the Senju clan. A business that concerned every aspect of the Senju clan. A dozen years ago, the sense of panic upon first arriving in the Naruto world was still fresh in his memory. This was a world of the survival of the fittest, where power was paramount. The earth-shattering chakra aftermath, when the top experts of the Senju and Uchiha clashed, could make Yadi feel a tremor from the depths of his soul, even from half a clan territory away. This stability of freeloading was like building on quicksand. As time passed, the total amount of chakra in his body was quietly increasing, and the hidden worry of being a target due to his value grew heavier by the day. The dark future of being put under a seal and becoming someone else's chakra battery made him shudder just thinking about it. Sitting and waiting for death, absolutely impossible. He had to demonstrate his value. He had to find a way to become stronger or protect himself. Yadi began to actively audit classes, listening to the elders' explanations of ninjutsu theory and pestering them to borrow basic ninjutsu scrolls. However, the results were despairing. Because he had no meridians, the human ninja's set of exquisite chakra flow paths, nature transformation techniques, and hand-seal guidance methods were like an indecipherable book to Yadi's strange body. Yadi had the ability to output chakra and a terrifying recovery speed, but he couldn't even squeeze out the most basic three-body technique, only being able to perform some signless ninjutsu. The turning point came from a subtle observation. Yadi discovered that when ninjas released powerful ninjutsu, they needed to instantly refine a large amount of chakra. This process itself consumed mental energy, and recovery after chakra consumption was extremely slow. But Yadi's chakra recovery was almost unaffected by the output. As long as the core was not exhausted, the body's chakra was replenished almost at the same time as it was consumed. More importantly, Yadi did not need the process of refining at all. Wherever his mind went, chakra would naturally gather at his claws or the position locked by his consciousness. Yadi's gaze turned to the ancient scroll enshrined in the ancestral hall, the summoning contract scroll of Shikatsu Forest. Yadi even managed to hook up with a small Katsuyu clone for this. Katsuyu, Yadi communicated earnestly with his mind. I'm here, little Yadi. The small Katsuyu slowly raised her head, her two tiny tentacles swaying gently, her voice as soft and slow as always. Is there something troubling you? Yes, I want to make a deal. Yadi organized his language. I can provide a continuous and stable massive chakra output. In exchange, can you split and maintain an extremely massive, yet individually tiny clone network that covers the entire Senju clan territory? These tiny clones will serve as nodes for information, and the transmission and relay of information between them will be completed by your consciousness network. Katsuyu was silent for a moment, as if trying to understand this massive concept, her jade-white body rising and falling slightly. A tiny clone network covering the entire clan territory. Information transmission. This requires very fine control and massive chakra support. But her voice carried a hint of curiosity and a gentle smile. It sounds very interesting and useful. If it's you, little Yadi, providing the chakra, I agree, let's give it a try, A few days later, in the clan training ground. Yadi stood in the center of a meticulously drawn summoning array, outputting massive chakra with all his might. The Senju clansman, acting as the medium, supported by Yadi's massive amount of chakra, solemnly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Poof! A huge cloud of white smoke shot into the sky. When the smoke cleared, a giant Katsuyu Sage Mode clone, comparable in size to a small mountain, suddenly appeared on the training ground. The gentle yet majestic Sage Mode chakra aura it emitted instantly made all the onlookers hold their breath. It's starting, little Yadi Tilda. The Katsuyu Sage Mode clone's consciousness was grand and gentle. Immediately following this, under Yadi's precise mental guidance and the active, full-effort cooperation of the Katsuyu Sage Mode clone, a shocking scene occurred. That huge Katsuyu body surged as if boiling, and then, like cell division, it split into countless white Katsuyu the size of a fingernail or even smaller. They, like a surging torrent of white information, quickly crawled outside the training ground, along the walls, eaves, tree roots, and even the hems of the clan members' clothes, silently attaching and dispersing, covering the entire clan grounds within sight in the blink of an eye. The communication network is complete. Yadi's consciousness, through Katsuyu's body, clearly transmitted to the shocked clan chief Senju Butsuma and the various elders. It covers the whole clan, transmits information instantly, shares basic perception, and warns of anomalies. Yadi paused at the right moment, his cat face revealing just the right amount of exhaustion and inability to do more. It's just that maintaining such a precise and massive network's operation consumes more chakra than expected. Senju Butsuma's eyes flashed with intensity. As the clan chief, he instantly understood the immense strategic value of this network in war, intelligence, and daily management. Ha 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 ha, his heroic laughter echoed through the training ground. Lord Yadi, you have truly made a tremendous contribution to our clan. As for a little chakra, we will take turns replenishing it. Issue the order. Starting today, the Jonin remaining in the clan will take turns providing an appropriate amount of chakra to Lord Yadi daily, ensuring the network runs without worry. Do the elders have any objections? Facing this tangible and huge contribution, the elders naturally all agreed. Thus, Yadi's chakra-paid network officially opened for business. The chakra delivered daily by the Senju clan members was both the operating cost of this network and Yadi's salary. At the same time, all kinds of ninjutsu scrolls were continuously sent into the clan, hoping that this cat ancestor could develop more magical functions based on the communication network. Yadi lay on the warm top of Katsuyu, relying on the chakra absorbed day by day, and finally reached the threshold of awakening the white space. Peaceful days continued like this for more than 10 years, until the history of one Peace World Yadi's rise to fortune in less than a year exploded in his mind like thunder. Devil Fruit paid shipping. Hard-hitting Kaido. Onigashima artistic fertilization. Revolutionary army deterrence orders. And that vibrant inner world, the subdued rumble fruit user, and even the captured ghost princess living a comfortable life. More than 10 years, I feel like I've lived inside a Katsuyu, Yadi thought to himself. The huge sense of disparity gnawed at the orange cat's heart like a poisonous snake. Yadi also craved power, craved to see the scenery outside the ninja world, and craved to subdue something. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. The ninja world was full of crises, and Yadi's trump card was only to fly by borrowing air currents and perform precision strikes, by releasing tailed beast bombs and supersized tailed beast bombs from high altitude. Retreat, no, that word didn't exist in Yadi's dictionary. Yadi's perception talent could not only cover a super large range, but also precisely capture the flow trajectory of chakra in the meridians when every ninja within the perception range released ninjutsu. During this period, Yadi had been conducting a crazy and secret experiment, trying to imitate and build similar chakra channels or nodes inside his own body. Today, he felt he had accumulated enough. Yadi stood up from the top of Katsuyu, determination burning in his golden cat eyes like never before. It has been a long time since the communication network was established. If one day the communication network is replaced by something else, is there anything you want to do, Katsuyu? Yadi asked in turn. Katsuyu shook her head and said, "There is nothing I want to do, but I still want to go see other places." "Good, we'll go together then. Now I'm going to release my first ninjutsu, Katsuyu." The Katsuyu underneath seemed to feel Yadi's solemnity. Her pearly white body tensed slightly, her tentacles turned toward him, and her voice was still soft but filled with concern. "Yadi Tilda, are you sure? The chakra flow inside your body these past few days has been very chaotic, Tilda, be careful, Tilda." Watch me, shadow clone technique." Yadi roared silently, concentrating all his spirit. The chakra in a specific area of Yadi's body began to surge crazily, forcibly operating according to the trajectory he had peaked at and exhaustively simulated countless times, the one closest to the shadow clone technique. That feeling was like brute forcing a canal in a place without a riverbed. A strange, muffled sound accompanied a small puff of thin white smoke. Something appeared on the ground in front of Yadi. It could barely be considered a human shape, but it only had a thin, semi-transparent layer of skin, like a skin bag drained of all its stuffing, lying limply on the ground, its facial features blurred, its limbs spread out powerlessly, unable to even maintain a basic three-dimensional form, as if it were a puddle of melted orange jelly. No life, only a strange, uncomfortable sense of softness. The small courtyard was deathly silent. Even the sound of falling cherry blossoms seemed exceptionally harsh. Katsuyu's tentacles carefully touched the skin bag. She seemed to want to comfort Yadi, her voice carrying a hint of hesitation and an effort to maintain gentleness. "Yadi Tilda it. It's okay, Tilda, to be able to shape the outline on the first try is already amazing, Tilda. Look, this layer of skin is very resilient, Tilda." Katsuyu's comfort seemed somewhat pale and powerless. Yadi stared fixedly at his masterpiece, his cat face expressionless, only his golden pupils contracting violently. Give up, that word didn't exist in Yadi's dictionary either. Form, structure, support, it needs internal support. "Katsuyu, I know what the problem is. Help me get some chakra metal." "Okay," Katsuyu responded without hesitation. Yadi swallowed some chakra metal into his stomach and reorganized the part that released ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique modified. Puffed. Another muffled sound. The thing that appeared on the ground was an improvement over before. It had a basic human skeleton outline. The chakra metal formed a slightly strange spine, limb bones, and skull frame. However, outside this metal skeleton, it was still covered only by that thin, semi-transparent layer of skin. The space between the skin and bone was empty, without any connection of muscles, blood vessels, and nerves. The whole creation looked like a metal skeleton specimen crudely covered in skin, lying stiffly on the ground, more bizarre and exotic than the puddle of soft mud from before. "Now, Katsuyu, use your body to control the joints." "Coming." Katsuyu reacted extremely quickly, her body squirming rapidly, splitting into several fingernail-sized microclones, precisely ejecting to the key joints of the skeleton's skin bag on the ground. Neck, shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, ankles. Yadi immediately sent a stream of pure chakra to these microcatsis at the joints through the stable connection established between him and Katsuyu. Received tilde. The microcatsis at the joints sent a subtle thought. Immediately after, under Yadi's concentrated control, the catsis at those joints began to squirm, contract, and relax. They were like microbiological hydraulic pumps, pulling the chakra metal skeleton to start moving. Creak, creak. The teeth-gritting sound of metal friction and soft tissue squirming rang out. The eerie skeleton skin bag on the ground, under the traction of the Katsuyu clones, twisted and squirmed violently at the joints. Then, with a sudden twitch, like a marionette, it stood up shakily in an extremely uncoordinated, almost spasming way. Under Yadi's control, it took a small step forward, extremely stiffly and wobbling with every step. It moved. Katsuyu's voice was full of surprise and a hint of joy. Success, a huge ecstasy erupted in Yadi's consciousness. My path is clear. I finally released a ninjutsu. Although this shadow clone technique was so uncouth and bizarre, Yadi looked at the creation in front of him. The empty skin bag wrapped around the metal skeleton, with several white microcatius moving and squirming under the skin at the joints, providing power. The position that should have been the head now only had a bare metal skull frame, appearing exceptionally hollow. Yadi's voice said with excited trembling, "Katsuyu, split another one onto the neck. From now on, you will be the loudspeaker for my clone. Let's have this clone help us explore other places first." A slightly larger Katsuyu clone squirmed and climbed onto the metal skull, lying steadily on the position where the face should have been, two small tentacles swaying slightly, as if it had become the face and vocal organ of this strange clone. Yadi stared at his first ninjutsu. A comprehensive ninjutsu that fused chakra simulation, shadow clone technique, shuriken shadow clone technique, puppet technique, summoning technique, and the biology of Katsuyu. It was ugly, eerie, and full of a stitched monster-like exoticism, and the squirming of the Catsius at the joints when it walked was even more hair-raising. But every step it took was truly on the path of ninjutsu that Yadi had pioneered for himself. Chapter 29 Preparation. Land of Fire, Uchiha Clan Territory. A chilling wind stirred up withered leaves, swirling along the streets paved with bluestone slabs. The Uchiha Clan Territory had always seemed colder and sterner than other places. The dark-colored buildings had sharp angles, and the air was filled with an oppressive tension, like a taut bowstring. In the deepest part of the clan territory, inside a heavily guarded room of the residence, the light was dim, with only a few oil lamps flickering with weak light. Uchiha Madara sat alone on the cold tatami, his back straight as a proud pine. Uchiha Madara wore dark blue layered armor, and his long black hair had lost its usual unbridled luster, hanging down in a slightly messy state. His hands, with prominent knuckles, were tightly gripping the fabric on his knees, his knuckles turning white from the force. Those Mangekyo Sharingan that once struck fear into the hearts of enemies were now covered in an inescapable gloom. His vision was blurry and distorted, as if seen through a thick, cracked piece of frosted glass. The once sharp and infinitely powerful Mangekyo Sharingan could now barely see the flame of the oil lamp nearby, which appeared only as a blurry, swaying halo. Hashirama. A low growl, suppressed to the extreme, escaped Madara's throat, filled with deep-seated hatred and a hint of imperceptible despair. Every earth-shaking duel with Senju Hashirama burned his pupil power and his life. To defeat that mountain-like man, to wash away the humiliation the Senju clan had inflicted upon the Uchiha, Madara had overdrawn too much. The sight and sound of Uchiha Izuna, the unwilling and painful look in his younger brother's eyes before he died, pierced his heart day and night like the sharpest kunai. "Big brother, my eyes, take them." Izuna's weak, yet incredibly firm words exploded in Madara's dead-silent mind once again. Madara slammed his eyes shut, his body trembling slightly from immense grief and rage. Transplanting his brother's eyes. This thought had once made him feel a kind of blasphemous pain. Izuna was his last relative, everything he wanted to protect. Using his brother's eyes to see this world, this was simply another form of defiling Izuna's sacrifice. However, the blurry vision before him, the approaching war, and Izuna's hatred that could not rest in peace, all these things were like a cold tide, slowly drowning the resistance in his heart. Power. I need power. I need power sufficient to crush Senju Hashirama, to trample the Senju clan, to let Izuna rest in peace. A voice roared madly in the depths of Uchiha Madara's soul. If Izuna's eyes could bring this power, if this was his brother's final gift. Madara slowly raised his head. Although everything was blurry, he looked toward the direction of the secret chamber, where a jade box protected by layers of seals lay deep within. There, Izuna's eyes, which had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, lay quietly. Izuna. Madara's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing together. I need power. A few days later, inside the medical secret chamber at the core of the Uchiha clan territory, the strong smell of herbs, and a faint scent of blood permeated the air. Standing next to the central stone platform was the Uchiha clan's top medical ninja, Uchiha Tsuihin. His frog-like face was covered in beads of sweat, his hands steady as a rock, performing the final delicate finishing work. Several esteemed elders of the Uchiha clan stood solemnly in the corner, their expressions heavy, their eyes a mix of worry, anticipation, and a hint of imperceptible fear. Uchiha Madara lay quietly on the cold stone platform, his eyes covered with thick bandages soaked in a special medicinal liquid. The pain of the surgery was insignificant to Madara. What truly stirred his heart and mind was that after the transplant was completed, those two pupil powers stemming from the same bloodline were colliding and tearing at each other within his empty eye sockets. Then, in a way beyond imagination, beginning to fuse. It was not a simple overlay, but a deeper, more essential resonance and evolution. The intense swelling pain was like countless needles stirring in his skull, far exceeding the pain of overusing the Mangekyo. Madara gritted his teeth, not making a sound. Only the blood seeping slightly from under the bandages signaled the inhuman torture he was enduring. The Uchiha elders exchanged glances. Uchiha Tsuihin held his breath even more. Being closest to the clan chief, he could better perceive the incredible qualitative change occurring with those two violent pupil powers in the clan chief's eye sockets. The chakra fluctuations, radiating outward, made the entire secret chamber tremble slightly. I don't know how much time passed, but Uchiha Madara felt the intense fusion sensation gradually subside, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and sense of control. Madara slowly and tentatively moved his eyelids. Uchiha Tsuihin noticed the violent fluctuations gradually calming down, so he took a deep breath and carefully unwound the bandages on Madara's eyes layer by layer. Light, long lost, incredibly clear, and even possessing a strange texture, instantly surged into Madara's eyes through his eyelids. Madara opened his eyes abruptly. An invisible, far more powerful, deeper, and colder pupil power instantly spread out. The flames of the oil lamps in the secret chamber swayed violently, and dust fell from the walls. The few elders and Uchiha Tsuihin were like they had been struck hard, subconsciously taking a step back, their faces filled with horror. Madara's vision had never been so clear. The texture of the walls, the dancing core of the oil lamp flames, the fine wrinkles on the elders' faces. Everything was visible in minute detail. Not only that, the world Uchiha Madara saw seemed to have been given a new layer. The flow of chakra was no longer a blurry halo, but clear, tangible energy meridians. Uchiha Madara could even faintly see the weak ripples of natural energy in the air. Even more heart-stopping was the brand new pattern in Madara's eyes. The scarlet background remained, but the originally complex Mangekyo pattern had disappeared, replaced by a pattern that was simpler yet contained infinite, mysterious power. Like a spinning sharp shuriken, yet also like the pupil of an ancient deity, the center was as deep as a black hole, while the edges emitted a cold, eternal luster. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara slowly sat up, not looking at anyone. He just raised his own hand, placed it before his eyes, and clearly looked at the lines on his palm. That long-lost, all-encompassing sense of control washed away the gloom accumulated from his blindness like a surging tide. Power. What Izuna gave him was the power to overturn everything. Hashirama. The corners of Madara's mouth slowly curled into a cold arc to the extreme. There was no warmth in that smile, only endless killing intent and the pleasure of revenge. Do you see? Izuna is watching me, waiting for me to use your blood to sacrifice to his departed soul. Madara clenched his fist, feeling the seemingly endless pupil power and the massive chakra surging within his body. This time I will not lose again. That treacherous thing, Tabarama, must die. Battle readiness. When Uchiha Madara walked out of the secret chamber and stood before his clansmen again, the entire Uchiha clan territory boiled over. No, it froze. The clan chief's cold, powerful gaze, which seemed to pierce through the soul, swept over, and all the clansmen couldn't help but lower their heads, their hearts filled with unprecedented awe and fanaticism. The power in those eyes surpassed all their understanding of the Sharingan. "Clan Chief, your eyes." A young Uchiha elite's voice trembled with excitement. Uchiha Madara did not answer, but spoke coldly, his voice not loud, but clearly spreading across the entire training ground. "Assemble, prepare for battle. The target, end the Senju clan and avenge Izuna." Uchiha Madara's command was like a raging fire, instantly igniting the entire Uchiha. On the training ground, the atmosphere reached an unprecedented level of heat. The Uchiha elites who activated their Sharingan had their scarlet eyes spinning at high speed, capturing every minute flaw of their opponents. Fire-style ninjutsu was no longer a simple release, but a pursuit of extreme compression, speed, and explosion range. Hot fire tornadoes rose one after another, baking the ground of the training ground until it was scorched and cracked. Majestic Destroyer Flame. Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Dragon Flame Song Technique. Roars and explosions were endless. The practice of Shuriken Jutsu was even more like a gale and rainstorm. Countless shuriken and kunai tempered with chakra drew sharp whistles in the air, precisely colliding, bouncing off, and colliding again, sparks flying everywhere. The training wooden stakes had long been shot into sieves and replaced countless times. Faster, faster, clan chief's eyes have recovered. They are even stronger. This is our Uchiha's chance to wash away the humiliation. A cold-faced, middle-aged Uchiha shouted sternly, his three-tamo Sharingan spinning wildly, his katana dancing with sharp blade light. "Tabarama, that bastard who used a conspiracy to kill Lord Izuna. This time, we must kill him." Another Uchiha clansman's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. He was practicing a new, strange technique that fused genjutsu into the body flicker technique, his figure flickering on the training ground. Within the clan territory, the furnace fires of the blacksmith shop never went out day or night, and the clanging sounds of forging and repairing ninja tools never ceased. Logistics ninjas were busy preparing military rations, explosive tags, and medical supplies. The air was filled with the sound of whetstones, the sizzling of quenching, and a scent mixed with rust, gunpowder, and the will to die. Every Uchiha's face was written with murderous intent and the conviction of victory. They firmly believed that their clan chief, Uchiha Madara, who had obtained new power, would surely lead them to trample the Senju, to settle the blood debt for the fallen clansmen and for Lord Izuna. Madara stood on the highest watchtower of the clan territory, his scarlet, cold eternal Mangekyo Sharingan overlooking the scene of intense war preparations below. The wind stirred his long black hair and deep blue robes. Uchiha Madara stroked the cold railing, feeling the surging power connected to Izuna's bloodline within his body, the cold arc at the corner of his mouth deepening. "Wait for me, Hashirama, Tabarama." Madara's whisper dissipated in the wind, drifting into the distance with a harbinger of destruction. "The final battle is right before us." Land of Fire, Senju clan territory. Time flowed like a babbling brook, passing silently in the courtyard. Yadi had been busy with experiments regarding the shadow clone technique these past few days, and the members of the Senju clan had also heard rumors. Yadi was coiled on top of the jade-white Katsuyu, his golden cat eyes closed, fully immersed in the chakra experiments within his body. Poof! With a soft sound, accompanied by a faint chakra turbulence, a shadow clone suddenly twisted, dissipated, and turned into a wisp of white smoke. The varying-sized Katsuyu on the shadow clone also fell down. Before the clone dissipated, several disordered, flashing light trajectories were vaguely visible on its abdomen. That was the chakra meridian circuit of the fire style. Great fireball technique that Yadi was trying to simulate and build within its body. Meow failed again. Yadi whispered in his consciousness, with a hint of irritability. Fire style, great fireball technique was the first ninjutsu Yadi chose to load onto the carrier. After loading, the shadow clone could release it successfully, but the power was a bit small. But after loading another advanced ninjutsu, fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire technique, the two ninjutsu could not be released by the shadow clone. Yadi didn't understand, but he was shocked. Can a carrier only load one ninjutsu besides the shadow clone technique? Or is there something wrong with my shadow clones that I haven't noticed? Yadi sighed. The shadow clone technique released by the carrier was actually quite fragile. If not careful, the chakra within it would go out of control, causing the clone to dissipate at best, or releasing the ninjutsu directly within the body according to the chakra circuit, triggering a small-scale explosion at worst. Little Yadi Tilda, don't be too anxious Tilda. The Katsuyu beneath him made a soft, slow sound. The flow of chakra is like a stream in the forest. It needs a natural riverbed Tilda. Forcing it open will only cause a flood Tilda. It moved its soft body, adjusting its position to make Yadi sit more comfortably. Natural riverbed, Yadi was thoughtful. Yadi suddenly remembered some knowledge about energy shaping and magic rune solidification that Funeral Yadi had shared in the white space. Those techniques seemed to focus more on the direct guidance of mental energy and the stability of external media, rather than relying on inherent energy channels within the body. Just then, steady footsteps approached from far to near. Senju Tabarama, with silver hair and red eyes, wearing deep blue clan pattern battle armor and loosely draped with his iconic white fur-collared short robe, walked into the small courtyard expressionlessly. Tabarama's sharp gaze swept over the scorch marks on the stone table and then landed on Yadi. Are you messing with your clone meridians again? Tabarama's voice was cold and direct, with no emotion audible. Low efficiency, high risk. With this energy, you might as well maintain a few more Katsuyu nodes to ensure no blind spots in battlefield perception. Senju Tabarama walked to the stone table, picked up a scroll recording the failure, and flipped through it quickly, his brows slightly furrowed. Yadi opened his cat eyes, his golden vertical pupils looking at Tabarama, thinking to himself, Tabarama, just in time, there happens to be a ninjutsu for controlling shadow clone actions that needs you to develop. So Yadi's voice was transmitted directly into the other's mind. Low efficiency is because there is no suitable chakra transmission method. Tabarama, help me develop a ninjutsu that can remotely control chakra. Yadi controlled another shadow clone to walk to the stone table, manipulating it to make a clumsy hand-raising gesture, as if inviting Tabarama. Chapter 30, The War Begins. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled into the small courtyard beside the Senju clan shrine. Cherry blossom petals drifted with the wind, and the pond shimmered with ripples. Yadi lay lazily atop the giant Katsuyu's head, its tail swaying leisurely. What do you want this kind of ninjutsu for? Tabarama asked, frowning as he looked at the hand extended by the crudely made shadow clone technique. Oh my, what bad intentions could a little kitty possibly have? I just felt that a talented ninja like Lord Tabarama would surely understand the distress of myself and little Katsuyu. Little Katsuyu, Tabarama glanced at the massive summon, his mouth twitching. Yes, Yadi patted Katsuyu's head with its paw. We have always had a dream, to go out and see the scenery of the ninja world. Unfortunately, it is too dangerous outside, and I cannot leave the shrine so casually. Yadi sighed, its ears drooping. Although I am already able to create shadow clone technique, they are like puppets. They need me to control them personally to move, and they cannot act freely at all. Therefore, I would like to ask the brilliant Lord Tabarama to help me develop a ninjutsu that can control shadow clone technique from a long distance. That way, I can let a clone go out and play for me. Tabarama narrowed his eyes as countless images flashed through his mind. His older brother Hashirama being tricked into wearing women's clothing by this orange cat when they were children, the recorded dark history, and the way it was always smiling while scamming people. Tabarama's fist clenched slightly. HMPH, why should I help you? Tabarama snorted coldly. Yadi tilted its head, feigning sadness. Sigh, that is true. After all, I am just a poor kitty who has silently guarded the Senju clan shrine for over a decade, diligently sensing enemy movements every day, ensuring that the Uchiha clan's sneak attacks have never succeeded once. Tabarama's brow twitched. It was true. In recent years, almost all of the Uchiha clan's actions had been detected in advance by Yadi, and the Senju clan had avoided many losses because of this. Seeing Tabarama's expression soften, Yadi's eyes brightened, and it lowered its voice. By the way, there has been some movement from the Uchiha clan lately. Tabarama's gaze sharpened. What kind of movement? Yadi smiled mysteriously. Their elite ninjas are training in secret. The scene, Tusk, is quite spectacular. Where else could you see so many Uchiha experts demonstrating their unique skills, if not on the battlefield? Tabarama remained silent for a moment, feeling astonished. Yadi's sensory range could actually extend to the Uchiha clan if he could use this to obtain intelligence on the Uchiha. I want to see the video first. Tabarama finally spoke. A trace of helplessness appeared on Yadi's cat face as a faint light shimmered on the surface of its body. It began to use the projection technique learned from Funeral Yadi. Immediately after, a clear dynamic image appeared on its fur like a projection. It was the training ground deep within the Uchiha clan territory. In the image, several Uchiha elites with their Sharingan activated were engaged in fierce sparring. Their scarlet eyes spun rapidly, capturing every subtle flaw in their opponent's movements. Fire-style ninjutsu collided and canceled each other out with precision, while shuriken carved tricky arcs through the air, colliding with one another. More importantly, one of the Uchiha elites seemed to be attempting a new application of ninjutsu. Recent training records of Uchiha elites, including suspected new ninjutsu applications. Yadi's words were tempting. Continuous updates, exclusive perspective. Tabarama's red pupils constricted sharply. As the strategist of the Senju clan and an old rival of the Uchiha, nothing was more valuable than real-time intelligence on the enemy's training, especially the strongest combatants below Uchiha Madara. These images would allow Tabarama to analyze the Uchiha's tactical tendencies, individual strength, and even potential hidden trump cards. I didn't expect that besides recording childhood embarrassments, you would have this use. Deal. Tabarama barely hesitated. Deep within his eyes, the flames of research seemed to ignite. I will begin to conceive the framework for the long-distance chakra control technique you want. I need you to provide all video intelligence on the abilities of Uchiha Madara and his core subordinates. Tabarama looked at Yadi as if he were looking at a walking treasure trove of intelligence. Stay in touch. Having said that, Tabarama turned and strode away. Yadi, meanwhile, lay back down on Katsuyu's head with a smile, its tail swaying happily. Little Katsuyu, we will be able to go out and play very soon. Yadi whispered to Katsuyu, a glint of cunning flashing in its golden cat eyes. Yadi Tilda, you are so amazing. Tilda, you made Tabarama do work for you again, Tilda, Katsuyu said slowly. Yadi closed its eyes again, putting its attention back on the shadow clone technique. What Tabarama said makes sense. Forcibly loading ninjutsu will only increase the risk. I still need to learn more about human anatomy and the principles of ninjutsu. Before that, I will just load one ninjutsu per vessel. I can just simulate several more vessels. Sai, the road to becoming stronger is long and arduous. Yadi opened its eyes and looked at the increasingly lush cherry blossom tree in the corner of the courtyard. A plump green caterpillar was squirming, working hard to spin silk and form a cocoon between the branches. Ah, Tilda, look, Yadi. Katsuyu suddenly became excited, its soft body leaning forward slightly. It is the dancer of the forest, Tilda. It is weaving a cradle towards a new life, Tilda, breaking out of the cocoon to become a butterfly. What a wonderful sublimation of life, Tilda. Katsuyu's voice was filled with pure admiration and longing, as if it were the most magnificent sight in the world. Yadi glanced at it helplessly and complained via telepathy, Lord Katsuyu, you are an outstanding representative of mollusks yourself. You do not undergo complete metamorphosis, you have no pupal stage, and you certainly won't break out of a cocoon to become a butterfly. But Tilda, watching them work hard and feeling the miracle of life form transformation is a pleasure in itself. Tilda Katsuyu did not care at all and continued to look obsessively at the caterpillar, slowly forming its cocoon. Just like how you, Yadi, are working hard to find a path to release power in a body without meridians. These are all beautiful postures of life, pursuing a breakthrough, Tilda. I will not give up on seeking my own ninjutsu path. Katsuyu, help me bring over all the chakra metal. Okay, Tilda. Those chakra metals were all picked up by Yati on the battlefield. After swallowing all the chakra metal, Yati suddenly felt a strange fluctuation strike from the Uchiha clan territory, so it paused its research and began to sense in the direction where the fluctuation erupted. In its perception, Uchiha Madara had actually swapped in his brother's eyes, achieving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and a terrifying chakra soared into the sky from the Uchiha clan territory. Is Uchiha Madara declaring war? The war is about to begin again. This should be the last battle between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Yati pondered. That soaring chakra could not only be felt by Yati, but also made the strong members of the Senju clan feel a palpitation. Madara's aura has become even more dangerous. Hashirama's father, Senju Butsuma, one of the current elders, stood on the watchtower of the clan territory, his aged face as solemn as iron. Senju Butsuma was clad in dark green clan patterned armor with chainmail underneath, his white hair trembling slightly in the wind. Izuna's death has completely ignited the fire of hatred in his heart. This time, I fear he intends to fight to the death. In the center of the Senju clan territory, the atmosphere was even more solemn. The core members of the Senju clan gathered in a spacious operational conference room. The air was filled with the mixed scent of trees, soil, and nervous sweat. Senju Hashirama stood at the head of the table, no longer his usual cheerful self. He wore dark red layered armor with a black bodysuit underneath, his arms wrapped in bandages, and his black hair tied back, revealing a sharp, angular face. At this moment, Senju Hashirama's brows were tightly locked, his eyes as sharp as knives, and his entire body exuded a pressure as heavy and still as a mountain. His younger brother, Senju Tabarama, stood behind him to the side, with silver hair and red eyes, wearing dark blue clan patterned armor covered by a short robe with a white fur collar, his face stern, his eyes scanning the map sharply. Just then, the heavy wooden door of the conference room was silently pushed open a crack. A semi-transparent orange cat, Yati, perched atop a glistening, jade-white Katsuyu, slowly slid in. Does Lord Yati also intend to join the battle? Hashirama was somewhat surprised, but his tone was gentle. Yes, I will provide support from the air. Yati responded, then jumped onto the conference table. Under the confused gazes of everyone, the surface of Yati's semi-transparent body began to ripple like water. Immediately after, a clear image appeared on its orange fur like a projection. The projection was none other than the scene of the core area of the Uchiha clan territory. In the image, Uchiha Madara stood proudly in the center of the training ground. He wore dark blue layered armor, with the Uchiha's iconic flame-patterned fan on his back, and his long, jet-black hair hung down in a wild, unrestrained manner. Most shocking of all were his eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan that had once gone blind had now actually recovered. On the scarlet background, the strange patterns rotated slowly, emitting a pupil power that was more powerful, deeper, and colder than ever before. Uchiha Madara was merely standing there, yet the chakra swirling around him distorted the air, and the ground beneath his feet cracked silently. Hiss, a collective intake of breath echoed in the conference room. Several elders turned pale. As expected, Madara's eyes have not only recovered, but they have also become stronger. Tabarama's voice was cold, his red eyes flickering with vigilance and killing intent. Hashirama gazed at Madara as shown on Yati's fur, his eyes complex, filled with battle intent and a trace of imperceptible heartache. Yes, I can feel it. That chakra is filled with determination. Yati retracted the image and said to Hashirama, during the decisive battle, I will sense the entire field through the Katsuyu network. For any node unfavorable to the Senju, I will attempt to provide support using Tailed Beast Bomb. Then it said to Tabarama, for places where I cannot provide support, I will send the location to Tabarama. And Tabarama must immediately support using Flying Thunder God technique. Very well, Lord Yati, I am counting on you. Hashirama nodded solemnly, then turned to Tabarama and said, Tabarama, mobile support is left to you. Understood, brother, Tabarama nodded. The meeting ended quickly after everyone's discussion. The Senju clan's strategy was exceptionally simple. Hashirama was responsible for facing Madara head-on. This was a fated battle of king against king, and others could not intervene. All other Senju ninjas would be led by Tabarama and Butsuma, forming a defensive formation. The primary task was to coordinate with Yadi's sensory capabilities to guard against other Uchiha elites, especially sneak attacks from clansmen who might have obtained the Mangekyo, and to be ready at any time to rescue Hashirama at all costs should an accident occur. This was almost a gamble that placed the fate of the entire clan on Hashirama alone. Yadi rode Katsuyu back to the cherry blossom tree in its small courtyard, where cherry blossoms drifted. Yadi closed its cat eyes, its consciousness sinking into the vast ocean of chakra within its body, looking at the shadow clone technique vessel hovering nearby. During this time, Yadi's main research subject was the vessel for the shadow clone technique. Not only could it load one ninjutsu, but through constant tempering of precise chakra control, it could now achieve lifelike results, with movements that were smooth and natural, and it could even simulate simple expressions, just like a real shadow clone technique. Poof, a shadow clone technique with a face very similar to Uchiha Madara appeared. Below, Katsuyu skillfully split into countless slugs of various sizes, entering the nodes of the shadow clone technique to control it. Uchiha Madara was someone Yadi had often peeped at recently. Yadi's perception carried emotions, and these emotions could be felt by strong individuals. Peeping at the Senju clan would result in being tracked down and killed offline, but peeping at the Uchiha clan did not have this problem. Ever since the Uchiha clan began targeting Yadi, this battlefield radar, Yadi had been responding to the Uchiha clan's experts in this way. This ultimately led the Uchiha clan to introduce a ninja squad specifically targeting Yadi, the anti-cat ninja squad. Hee, this time I won't be hiding from you. I will prepare a big gift for you. Yadi began to construct vessels for different ninjutsu, already looking forward to this war in its heart. Time passed in a tense atmosphere, and the day of the decisive battle finally arrived. The warriors of the Senju clan gathered in front of the gate of their clan territory. Everyone was armored and armed, their expressions solemn, their eyes filled with both infinite trust in their clan chief and a trace of gravity toward the unknown powerful enemy. Senju Hashirama stood at the very front, his red armor gleaming coldly in the morning sun, his back as towering as a mountain. Tabarama followed closely behind, his silver hair like frost, his eyes scanning the team sharply. Depart, Senju Hashirama gave the order, his voice steady and powerful, spreading throughout the entire team. The Senju army, like a silent torrent, set off for the plains of the Valley of the End. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan was also arrayed on the other end of the plain. Uniform dark blue clan attire and the Fan family crest, the atmosphere of killing was even more intense. Uchiha Madara stood at the front of the formation, his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan slowly scanning the opposite side, his gaze finally locking firmly onto Senju Hashirama. That gaze was cold and piercing, containing monstrous hatred and the determination to destroy everything. The Uchiha ninjas behind him had flames of revenge burning in their eyes, as well as fanatical confidence in their clan chief's power. In the hearts of the ordinary clansmen on both sides, the same thought echoed. The clan chief will definitely win. Those S-rank forbidden jutsu that require the price of one's life to barely cast are as natural as breathing in the hands of the clan chief. Senju Hashirama/Uchiha Madara is in existence like a god. In the center of the plain, the two heroes stood in confrontation. The strong wind tore at their battle robes and long hair. The war was on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 31 Battle, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's voice was cold and hoarse, breaking the dead silence. Enough talk. Today, we shall determine the victor and decide who lives and who dies. Izuna's blood debt must be repaid with your life. Senju Hashirama looked at the undisguised hatred and desire for destruction in Madara's eyes, his heart filled with heaviness and sorrow. Madara, hatred only brings new hatred. Stop this. Our two clans still have the possibility of reconciliation. We can build a peaceful village together so that children no longer have to go to the battlefield. Just like we dreamed of when we were children, Dreams. Madara let out a cold, mocking laugh, the red light in his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flaring brightly. That is nothing but the babbling of the weak. When Izuna died, where was peace? Survival of the fittest is the truth of this world. Today, I will end your naivety with your life. Would release? In front of these eyes of mine, it is meaningless. Uchiha Madara's body erupted with terrifying chakra, and the deep blue skeleton of Susanoo instantly emerged. Then come Madara. Hashirama knew that words could no longer turn things back, and his eyes instantly became incomparably firm and sharp. Hashirama slammed his hands together. Wood release, birth of the deep forest. Rumbled. The earth trembled and tore apart like a giant beast awakening. Countless thick, massive trees burst from the ground like dancing giant pythons, carrying overwhelming vitality and destructive power, crazily winding and strangling toward Madara's Susanoo. In an instant, a primeval forest rose from the ground, covering more than half of the plain. Trifling tricks. Madara shouted sharply, pushing his ocular power to the limit. The deep blue Susanoo instantly grew taller, sprouting muscles and donning armor, transforming into a towering, half-body giant warrior. A huge chakra katana swung out fiercely. Susanoo, 99. Swish, swish, swish. Countless blue giant swords condensed from chakra shot out from the Susanoo's hands like a rainstorm, precisely slashing toward every giant tree winding toward it. Wood chips and chakra fragments splashed everywhere like an explosion. Tengai Shinsei. Madara formed seals with his hands, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spinning crazily. The sky suddenly turned dark, and a burning, unimaginably huge meteorite tore through the clouds, bringing with it the power to destroy heaven and earth, and smash down fiercely toward the forest where Hashirama was. That terrifying pressure made the ninjas of both clans watching from afar turn pale with fright, and many even had weak knees and fell to the ground. My God, is that a meteorite? Lord Madara summoned a natural disaster. Lord Hashirama. Facing the impending disaster, Hashirama did not change his expression. He clapped his hands again, and chakra erupted like a volcano. Sage art would release, true several thousand hands. Boom! A wooden Buddha statue, larger than a mountain and possessing countless arms, rose from the ground, its height even surpassing the falling meteorite. The dense arms behind the Buddha statue spread out like a peacock opening its tail, carrying divine and majestic power, and struck upward fiercely. Top transformed Buddha. Bang, 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 bang. Countless huge wooden fists bombarded the meteorite like a storm. The deafening sound of impact resounded through heaven and earth. The surface of the meteorite was instantly covered in cracks. And finally, when it was still hundreds of meters from the ground, it was forcibly blasted into a sky full of burning broken stones and fire rained by those endless giant fists, scattering onto the earth like doomsday meteors. The massive shockwaves swept in all directions, shaving off a layer of the hills on the edge of the plain. Amidst the rain of broken stones and fire, the giant blade of Susanoo and the giant fist of the Senju Buddha statue collided fiercely again. Boom! Blinding light and a destructive energy storm spread out violently with the two of them at the center. The earth shattered and collapsed in layers like fragile crackers. Dust and smoke soared into the sky, obscuring half the sky. In the sky, Yati flew alone above the battlefield, his golden cat eyes staring fixedly at the core area where the gods and demons were clashing, his body trembling slightly due to the earth-shattering energy fluctuations. Yati's brain was also running crazily, recording this battle that exceeded imagination. The decisive battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara shook the mountains and rivers, and ordinary ninjas could not even withstand the aftershocks of being near it. The earth was wailing, and the sky was growling. Every collision was like the fight of ancient giant beasts, and the violent airwaves rolled up sand and stones, tearing the surrounding forest into pieces. The figures of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara appeared and disappeared in the smoke and raging chakra torrents, so fast that only streams of light and afterimages remained. Giant trees rose from the ground, entwined with verdant chakra, but were cut off by the deep blue Susanoo giant blade, and wood chips poured down like a rainstorm. Just at this moment, Yadi's cat pupils clearly reflected the black dots rapidly encircling from several directions. The anti-cat ninja unit. They used secret techniques to condense temporary nodes in the air, stepping on them quickly, fast as flying birds, with cold light flashing on the special chains and nets in their hands. Finally here, Yadi snorted coldly in his heart, and the 3 simulated carriers in his body began to release the shadow clone technique. In the past, Yadi could only circle and maneuver, using harmless tailed beast bombs to harass, and was often unable to provide support because of their interference barriers. But today, Yadi no longer needed to maneuver. Go, the commander of the anti-cat ninja unit, an Uchiha elite with claw marks on his face, waved his hand with a grim smile. Seeing Yadi actually hovering motionless, a flash of ecstasy crossed his eyes. That damned cat is scared silly. Catch it. Just as the joy crept onto the corners of his mouth, an unexpected change occurred. Pop, pop, pop. 3 balls of white smoke exploded around Yadi, and when the smoke cleared, 3 shadow clones with stiff limbs appeared impressively. Their outlines were surprisingly similar to that chilling figure below, Uchiha Madara. Although blurry, that disdainful bearing was exactly the same. The charge of the anti-cat ninja unit stalled, and suspicion instantly replaced ecstasy. Can cats use the clone technique? Who taught it? It must be the naturally insidious Senju Tabarama. The claw-marked commander suppressed the absurd chill in his heart and roared sharply, "Charge, catch it." However, what greeted their charge was Yadi's shadow clone technique. Fire release, ash accumulation burning. The first shadow clone's internal blue circuits were stimulated. Its skin gradually swelled and turned gray, and finally exploded with a bang. A large amount of hot, choking gray dust and thick fog with a pungent smell of sulfur erupted. Wind release, great breakthrough. The second shadow clone's chest also began to bulge and swell. The simulated airflow channel bulged suddenly, and the violent airflow turned into an invisible giant hammer and pushed forward. Wind aided the ash's power. The violent wind of the great breakthrough precisely wrapped the deadly ash fog, like a breached gray torrent, instantly swallowing the anti-cat ninja unit. Vision was deprived, and dust poured crazily into their nasal cavities and eyes. The intense burning sensation and suffocation caused them to cough painfully, tears flowed uncontrollably, and their formation fell into chaos. Fire release, great fireball technique. The third shadow clone was like the Grim Reaper's judgment. It rushed straight into the smoke, the chakra circuits in its chest lit up and were stimulated, and then it exploded with a bang. Like a huge, blindingly white fireball or a falling miniature sun, it smashed fiercely into that churning sea of ash fog. Boom! Ash met open fire and instantly ignited. The sky seemed to be torn apart, and a blinding orange red sea of fire exploded out of thin air, completely swallowing the anti-cat ninja unit in the ash fog. The shrill screams were drowned out by the deafening sound of the explosion. Chains and nets twisted and deformed in the high temperature, and human bodies turned into burning torches and fell. Meow. Yadi's main body let out a happy cat meow. Perception penetrated the thick smoke and flames, and the position of every Uchiha ninja on the battlefield below was clearly branded in his mind like a star map. Yadi's small body tensed up, and a pitch-black ball, combining natural energy, instantly condensed on its tailed beast bomb. Whoosh! A fist-sized tailed beast bomb, under Yadi's precise airflow control, was like a black meteor with eyes, cutting through the sky, carrying a destructive scream, and smashed fiercely into the area with the most concentrated chakra reactions in the Uchiha camp below. Boom! A duller, more destructive explosion than the great fireball bloomed on the ground. The black chakra shockwave, mixed with soil, gravel, and severed limbs, swept across. Several Uchiha Jonin who were forming seals to prepare large-scale fire release, along with their companions around them, were instantly wiped out, leaving only scorched large pits and curling green smoke. Lord Yadi, it succeeded, It can use ninjutsu, and it hit. An elite ninja of the Senju clan was using Earth-style wall to block the aftershocks of the explosion, and when he looked up and saw this scene, he was so shocked that he almost forgot to form seals. Well done. Another Senju ninja punched and roared, morale greatly boosted. High in the sky, Yati stood proudly on top of Katsuyu, looking down at his masterpiece, feeling incomparably refreshed in his heart. Meow, let's see who says my tailed beast bomb is a firework again. Bastard! A roar filled with monstrous anger and heart-piercing pain exploded from the center of the battlefield. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo giant sword forcibly parried Hashirama's wood dragon, and he suddenly looked up. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan locked tightly onto the small cat in the high sky that was currently causing huge casualties. Uchiha Madara saw with his own eyes a young Uchiha clansman who was charging with a kunai, being directly swallowed by a precisely falling-tailed beast bomb, leaving no corpse. That desperate scream pierced into his heart like a sharp knife. That was his clansman, the Uchiha he swore to lead to the peak. At this moment, they were crushed like ants by a cat. Beast! Madara's eyes were splitting with rage, and a Susanoo energy giant bow instantly condensed in his hand. A deep blue chakra arrow, carrying the aura of destruction, pointed directly at Yati. The fire of revenge almost burned away his sanity. Madara! Hashirama's figure blocked the trajectory of the arrow like a teleportation. The giant wood-human technique rose from the ground, his palms closed, and he tightly grasped the deadly arrow. The arrow trembled violently and annihilated in the wooden palms, and wood chips flew. Wake up, hatred only brings more destruction. Hashirama's face was covered with dust and sweat, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, carrying a kind of tragic persistence. Think about our original dream? Peace. It's not like this. Peace. Madara's voice was hoarse, carrying endless exhaustion and a sense of despair that the building was about to collapse. He looked around the battlefield. The forest ignited by fire release was burning, and black smoke pillars shot straight into the sky. The roars of the Senju, the screams of the Uchiha, and the moans of the wounded merged into a desperate symphony. His proud clansmen fell like harvested wheat in the forest of wood release, and the destructive light spheres falling from the sky. That damned cat was still flexibly shuttling through the ash cloud that had not yet dissipated in the air, and every pause was accompanied by a precisely falling black light sphere, setting off a new storm of death on the ground. Every explosion was like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. Izuna's eyes were burning with pain, and the blood and fire of his clansmen in his vision intertwined into a crimson hell scene. The plan for peace in exchange for power that he pursued was cracked with countless hideous gaps under the cruel crushing of reality. Hashirama's damned peace ideal sounded like a distant, ironic joke at this moment. It's gone, it's all gone. Madara's voice lowered, carrying a hoarse tone of total despair. The deep purple Susanoo giant, that giant symbolizing absolute power and protection, had its light flickering violently, like his will that was currently shaking violently and on the verge of collapse. One of its arms was tightly entangled and suppressed by another thicker wood dragon summoned by Hashirama, making a toothacheing, creaking, cracking sound. Huge purple chakra fragments fell off the Susanoo arm, like Madara's shattered pride and ambition, fluttering and dissipating in the air, filled with burnt and bloody smells before they even landed. Boom! Another of Yati's precise micro-tailed beast bombs exploded not far away, and several Uchiha ninjas who were trying to form a formation to counterattack were thrown high by the shockwave of the explosion. The desperate crying clearly pierced into Madara's eardrums. Uchiha Madara's body swayed imperceptibly. That pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which should have brought infinite power, now only reflected the corpses of his clansmen, his burning home, and Hashirama's face, which was blocking in front like a rock, full of pain but incomparably firm. That persistence made Madara feel a suffocating despair more than any attack at this moment. Madara closed his eyes abruptly, and when he opened them again, in those crimson eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, all the madness, unwillingness, and hatred slowly subsided like a receding tide, finally settling into a bottomless, dead pool of water. The Susanoo giant stopped struggling. The other intact arms slowly hung down, the deep purple light dimmed completely, and the huge body began to become transparent and virtual. Yuan Hashirama. Madara's voice was terrifyingly calm, like dead water under cold ice, without any ripples. Madara no longer looked at Hashirama, his gaze passing over the broken battlefield and casting toward the smoky, devastated skyline in the distance. That gaze was hollow, as if penetrating time and space, seeing the destruction of the Uchiha clan. Below, the Uchiha's resistance, with the dissipation of Susanoo, collapsed rapidly as if their spine had been removed. The clanging sound of weapons falling to the ground and the sobbing of despair replaced the shouting of killing. The tense nerves of the Senju clan ninjas finally relaxed, and many people sat down on the ground out of exhaustion, looking at this scorched earth, with no joy of victory on their faces, only heavy fatigue and confusion. High in the sky, the remaining smoke of ash drifted like a dirge. Yati floated lightly above the battlefield, his golden cat pupils sweeping calmly over the people frozen below. Yati flicked his tail and began to fly towards Katsuyu's position, the few strands of dust on his tail drifting away with the airflow. The war was over. Chapter 32, the post-war. As the smoke of war dissipated, Yati saw a scorched earth, where a new bud had broken through the soil, blooming towards the morning sun, whispering softly. Uchiha Madara's concession did not stem solely from the disparity in power. It was more because, during that devastating battle, he had witnessed with his own eyes how the vortex of hatred devoured everything he cherished, and seen that unextinguished light in Senju Hashirama's eyes, a near-obsessive thirst for peace. That light eventually pierced the corners of his heart that had been blinded by hatred and power. The process of reconciliation was difficult and long, but the shared scars and uncertainty about the future of both clans became an unexpected adhesive. Remember the site domain, follow Taiwan novels, trust the most reliable source. When Senju Hashirama extended an olive branch to other ninja clans in the land of fire that had suffered from the ravages of war, painting a blueprint for a ninja village jointly guarded by all clans, the number of responders was unexpectedly high. Especially when the clan chiefs recalled that earth-shattering decisive battle that ended the prologue of the chaotic era, and the deterrence brought by that strange orange cat that had dropped a destructive ball of light from high above, turning the tide of the battle, combined with the terrifying power of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara that was enough to move mountains and fill seas. The scales in their hearts tipped towards peace like never before. Thus, on a sunny morning, the clan chiefs of the many ninja clans in the Land of Fire gathered together, selecting the center of the future Konoha village as the location. It was an open woodland. Huge logs were planed flat to serve as a conference table, with the clan chiefs seated on either side, the atmosphere serious yet tinged with a glimmer of newfound hope. Senju Hashirama sat in the main seat, a genuine smile on his face, loudly expounding the plans for the village. Uchiha Madara sat slightly behind him, arms crossed, his expression still cold and stern. But the past violence was no longer visible in those eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It had been replaced by a deep scrutiny and a hint of imperceptible fatigue. Konoha Village, that is a good name. The clan chief of the Hyuga clan nodded, his voice steady, his gaze sweeping over Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara with obvious awe. With Senju Hashirama-sama and Uchiha Madara-sama presiding, and with everyone working together, peace in the Land of Fire is just around the corner. His words immediately drew a chorus of agreement. Indeed, we are wholeheartedly convinced by the power and wisdom of Hashirama-sama and Madara-sama. Establishing a ninja village, concentrating power and sharing resources, this is truly visionary. We, the Sarutobi clan, are willing to do our utmost for the construction of Konoha Village. Yati lay lazily on the slippery and warm top of the giant Katsuyu not far away, its golden cat eyes half closed, observing with great interest this village founding meeting destined to be recorded in history. Yadi's perception was like an invisible net, shrouding the entire venue, clearly capturing every subtle expression and every fluctuation of chakra. The air was filled with a nearly sycophantic atmosphere of peace, making Yadi's whiskers twitch involuntarily. Meow, ever since they nearly tore down my home, the moral standards of these guys have skyrocketed like a rocket. If Senju farts, they say it smells good. If Uchiha glares, they call it majesty. Peace is just another way of saying they're afraid to die. Yadi complained inwardly, but its tail tip flicked happily. Using its unique perceptual ability, combined with the visual information transmitted by Katsuyu, Yadi was recording a holographic image of this meeting in real time. This is a historic moment, high definition and uncensored. When the TV era or internet era comes, I'll rely on these exclusive documentaries to collect royalties for my retirement. Hashirama's goofy grin, Madara's sour face, and the way these clan chiefs are trembling, valuable, so valuable. Yadi happily calculated its future cat life of lying flat and collecting money. Halfway through the meeting, several cat spirit beasts with shiny fur and lively eyes, brought by the Uchiha clan, began to wander curiously around the giant Katsuyu. Katsuyu's gentle and harmless aura made them lower their guard. One bold black cat even tentatively approached Yadi, its wet nose twitching, seemingly taking a keen interest in the backside of this orange cat senior lying on top of the giant slug. Just as the black cat's nose was about to touch the base of that fluffy tail, swish! Yadi's tail lifted up like lightning. What was revealed underneath was not the soft fur of a cat, but a Sharingan slowly rotating and emitting an eerie red glow. The three Tamo connected and transformed at high speed, instantly turning into a complex and cold Mangekyo pattern. A cold, powerful aura of chakra that seemed to pierce the soul suddenly erupted. Meowea. The black cat's fur instantly stood on end. Like a black fur ball, it let out a shrill, distorted scream, jumped 3 feet into the air with all 4 paws off the ground, and then fled for its life without looking back, knocking over several companions who were also scared to the point of soul flying away and spirit scattering. For a moment, it was chaos behind Katsuyu, with cats flying and jumping everywhere. On the edge of the venue, the ninjas from other clans who were listening or guarding, including several clan chiefs, caught the scene of cats flying and jumping out of the corner of their eyes, and then saw that Mangekyo Sharingan revealed under Yadi's tail. Although they were unsure how a cat could have such a thing, a drop of cold sweat slid down their foreheads, and their expressions became extremely subtle, even twitching slightly. Uchiha Madara seemed to sense something, casting a cold glance in Yadi's direction, with an almost inaudible HMPH from his nose. Uchiha Madara knew that although this eye looked very realistic, it was simulated, just like the eyes on the orange cat's head. This also made most of the Uchiha's genjutsu ineffective against this orange cat. Let's continue discussing the site selection for the Konoha village facilities. Senju Hashirama coughed dryly, trying to bring everyone's attention back to the main topic, a hint of helpless laughter on his face. Time passed quietly amidst the bustling construction of Konoha village. The rudimentary streets, training grounds, and residential areas gradually took shape. One day, Senju Tabarama, with his signature serious expression, found Yadi still lying on Katsuyu's head sunbathing. Yadi. Senju Tabarama's voice was low and direct. He opened his palm, where 2 thin plates made of special metal and chakra-conductive materials hovered, covered in dense runes. The concept you mentioned before, long-distance chakra control without hand seals, which combines spatial perception with sealing jutsu, has been initially completed. Yadi lazily lifted its eyelids. The core lies in the precise anchoring of spatial coordinates and the mental transmission of the chakra flow. Senju Tabarama explained, condensing a wisp of faint blue chakra at his fingertips and injecting it into the thin plate. The runes on the thin plate lit up instantly, and on the other thin plate, a thread of chakra, almost invisible to the naked eye, extended silently. No need for hand seals. As long as the positioning technique is sensed, Chakra can be released through this technique node to create chakra threads at the anchored location. But the prerequisite is that the caster must be extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations and proficient in sealing jutsu to stabilize the nodes and chakra flow. This shouldn't be a problem for you. Yati extended its paw, carefully touching the thin plate with its paw pad, sensing the exquisite and complex structure within. Indeed, perception was Yati's strong suit, and the lock and key principles of sealing jutsu could be said to be analogous to its carrier thinking that simulated energy flow. Senju Tabarama then took out a smaller, more complex disc-shaped device, with a small crystal covered in techniques embedded in the center. In addition, based on the same principle of long-distance chakra transmission, I made this chakra resonance communicator. Inject information with a specific secret technique, and after activating the device, as long as the receiver at the other end is within the effective resonance range, no matter how far apart, it can instantly receive this information and parse its content. Although the information capacity is limited and the communication range is small, it is more than enough for transmitting emergency signals or short intelligence. Senju Tabarama looked at Yati, his eyes deep as he said, "I know you will go out for a walk sooner or later. If you want to leave the village to travel, you can stop maintaining the summoning contract to reduce chakra consumption. Emergency information transmission in the village will be replaced by this." Yati tilted its head and sent a clear telepathic message that rang directly in Senju Tabarama's mind. As expected of my external brain, Senju Tabarama-sama's development efficiency is truly high. I'll accept these. However, I use a clone for traveling. Naturally, my main body will continue to guard my Konoha village. Yati skillfully used its tail to coil up the ninjutsu node plate and the communicator, then hopped lightly off Katsuyu's head and paced under a cherry blossom tree. Yati lay on the soft grass, placing the thin plate in front of it. Its brain ran at high speed, like a precision instrument in high-speed operation, beginning to analyze, understand, and attempt to simulate the complex system Senju Tabarama had developed within its body. Yati's thinking was not to copy it completely, but after understanding the core, it began to think about how to use its unique advantage of having no meridians and its super perception to optimize or even transform it. For example, could the nodes be directly solidified on a shadow clone technique? Or could the communicator not only send signals, but also transmit voice continuously? Just as Yati was immersed in the wonderful world of technique modification, the two founders of Konoha Village did not stop. In order to deter other ninja clan forces eyeing the Land of Fire, and to declare the rise of Konoha Village and its inviolability, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara turned into the sharpest spears, launching a new round of patrols along the border of the Land of Fire. In the deep forest, the giant sword of Susanoo cut off cliffs, and the forest of wood release devoured an entire hostile ninja squad. Above the rivers, great fire annihilation steamed up white mist that covered the sky and sun, and the fist of the wood golems smashed deep craters into the riverbed. Their battles were no longer life-and-death struggles, but had become a ritual declaring their power. Every crushing victory made the name of Konoha Village more terrifying, and also made the construction in the hinterland of the Land of Fire more stable. During a break in battle, the two stood on the edge of a valley that had been razed to the ground, with uncooled lava and broken giant trees under their feet. The setting sun was like blood, stretching their shadows long. "Do you see it, Senju Hashirama?" Uchiha Madara's voice was low, carrying an indifference that looked down upon the world. His eternal Mangekyou Sharingan stared at the distant rolling mountains, which were territories outside the Land of Fire. "We possess such power. Merely guarding one Land of Fire, one Konoha village, is too narrow. The root of war lies in the division and disorder of the entire ninja world. Why not take advantage of the situation and sweep across the nations with the momentum of thunder? Impose our will, Konoha Village's model, upon the entire ninja world. Use absolute power to bring about absolute peace that covers the entire world. This is the true pacification of the chaotic era." Uchiha Madara's words burned with a near-fanatical ideal. It was a challenge to the limits of his own power and the ultimate desire to completely end all wars. Senju Hashirama was silent, looking at the land beneath his feet that had become devastated because of their battle, and then looking into the distance at the civilian villages in the Land of Fire that were struggling to rebuild their homes in the embers. The smile on Senju Hashirama's face disappeared, leaving only heaviness and worry. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama opened his mouth slowly, his voice carrying a sense of vicissitudes. Ending war with war, sowing peace with conquest. This is like using fire to extinguish fire. In the end, it will only burn everything, leaving behind a more dead and silent scorched earth. Senju Hashirama turned around, looking directly into Uchiha Madara's eyes, which were full of power but also hid an abyss, his gaze incomparably firm. Our power at this moment can indeed destroy a lot. But what about after the destruction? The seeds of hatred will only be buried deeper, taking root and sprouting in foreign soil, and one day they will bear even more terrible evil fruit. The establishment of Konoha Village in the Land of Fire is the first step we have taken, the first step to prove that different ninja clans can coexist under one framework and seek common interests. It is a seed of peace. Senju Hashirama pointed in the direction of Konoha Village. Let it take root and sprout here. Let it grow lush and leafy, and let it show the entire ninja world. Putting down hatred, seeking cooperation, and jointly guarding our home is achievable. It can bring prosperity and peace. When other ninja clans see the peace and prosperity that the Land of Fire has ushered in because of Konoha Village, when they realize that war only brings endless pain and consumption, they will reflect, they will yearn. They will, like us, find their own path and establish their own village. By then, the seeds of peace will blossom and bear fruit throughout the entire ninja world. This is the true path of lasting peace from the inside out, using the power of example, not pure destruction. Uchiha Madara's mouth pulled into a cold arc, carrying deep mockery. Senju Hashirama, you are too naive. People are forgetful and even more greedy. While we are alive, relying on this unparalleled power, we might be able to suppress everything. But what about after we die? 10 years, 20 years, 100 years later. When people forget the terror of war, when new ambitious people breed, when the struggle for resources becomes white-hot again, who will maintain this fragile peace you speak of? Are you pinning your hopes on the awakening of others? After a short peace, there will inevitably be greater war. Only eternal power and absolute order can suppress all of this. Uchiha Madara's words were like a heavy hammer, striking Senju Hashirama's heart and also striking the cruel reality. Senju Hashirama was silent. Uchiha Madara's words were like a cold needle, piercing his bubble of idealism and revealing the hidden worries inside that could not be avoided. Senju Hashirama could not refute Uchiha Madara's pessimistic judgment on the baser nature of humanity and the cycles of history. After a long time, Senju Hashirama responded in a low and firm voice. You are right, Uchiha Madara. Death is the end, power will dissipate, and human hearts will change. We cannot guarantee the future, but... Senju Hashirama raised his head and said, even if we can only win a few decades of peace for future generations, letting them grow and think in peace, and find a better way than us, that is worth it. I will spend my whole life searching for a way that can transcend our lives and continue peace. Maybe it's a system, maybe it's a legacy, maybe it's some kind of power. But in any case, the road paved with conquest and destruction will never lead to true peace. I absolutely do not agree with your approach. The wind in the valley rolled up the ashes, wailing between the two powerful men with vastly different philosophies. Uchiha Madara looked at the near-stubborn light in Senju Hashirama's eyes and did not refute him again, just took a deep breath and cast his gaze towards the more distant, darker horizon. And Senju Hashirama clenched his fists. Uchiha Madara's questioning was like a sharp sword hanging over his head, making his contemplation of peace become more heavy and urgent. Chapter 33, The Land of Whirlpools. Time passed day by day, and the silhouette of Konoha Village became increasingly clear, with scattered wooden houses situated beside intersecting streets. Yadi, after countless failed simulations and fine-tuning of the chakra pathways, successfully implanted the long-distance chakra control technique developed by Tabarama into the 3 carrier skeletons within his body. This also meant that the shadow clone technique, released by Yadi, became an independent unit that could be remotely controlled by the main bodies while across space. Although Yadi's shadow clone technique units could not transmit memories back after dissipating, Yadi could share the shadow clone technique's vision by having the units carry Katsuyu fragments, which was more than enough to act as a Ninja World video recorder. Can each carrier only manipulate one shadow clone technique unit because they all have the same technique inscribed on them? Yadi lay on top of Katsuyu's head, his golden vertical pupils staring at the shadow clone technique unit, deep in thought. But it already fully satisfies the requirements for traveling. Yadi had already recorded the establishment process of Konoha village, and it was time to turn the lens toward the wider ninja world. Yadi's first target was the land of water, that archipelago at sea perpetually shrouded in mist. On one hand, it was for the tailed beasts that might exist in the land of water, the 3 tails. On the other hand, it was the land of whirlpools, which had to be passed on the way. This was a limited time attraction that had to be seen. On a night with sparse stars and a bright moon, the forest on the edge of Konoha village was quiet and silent. 2 of Yadi's shadow clone technique units appeared quietly. They were wearing gray robes, masks, and each carried a small backpack stuffed with some scrolls and money. On top of their heads, each had a crystal-clear little Katsuyu only the size of a thumb, revealing 2 antennae under the cover of a wig. Yadi's chakra threads were steadily connected to these 2 clone units through the technique. The shadow clone technique units took one last look at the silhouette of Konoha village emerging under the moonlight, then turned and left. The 2 shadow clone technique units moved lightly and swiftly, like ghosts merging into the night, leaping over the village boundary silently, and speeding toward the land of water in the east. Some time later, Hashirama and Midora returned to Konoha village, and the atmosphere between them was significantly different from before. Midora's expression was slightly cold, not communicating with anyone, and he went straight back to the Uchiha clan grounds, the aura radiating from him causing passing ninjas to subconsciously detour. Hashirama followed closely behind, his usual hearty smile gone, replaced by a kind of gravity. Hashirama frowned, with a trace of worry in his eyes. Konoha village had just been established and was waiting to be developed, but the election of the Hokage was urgent. In an atmosphere that was almost without suspense, Senju Hashirama was unanimously elected by all ninja clans as the first Hokage. The village establishment ceremony was simple but solemn, and Hashirama put on the white haori symbolizing the Hokage. However, this freshly minted Hokage hadn't stayed in the village for a few days, and hadn't even had time to get familiar with his temporarily built Hokage office before he hurriedly left the village again. Only a vague message of having important matters to handle was left behind. Inside the temporary Hokage office, documents were piled up like a mountain on the desk. The silver-haired, red-eyed Senju Tabarama sat in the main seat. He was frowning, his pen writing rapidly on the scroll, occasionally stopping to rub his swollen temples and sometimes falling into deep thought over a certain document. The air was filled with the smell of ink and paper. Yadi lay on the Hokage hat with a little Katsuyu on his head. He came to discuss ninjutsu with Tabarama, but seeing Tabarama busy with official business, he waited on the Hokage hat. Yadi narrowed his eyes, glanced at Tabarama below, who was almost submerged by documents, and then scanned the busy office where the main person was nowhere to be found. A puzzled voice clearly reached Tabarama's ears. "Hey, Tabarama, why are you handling these official duties? Isn't the Hokage Hashirama? Where did he go?" "Damn it, and the village just built a frame, right? Where did all this stuff to approve come from?" Tabarama didn't even lift his head, the tip of his pen making a rustling sound on the paper, but his voice carried a hint of helplessness. "Big Brother went out to handle a very important matter." Before he returns, I am temporarily handling these affairs." Tabarama paused, pointing at the mountain-like pile of scrolls on his left with the tip of his pen. "As for these documents, most of them are greeting letters from various clan chief and nobles of the Land of Fire, congratulating Big Brother on becoming Hokage, expressing goodwill and support for Konoha. The substantive issues that really need decision-making, regarding village construction, task allocation, and resource scheduling, only account for a small part." Tabarama pointed to the much thinner stack of documents on his right and said. Yadi's ears twitched, a flash of doubt in his golden vertical pupils. "Hashirama, important matter." Yadi's 2 shadow clone technique units were extremely fast, and they were getting closer and closer to the land of Whirlpools. Thanks to the formidable reputation of Konoha Village's 2 killing gods, the journey within the Land of Fire was exceptionally smooth. They didn't even encounter many decent blocking ninjas. Occasional bandits were easily dealt with by the only ninjutsu brought by the shadow clone technique units. Soon, they set foot on the Land of Whirlpools. This island nation had a humid climate, and the air was filled with a faint fishy smell of the sea. The goal of Yadi's shadow clone technique units was very clear: use a Shiagakure. Yadi shared the vision through Katsuyu to see this village known for its powerful sealing jutsu in the ninja world. Tusk, a limited-time attraction that was besieged and destroyed during the First Ninja World War. If I don't see it now, I might not have a chance to film it later. The little Katsuyu on top of the shadow clone technique unit's head rolled its eyes, faithfully recording everything in front of it. Yuza Shiagakure really lived up to its reputation. Shops lined the streets, and many signs were painted with various symbols of sealing jutsu. Ninjas wearing different styles of clothing came and went, obviously people from different ninja clans, mostly there to purchase or customize sealing scrolls and special ninja tools. The whole village looked lively and full of vitality. Just as Yadi's shadow clone technique unit wandered near a stall selling advanced sealing jutsu scrolls, trying to record those complex runes, Katsuyu's vision unexpectedly captured 2 familiar figures. It was Konoha Village's Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Hashirama's iconic long black hair and hearty smile were extremely recognizable. And walking beside Hashirama was a beautiful young girl with bright red hair like fire, wearing 2 cute buns on her head. The girl had a dignified and gentle temperament, with a diamond-shaped mark between her eyebrows and a smile on her lips, talking to Hashirama about something. Hashirama seemed a bit at a loss. He scratched his head, his face full of joy, and the corners of his mouth carried a kind of simple and honest smile that Yadi had never seen before, completely devoid of the prestige he had on the battlefield. So that's it. Yadi's consciousness realized it instantly, and a hint of a motherly smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Tabarama, that guy said, Hashirama has an important matter. It turns out he was referring to Hashirama's lifelong event. The princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Maido. The Senju and Uzumaki have been on good terms for generations. Is this to get closer, and by the way, pull the Uzumaki clan into Konoha? Yadi immediately entered war correspondent mode. The shadow clone technique unit quietly merged into the crowd, using stalls and pedestrians as cover, like the most experienced spy, starting to wander around Hashirama and Maido. The little Katsuyu on the shadow clone technique unit's head was like a miniature rotating camera, following Yadi's words, flexibly turning its body, striving to capture every smile of Hashirama and every look of Maido. However, Hashirama was strong and Yadi was weak. Perhaps Hashirama's intuition as a top powerhouse was too sharp, or perhaps the constantly turning gaze of Katsuyu was too arrogant. Just as Hashirama bent down, picked up a small ornament with sealing jutsu carved on it from a stall, seemingly wanting to hand it to Maido, his movements paused. Hashirama raised his head in confusion, his gaze scanning the crowd like substance, instantly and accurately locking onto the shadow clone technique unit that was trying to hide behind a wind chime stall. Maido also sensed something, looked in the direction of Hashirama's gaze, and a trace of curiosity flashed in her ruby-like eyes. Hashirama was stunned for a moment, and then a flash of realization flashed in his eyes. He clearly perceived the aura coming from that shadow clone technique unit. That was the aura of Katsuyu, and immediately understood that it was Yadi acting crazy again. Yadi, Hashirama exclaimed in surprise, a pleasant smile on his face. You guy actually made a clone that can run so far, and even ran to the land of Whirlpools. Hashirama walked over with big strides, completely ignoring the curious gazes of the people around him. Yadi saw that the shadow clone technique unit couldn't hide anymore, so he simply didn't hide, walked out from behind the stall generously, and the little Katsuyu on his head shouted at Hashirama as a greeting. Hashirama looked at this special shadow clone technique unit with great interest, and then looked at the little Katsuyu on its head, clicking his tongue in wonder. Immediately, the smile on Hashirama's face converged a little, becoming solemn, and his voice lowered a bit, ensuring that only the shadow clone technique unit close at hand could hear. Yadi, you came just in time. I have a very important matter, a matter that may relate to whether the ninja world can maintain long-term peace. That needs your help. Hashirama's eyes were exceptionally bright, and he said, During my time with the Uzumaki clan, I communicated with the senior clan chief of the Uzumaki clan. When we talked about which powerful forces exist in the long history of the ninja world, the senior clan chief told me a very important thing. Hashirama paused, seeming to organize the information in his mind. The legendary 9-tailed beasts are real. In the records of the Uzumaki clan, they possess terrifying chakra capable of destroying the world. Many years ago, a senior of the Uzumaki clan believed they were too dangerous, so he organized the strong people of the Uzumaki clan to capture them one by one, and sealed them with the strongest sealing jutsu, enshrining them in secret shrines all over the ninja world. Speaking of this, Hashirama seemed to have remembered something, looking at Yadi's shadow clone technique unit with a trace of curiosity and inquiry. Speaking of which, Yadi, you are also an ancient existence awakened from our Senju shrine, possessing powerful chakra and special abilities. Could it be that you are also one of the sealed-tailed beasts? The shadow clone technique unit, Yadi decisively shook his head, and the thought was clearly conveyed. Hashirama, do you have some misunderstanding about world-destroying chakra? I am definitely not some tailed beast locked in a jar like this. Hashirama saw this and didn't dwell on it, continuing his plan. Ha, just kidding. The point is these sealed-tailed beasts. The Uzumaki clan's records only have the approximate orientation of their sealing, and the specific locations have long been lost in the long river of time. Finding them is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Hashirama looked at the Katsuyu on Yadi's shadow clone technique unit's head with burning eyes, as if seeing Yadi's main body far away in Konoha village. But Yadi, you possess unparalleled large-range perception ability in the ninja world. With your help, we can greatly shorten the process of finding the tailed beast sealing places. Hashirama's tone became excited with Hashirama's unique innocence, and said, The way I thought of to make the ninja world maintain lasting peace is to find these tailed beasts and ensure their seals are stable. Then, make the existence of the tailed beasts and their terrifying power capable of destroying countries public as a deterrent, and distribute them equally among the 5 great nations. This will make all countries and all ninja clans understand that once a large-scale war breaks out and the balance is broken, the countries oppressed by the war can break the seals of the tailed beasts, and these tailed beasts will bring catastrophic consequences that no one can bear. Hashirama's voice was full of power and longing. Imagine when this fear of mutual destruction is rooted in everyone's heart. They will, like we did when we established Konoha, try their best to avoid large-scale conflicts. Even if Madara and I, and our generation pass away, these tailed beasts enshrined in shrines, their existence itself is the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of every power in the ninja world, which will force future generations to maintain a lasting peace. This may be the way to make peace exceed the limits of our lives. The afterglow of the sunset fell on Hashirama's firm face, and also on the body of Yadi's shadow clone technique unit. This grand and slightly crazy plan along with Hashirama's words, was clearly conveyed to the consciousness of Yadi's main body, far away in Konoha. Yadi's main body in Konoha village lay on the Hokage hat and said to Tabarama, "What do you think of this plan?" When Yadi's shadow clone technique unit discovered Hashirama, Yadi started a live broadcast in the Hokage office. Every move of Hashirama and Uzumaki Maido, and the subsequent tailed beast plan of Hashirama, were being broadcast in real time. But unfortunately, the audience was only Tabarama. Tabarama frowned, thought for a while, and said, "I think you should remind Big Brother to coax that young girl now. She is probably going to have an outburst of life chi. As for the tailed beast matter, we can discuss it when we come back." Hashirama's impassioned tailed beast plan came to an end. Yadi's shadow clone technique unit's gaze crossed Hashirama and fell on the red-haired girl behind him who had been neglected for a long time. Uzumaki Maido stood there quietly, but the gentle arc at the corners of her mouth had disappeared. Yadi could almost see the aura radiating from her body. That was a complex emotion mixed with grievance, helplessness, and forbearance. Hashirama didn't notice it at all, his black and bright eyes shining with expectation. "Yadi, what do you think of this plan? With your perception ability to help, we will definitely be able to." "Stop." The shadow clone technique unit suddenly raised a hand, interrupting Hashirama's continued questioning. In Hashirama's bewildered gaze, Yadi pointed behind him. Hashirama was stunned, and only then did he realize and turn his head to look at Uzumaki Maido. Chapter 34, Ninja World Internet Administrator. The architectural style was ancient and imposing. The council hall where the clan chief, Uzumaki Ashina, resided was situated within a magnificent stone palace half embedded into the mountainside, with glowing ceiling crystals embedded in the stone walls to provide a soft light source. When Yadi landed, with the little Katsuyu on its head and its claws gripping Senju Toka's shoulders, it hit the broad bluestone platform in front of the palace with a thud like a falling star, causing quite a stir. "Lord Yadi, could you give a warning next time you land?" Senju Toka stumbled after landing, irritably tidying up her wind-tousled combat outfit and the stray hairs on her forehead, her heroic face showing a hint of helplessness. She bowed to Hashirama and Uzumaki Ashina, who had walked out upon hearing the commotion. "Lord Hashirama, Clan Chief Ashina, Lord Tabarama is busy with official duties and specifically ordered me to escort Lord Yadi here." Hashirama laughed heartily and patted Toka on the shoulder. "You've worked hard, Toka." Hashirama then enthusiastically introduced Yadi to Uzumaki Ashina. "Senior Ashina, this is Yadi, whom I mentioned to you, the guardian spirit beast of our Senju clan." Uzumaki Ashina was an elderly man with white hair and beard, a kind face, and wore deep purple Uzumaki clan robes. He possessed an imposing presence and sharp eyes. Uzumaki Ashina stroked his long white beard, examining the fluffy orange cat before him with great interest. Seeing the little Katsuyu perched on the cat's head, he smiled gently. "Welcome to Uzushiagakure, wondrous Yadi. Hashirama says you have a unique constitution and can easily absorb others' chakra for your own use. This talent truly makes me curious." Yadi sat elegantly, its tail tip swaying gently, and its voice was clearly transmitted. "Clan Chief Ashina, I heard that the Uzumaki clan has a lot of idle chakra, so I came specially to help resolve this burden." Yadi did not hide its purpose at all, staring at Ashina with sparkling golden cat eyes. Uzumaki Ashina was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, it's already prepared, please follow me." Uzumaki Ashina turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. The group entered a more spacious, quiet room deep within the stone palace, where the floor was covered with a massive and complex ceiling formation. Uzumaki Ashina clapped his hands, and several elderly men, also with white hair and vigorous spirits, filed in one after another. Their faces bore the composure of time, and most notably, each of their foreheads was clearly branded with a diamond-shaped mark emitting a soft white light, the yin seal. "Yadi," Uzumaki Ashina pointed to these elders and explained in a steady voice, "What is on their foreheads is the yin seal, a secret technique of our Uzumaki clan." This technique allows chakra refined during normal times to be stored here, then released when needed, like a chakra reservoir. My Uzumaki clan is born with vast chakra and longevity. Many clansmen spend their lives studying sealing jutsu to protect the land of whirlpools, rarely experiencing life-and-death battles. Therefore, the chakra accumulated in their yin seal is unimaginably vast, yet like a treasure trove buried deep underground, it is rarely used. Ashina looked at Yati, his eyes becoming solemn, and said, "Rather than letting these powers lie dormant through the years, it is better to give them to you, who needs them more and can better utilize the value of this chakra. I trust Hashirama's judgment, and I also believe you can make good use of this power." Yati felt as if it had been hit by immense happiness, yelped excitedly, and dashed straight to the largest sealing jutsu output node in the center of the quiet room, its tail excitedly slapping the ground. "Rest assured, I will never let down the Uzumaki clan's trust. Bring on as much chakra as you have. I'm going to suck it all up." Uzumaki Ashina nodded with a smile, signaling the several elders to sit at the surrounding input nodes. As he formed hand seals, the massive sealing formation on the ground suddenly lit up with azure brilliance, as if it had come alive. A torrent of chakra, vast as the sea and incomparably pure, surged through the complex rune circuits and instantly poured into Yati at the central node. "Ooh," Yati stiffened its body abruptly, emitting a groan of extreme pleasure. This feeling was simply indescribable. It was as if a parched desert had been instantly submerged by endless nectar. Every single hair was cheering and leaping, frantically devouring this unprecedentedly pure energy. Yati's consciousness seemed to leave its body, drifting in a paradise composed of pure chakra, feeling ethereal. Its body's instinctive reaction made it uncontrollably want to stretch and expand. Inside the quiet room, a terrifying fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate erupted from Yati as the center. The visible pale blue chakra aura dissipated like a tangible substance, the air becoming viscous and heavy, filled with an indescribable pressure. The Uzumaki elders maintaining the technique changed color slightly, and even Hashirama and Mito felt their breathing stifle, expressions of shock appearing in their eyes. Senjutoka even subconsciously took half a step back, gripping the kunai at her waist, her heroic face filled with horror. Hashirama's heart shook violently. Such vast and pure chakra, it's several times larger and purer than the sum of the Senju clansmen's chakra that Yati absorbed at the ancestral hall. Absorbing this kind of thing is definitely not something an ordinary spirit beast can achieve. Could Yati really be some unknown tailed beast? The one tail? Hashirama thought, watching Yati's swaying tail. Yati, resisting the pleasure that felt like soul emergence, instantly switched its support talent. Its body, which had begun to slowly expand and grow under the massive energy wash, was forcibly compressed as if by an invisible giant hand, stubbornly maintained in its small cat form. Even more astonishing, its originally orange fur now radiated a pure and sacred golden light from the inside out. It was as if it had transformed from an ordinary cat into a sacred beast. Uzumaki Ashina looked at the figure in the center of the light, bearing the terrifying energy wash yet steady as a rock. His eyes flashed with brilliance, his hand stroking his beard tightened involuntarily, and his heart churned with tumultuous waves. The endurance is so terrifying, and it can control its form and convert chakra nature. This talent is simply unheard of. Hashirama, you really brought back an incredible existence, though it is indeed not a tailed beast. Uzumaki Ashina composed himself and turned to Hashirama, who was also stunned by the scene of Yati's evolution. His expression became incomparably serious, and he lowered his voice. "Hashirama, regarding the tailed beasts, there is an extremely secret speculation within the clan, passed down only from clan chief to clan chief." Hashirama immediately recovered from the shock Yati had brought, his expression solemn. "Please speak, Senior Ashina." Uzumaki Ashina's gaze was deep, his voice solemn. "Back then, when that brilliant and talented predecessor of our clan was sealing the tailed beasts, he discovered an extremely abnormal phenomenon. These monsters possessing world-destroying power had unusually weak resistance to sealing jutsu. Although their chakra is violent, it seems to be naturally easy for ninjas to guide and utilize. Uzumaki Ashina paused, then said word by word, "It's just like a living yin seal prepared specifically for ninjas." Hashirama's pupils shrank sharply, his heart feeling as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. Ashina continued, his tone becoming increasingly grave, "And from the one tail, two tails. All the way to the 9 tails, they have different forms yet vaguely follow a certain pattern, with power levels increasing. This is too much like components of some massive technique." It was precisely based on this terrifying speculation that predecessor defied public opinion and insisted on sealing them separately, scattering them in the most secret shrines across the ninja world. There was only one goal: they must never be gathered together. Otherwise, no one knows what might be summoned or what unimaginable disaster might be triggered. Uzumaki Ashina patted Hashirama's shoulder heavily, his eyes filled with a senior's concern and warning. "Hashirama, your tailed beast balance plan is well-intentioned. But remember, tailed beasts are by no means simple sources of power or tools of deterrence. They themselves may hide huge secrets and risks that could overturn the ninja world. Utilizing them is like walking a tightrope over an abyss. You must be extremely careful." Hashirama fell silent. He looked towards the center of the quiet room at Yadi, who was still greedily absorbing the Uzumaki clan's accumulated chakra, and then thought of the terrifying truth that might exist about the tailed beasts. It felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on his heart. Hashirama took a deep breath and said, "I will be careful." Time passed quietly, and the chakra brilliance in the quiet room remained dazzling. The Uzumaki elders at the input nodes had already rotated 3 times, each leaving with a hint of fatigue, yet a gratified smile. As for Yadi, who was being fed, it remained steadily curled up on the output node, eyes hazy, mouth slightly open, revealing a little pink tongue, looking completely intoxicated in the chakra paradise, unable to extricate itself. For the first time, Yadi realized how terrifying the foundation of the village of longevity was. But this kind of terror, Yadi hoped to experience every day. "Here, this is the promised land for me, Yadi." Under the nourishment of the massive chakra, Yadi's perception range had expanded like mercury spilling on the ground. The distant outline of Konoha village was clearly reflected in its mental map. When night fell, the Uzumaki elders stopped the chakra transmission. Yadi's consciousness had awakened from the initial blissful dizziness, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and ambition. The Uzumaki clan's inventory is certainly delicious and vast, but this is, after all, a finite stock. Yadi felt the surging power within its body. Its perception range covered most of the land of fire, like mercury spilling on the ground, and it could even vaguely touch the cherry blossom tree in the small courtyard of the Senju ancestral land. One Uzumaki clan, with generations of accumulation, has caused such a transformation in me. What about the entire ninja world? Among the countless ninjas, even if each person only leaks an insignificant trace of chakra every day. A thought, bold to the point of near madness, exploded in its consciousness like a thunderclap. The infinite Tsukuyomi has its merits in collecting chakra. Of course, Yadi had a different method. Yadi jumped lightly off the output node, ignoring the elders' slightly tired yet gratified smiles, and walked straight to Hashirama and Uzumaki Ashina, who were talking in low voices. "Hashirama, Clan Chief Ashina." Yadi's voice clearly reached the ears of the two, even attracting the attention of Maido and Toka nearby. Hashirama and Ashina stopped talking, looking in surprise at the suddenly serious cat. "I have a dream that can change the landscape of the ninja world, ensuring chakra is no longer used for fighting, and allowing peace to truly take root in the ninja world." "Oh," Uzumaki Ashina stroked his long beard, a flash of brilliance in his eyes with keen interest. "Please speak." Hashirama also crouched down curiously. "Yadi, what kind of crazy idea do you have now?" "Individual chakra may be limited, but when the chakra of billions of living beings is gathered together, it will be a power beyond imagination, infinite and boundless." Yadi used its paw to sketch a huge circle on the ground, representing the entire ninja world. and I possess super long-range perception and chakra accommodation and conversion without meridian limitations. And, through the Katsuyu network and the long-distance chakra resonance technique developed by Tabarama, I have proven that chakra information can be transmitted instantly regardless of distance. Hashirama and Mito looked at each other, seemingly catching onto something. Uzumaki Ashina nodded thoughtfully, signaling Yati to continue. Yati took a deep breath and threw out its core concept. My plan is to build a chakra perception and communication network, covering the entire ninja world, abbreviated as Chanet. Chanet, Hashirama and Mito repeated in unison, looking blank. That's right. Yati excitedly slapped the ground with its paw and began to display a presentation on its skin. It began to elaborate in detail on its grand blueprint that fused its own talent, Uzumaki sealing jutsu, Tabarama's technology, and the concept of the internet. Yati pointed to the complex sealing jutsu on the ground and said, using this kind of large-scale sealing formation capable of gathering and stably transmitting chakra as a foundation. Establish small chakra relay nodes at every important traffic junction. Engrave an improved version of the Uzumaki sealing jutsu inside the nodes. On one hand, it can continuously absorb all trace amounts of naturally dissipated chakra within a certain range. On the other hand, it is to receive and forward specific chakra information streams. Then adopt the chakra resonance encoding technology, developed by Tabarama as the foundation for information transmission. Yati spat out several of Tabarama's creations for demonstration, then said, using this thing, text, sound, and even simple image information can be converted into special illusions to be displayed on it. Users only need a chakra resonance stone, engraved with micro-jutsu for receiving and sending, or it can be directly sent and received by trained ninjas through hand seals. The information is sent, captured by the nearest node, and then transmitted along the network formed by the nodes in the form of chakra waves. The nodes are interconnected at high speed through pre-anchored chakra channels. And the brain and heart of the entire network is me, Yati. Yati puffed out its chest proudly and said, I will be based in Konoha Village, utilizing my super large-range perception ability to monitor the status of all nodes and the stability of the network in real time. Most importantly, the chakra gathered from all nodes will be continuously transported to me through channels I have preset. This was also the fundamental motivation and reward for Yati's plan. Once Chanet is built, ninja mission intelligence transmission, public commissions from various villages, online commodity sales, and major events like natural disasters and enemy invasions can all be instantly spread to every corner through the network. As for later activities like chakra banks, chakra loans, chakra insurance, and paid ninja experiences, Yati decided not to mention them for now. The future network administrator of the ninja world, Yati looked at Hashirama, its intent filled with unprecedented solemnity. When the lives, work, and emotions of everyone in the entire ninja world are closely connected through this network, the cost of war will become unimaginably high. Destroying the network means destroying the foundation of everyone's life. This connection based on common interests and convenience is far more deeply rooted in people's hearts, and can more lastingly maintain peace than the terror deterrence created by tailed beasts. Because peace has become a necessity for everyone. Chapter 35, Searching for the Tailed Beasts. Yati finished explaining its chakra network plan in one breath, and silence filled the sealing room. Everyone was shocked by this concept that transcended the era. Uzumaki Ashina's eyes burst with unprecedented radiance, his hands trembling slightly as he said excitedly, wonderful, simply wonderful. To integrate sealing jutsu, chakra conduction, information encoding, and wide area perception into one, utilizing the ninja's chakra as the energy source and medium to construct an invisible web that connects all things. Yati, such a whimsical idea, is truly an epic-making feat. The gaze Uzumaki Ashina directed at Yati was full of astonishment and admiration. Once the chakra network was built, this orange cat would be no less than a rare divine artifact. Hashirama was even more unable to contain his excitement. Yati, you really are a genius. You are the true messenger of peace. This is far superior to my tailed beast plan. This is the true path of peace from the inside out. Let chakra connect everyone, and let peace become a shared interest and habit. A certain light of hope flickered in Hashirama's eyes, as if he could see the beautiful picture of peace in the ninja world after the chakra network was built. Yati looked at the excited people before it, flicking its tail with satisfaction, golden light shimmering around its body. However, while the plan was beautiful, the difficulties in realizing it were just as significant. After a while, everyone calmed down from this shocking plan and began to seriously ponder the problems that needed to be overcome. Uzumaki Ashina broke the silence first. Stroking his long beard, his wise gaze swept over Hashirama and Yati before he spoke slowly. Although Yati's plan has huge potential, the difficulties are not few. Uzumaki Ashina held up a finger and said, "Once the chakra network is built, its miraculous ability to connect all things, gather chakra, and control information will be enough to overturn the landscape of the ninja world. Those ambitious people will never sit idly by and watch such a divine artifact be born. Therefore, before the facilities of the chakra network take shape, the entire plan must be kept absolutely confidential to prevent sabotage by those with ulterior motives." The excitement on Hashirama's face faded, and he nodded slowly. Senior Ashina's words make a lot of sense. Konoha village has just been founded, and the various ninja clans have only recently joined. Such a plan should indeed not be publicized. Uzumaki Ashina extended a second finger, his gaze falling on Yati with deep concern. "Then there is little friend Yati. You are the core and most irreplaceable force in this chakra network plan. When the chakra network begins to operate, its operational core will rely entirely on your perception talent. This can be hidden for a while, but not forever. Once it is discovered that a cat is maintaining this invisible giant web and controlling everyone's information." Uzumaki Ashina's tone carried a hint of chill. "They will absolutely choose to assassinate, seal, or snatch you, using every possible means. Yati, your safety will be the cornerstone of the entire plan's survival. It must be foolproof." Yati, however, flicked its tail nonchalantly, golden light circulating around its body, carrying a powerful self-confidence. "It doesn't matter. My ninjutsu plan has already reached the second stage. Self-preservation is more than enough." Yati lifted a paw, and a small fireball suddenly released from one claw tip, while a small tornado released from another. Ever since the shadow clone technique successfully released ninjutsu, I have already started trying to release ninjutsu myself, and the results have been quite fruitful. A flash of brilliance appeared in Uzumaki Ashina's eyes, and he praised, "Then your strength is much stronger than the tailed beasts." Uzumaki Ashina breathed a sigh of relief and turned to say, "The rest are technical problems. For example, how to formulate a set of basic information standards that can be understood and used by various countries, clans, and even ninjas and civilians. How to ensure the accuracy and tamper resistance of information transmission. How to divide information permissions. These are all difficult problems that must be faced when building order. If one is not careful, the network itself could become a hotbed of chaos and dispute. Also, the access of civilians, most of them do not have chakra control. How can they use the terminal?" A series of difficulties were thrown out, like cold water poured on their heads, causing the atmosphere in the sealing room to fall silent again. Seeing that everyone was silent, Uzumaki Ashina smiled slightly and said, "So, starting from today, I will lead the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha village, and leave some of the Uzumaki clan's elites in Konoha village to work together to overcome these difficulties." Hashirama's eyes widened, his voice a bit excited. "That would be great. I will have Tabarama make proper arrangements." Hashirama took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and said again, "Then I will follow the original plan and go with Yati to find the sealing locations of those tailed beasts. The chakra network cannot be built in a day. The tailed beast plan can at least buy everyone some time. At the same time, I also want to see the impact of the establishment of Konoha Village in the Land of Fire on other countries. Looking at the light of hope in Hashirama's eyes, which was more dazzling than the sun, and feeling the confidence brought by Uzumaki Ashina's profound knowledge, Yati pressed its paw firmly on the ground. Then, for the sake of chakra, and for the peace of the ninja world, Yati held its head high and chest out, its golden cat pupils burning with unprecedented ambition and a sense of mission. The Chakra Network plan, officially launched, let us connect the world. Far away in the Hokage office in Konoha, Tabarama was frowning while processing documents. Suddenly, a small chakra resonance device connected to Yati's main body lit up in front of Tabarama, and Tabarama used a secret technique to start receiving information. The Uzumaki clan joins Konoha, a chakra network for the entire ninja world. Senju Tabarama's hands, which were forming hand signs, trembled slightly for the first time in a non-combat state, and a monstrous wave rose in his heart. Finally, Tabarama slammed his pen onto the table and muttered to himself with determination. "Big brother, Yati, you really threw a huge problem at me. However, it really is a brilliant idea." Tabarama immediately got up, walked to the secret room, and began to prepare. A few days later, Yati took Hashirama and set off, embarking on the journey through the ninja world to find the tailed beast sealing locations. The small Katsuyu on its head was also quite looking forward to this trip. Relying on the vague clues provided by Uzumaki Ashina from the oldest secret scrolls within the clan. These clues were mostly descriptive records combined with astrology, the trends of the earth veins, and ancient legends. But Yati's ultra-long-distance perception was like an invisible radar, which could provide Hashirama with large-scale scanning assistance, reducing unnecessary travel. The footprints of the man and the cat covered the dangerous places in the ninja world that were rarely visited. Deep in the Cloud Thunder Gorge of the Land of Lightning, where thunder roared all year round and few people came. At the very bottom of the canyon, where the cliffs were like knives, Yati found an ancient shrine that was almost integrated with the Black Mountain rock. The interior of the shrine was engraved with lightning-patterned seals, and a lightning gourd entangled with purple lightning chains was enshrined in the center. The violent-tailed beast chakra was firmly locked inside. Just being close to it made the skin feel a tingling sensation. Hashirama carefully removed the magical artifact with a wood clone, and Yati's perception confirmed that the seal was intact. In the underground corridor of the Land of Earth, Yati went deep into a huge karst cave that was like a labyrinth, relying on sensing the flow of the earth veins to find the entrance. The shrine here was built of thick topaz, exuding the heaviness of the earth. The sealing magical artifact was a heavy metal pupa, where a faint phantom of a sleeping slug-like creature could be seen. Inside an active volcano in the land of hot water, by the side of a scorching lava lake, a crimson torii stood stubbornly. The sealing magical artifact was a red staff burning with inextinguishable fire, and the hot and irritable chakra of the Four-Tails Son Goku was perfectly imprisoned. Beside a giant tree in the land of waterfalls that required dozens of people to hug, a shrine formed by the natural entanglement of branches and leaves was found. The sealing magical artifact was a huge, dripping green leaf, and the vital chakra of the Seven-Tails Chomai flowed quietly within it. On the way to find the tailed beasts, Hashirama also saw the Sprouts of Hope. At the border of the Land of Iron, they witnessed several ninja clans skilled in forging, under the mediation of the samurai group, beginning to delineate territories together and build joint defense fortifications, with a trend of forming a land of joint governance by samurai and ninjas. And in the land of hot water, several families relying on hot springs and healing ninjutsu were trying to merge resources to build a gathering place centered on medical care and recuperation. What pleased Hashirama the most was that, on the edge of the Land of Rain, he sensed several powerful chakras trying hard to mediate among several ninja clans that had been fighting for years. "Do you see it, Yati?" Hashirama stood on the muddy border of the Land of Rain, looking at the temporarily ceasefire village in the distance, a heartfelt smile appearing on his face. We don't need to force promotion. When people see the benefits brought by peace and see the success of Konoha, they will naturally find their own path. This is the power of example. This further strengthened Hashirama's determination to use tailed beast deterrence to buy time for these new seedlings to grow. However, when they followed the clues to the depths of the vast desert in the land of wind, when they found the shrine that should have enshrined the one-tail Shukaku according to the records, the scene before them made their hearts sink. The temple was already half buried in yellow sand, dilapidated and ruined. In the center of the most important inner hall, the altar where the sealing magical artifact should have been placed was empty. Only a few deep cracks remained on the surface of the altar, as if torn by giant claws. The seal was destroyed. Hashirama squatted down, his fingers brushing over the deep cracks, his face as solemn as iron. Yadi's shadow clone also jumped onto the altar, sniffed hard with its nose, and looked up solemnly. Although the seal was destroyed, according to what I saw along the way, this tailed beast was sealed again before it could cause trouble. Hashirama stood up, looking at the boundless yellow sand, and said, "It must be the strong ones from the land of wind. They found this place and then took Shukaku away." This discovery cast a shadow over Hashirama's heart. The ninjas of the land of wind seemed to have started contacting the power of the tailed beasts earlier than he expected. Yadi had long known that the one tail was resealed by a monk. Yadi's purpose for coming here was to find the Jello stones and the dragon pulse around the land of wind. Unfortunately, it only found the dragon pulse in Lulen, but the energy of the dragon pulse was too small now, so Yadi decided to wait a bit longer. Finally, Hashirama and Yadi returned to the land of fire with the 8 sealing magical artifacts they had found. For the sake of safety, Hashirama did not bring these dangerous magical artifacts back to Konoha village. Instead, he found 7 locations in the land of fire that were rarely visited and buried the magical artifacts, except for the 9 tails. Every burial point was set with powerful wood release barriers and Uzumaki sealing jutsu for secondary reinforcement and concealment. The heavy responsibility of guarding fell on Yadi, and the 9 tails sealing magical artifact also fell into Yadi's hands. Yadi guard them, perceive their movements, and ensure the seal is stable. Hashirama said solemnly to the main body at the core node, "The entire land of fire is under your perception, and only you can monitor these scattered locations in real time. Once there is any sign of the seal loosening, or if any outsider tries to approach, notify me immediately." Yadi's perception network was like a radar array covering the land of fire, and those 7 deeply buried tailed beast seal points were clearly branded on its consciousness map. Ready to eat upon opening, Yadi lay on the 9 tails sealing magical artifact, complaining in its heart. A sealing jutsu that guides chakra was re-added to the 9 tails sealing magical artifact, allowing Yadi to taste the tailed beast chakra. At the same time, it was also to enhance Yadi's strength and prepare for the construction of the chakra network. After temporarily settling the tailed beasts, Hashirama immediately convened a high-level meeting. The atmosphere in the Hokage office was heavy, with Senju Tabarama, Uzumaki Ashina, Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Maido, and representatives of various major ninja clans gathered together. Hashirama first reported the results of searching for the tailed beasts. He emphasized the bad news that the one-tail Shukaku of the land of wind had been taken away by unknown forces in advance, as well as the situation where he had properly handled all the remaining tailed beast sealing magical artifacts. The disappearance of Shukaku is a huge hidden danger. We must be vigilant about the movements of the land of wind. Tabarama spoke first, cold light flashing in his red eyes. Since they dare to touch the tailed beasts, their ambition must be great. I suggest immediately strengthening reconnaissance and defense in the direction of the land of wind. The projection of Uzumaki Ashina stroked his long beard, worried. The power of the tailed beasts is extraordinary. The ninjas of the land of wind forcibly took it, and I am afraid they paid a great price. Moreover, they likely do not have perfect sealing methods, and Shukaku may lose control at any time. This is not only a disaster for the land of wind, but may also affect neighboring countries. Hashirama raised his hand to suppress the discussion and said in a deep voice, "The threat of the tailed beasts has become a fact, and we must include the risk of Shukaku's loss of control in our considerations. But what is more important now is how to use the 8 tailed beasts in our hands to establish a deterrence framework as soon as possible." Hashirama looked around at everyone and raised the core issue. "I plan to distribute the 7 tailed beasts, excluding the 9 tails, to the other 4 major countries. As a deterrent force to maintain peace, and promise to provide basic sealing jutsu guidance to ensure they can manage them, rather than utilize them. The power of the 9 tails is the most powerful, so it will be kept in the land of fire and managed by Konoha personally. Distribute." As soon as these words came out, the clan chiefs who did not know about the tailed beast plan suddenly exploded. "This is too risky, giving such dangerous things to others. What if they use the tailed beasts to attack us in return? Can the simplified sealing jutsu work?" Tabarama frowned, raising the most practical question: how to distribute to ensure balance, how to ensure they won't study them privately. Uzumaki Maido was more concerned about the technical level. Is the simplified sealing jutsu really safe? What if some ninja clan's secret technique can utilize these tailed beast powers? Facing the questioning and worries, Hashirama showed the decisiveness of a Hokage. Risks definitely exist, but the tailed beast plan is just a transitional plan, which can be considered the optimal solution at the current stage. The distribution plan needs to evaluate the strength and status quo of each country in detail to ensure that the power is relatively balanced. The sealing jutsu only provides the most basic part of maintaining the seal. The core utilization methods will never be leaked. Transportation will be coordinated by me and Yadi to ensure safety, so everyone does not need to worry. Hashirama looked at the crowd and said solemnly, "When everything is ready, I will hold a 5-cage summit in the Land of Fire." Chapter 36:5 Shadows. Konoha Village, in the small courtyard of the Senju Ancestral Shrine. Cherry blossoms still drifted down, and the stream flowed with a gentle murmur. Yadi no longer lay on top of Katsuyu, but was coiled in the center of the courtyard on a core node carved with complex Uzumaki clan sealing runes. A rod-shaped magical artifact covered in runes hung from the cat's mouth, connected to the magical artifact sealing the 9 tails, allowing it to provide a steady stream of tailed beast chakra. The golden halo flowing around Yadi's body was like liquid fire, radiating a heart-stopping pressure. Writing up to this point, I hope readers will remember our domain. Read good books from Taiwan, select super awesome ones. The golden cat pupils were tightly closed, but its consciousness, like an invisible neural network, was frantically extending outward with Konoha as the core. In the Konoha laboratory, Senju Tabarama's silver hair was disheveled, and a near-fanatical gleam flickered in his red eyes. The massive laboratory table in front of him was piled high with items. Complex blueprints, thin sheets covered in sealing runes, chakra-conductive metal of various attributes, and a small section of wood-release cellular tissue radiating powerful life force. Node structure optimization successful, chakra leakage capture efficiency increased by 6.66%. Chakra transmission load can still be reduced. Tabarama muttered to himself, a chakra blade condensing at his fingertips like the most precise carving knife, flying across a substrate that fused Uzumaki clan sealing jutsu with chakra metal. Beside him, several top-tier sealing jutsu masters sent by the Uzumaki clan were nervously recording data and constantly offering suggestions for improvement. The stability of the chakra circuit here is the key. If we add a miniature 4-symbol seal variant as a buffer. Agreed, calculate the optimal path immediately. Lord Yadi's sensory feedback shows a 1-second delay at test node number 66 during chakra overload. We need a more efficient core. The wood release sample provided by Lord Hashirama has excellent vitality. As a node core carrier, its life energy can effectively neutralize the impurities in the leaking chakra, reducing the burden on Lord Yadi. The laboratory was quite noisy, with the sounds of arguments, calculations, and the hissing of engraving echoing incessantly. This place gathered the ninja world's top talents in sealing jutsu, space ninjutsu, and chakra technology. Under the coordination of the superbrain Tabarama, Yati's almost fantastical concept was slowly becoming reality. In the vast forests of the Land of Fire. Wood release, wood pillar prison technique. Senju Hashirama pressed his palms together and let out a low shout. The earth rumbled as countless thick, giant trees imbued with his pure chakra burst from the ground. They were not used for combat, but grew rapidly, coiling to construct sturdy wooden tower foundations at pre-selected strategic locations. These towers would serve as protective shells and ninja outposts for the future chakra network ground nodes. Uzumaki Mito led a team of Uzumaki elites, and Konoha sealing squad members close behind. Her red hair was like fire, her expression focused, and her hands moved in a blur as she performed hand seals. Wisps of azure sealing runes flowed from her fingertips like living things, precisely branded onto the core area of the wooden towers constructed by Hashirama, forming the base of the miniature chakra relay array inside the nodes. In the towns and villages along the way, people looked on in amazement at these wooden towers that had sprung up from the ground, carved with glowing runes, and discussed them animatedly. Some ninjas tried to approach to investigate, only to be gently persuaded to leave by the surrounding Senju clansmen. This is Konoha intelligence. Unauthorized personnel, please keep your distance. That invisible pressure from the strong made all curious onlookers wisely choose to retreat. On the core node in the small courtyard, Yati's sensory range, nourished by the core node and the continuously gathering chakra, had already stably covered the entire Land of Fire. The map of the Land of Fire was displayed as clearly as a holographic image in its sea of consciousness, with mountains, rivers, cities, and villages lighting up like stars. At the same time, the burden of maintaining the prototype of this nascent chakra network was easier than imagined. After all, most nodes only had simple transmission functions. Under Tabarama's modifications, the current burden came entirely from maintaining the space passages between each node. For Yati's talent, sensing the most troublesome space nodes was actually a specialty. It was the conditions of the environment around those nodes that gave Yati quite a headache. Damn lag, why did the signal from that node on the edge of the Land of Whirlpools drift again? Was the sealing technique not carved firmly, or was it corroded by the sea breeze? Another bunch of thugs trying to destroy the node tower. Do you think I'm blind? With a thought from Yati, the preset defensive technique near the target node was instantly activated through the chakra channel. Several shockwaves made of pure chakra knocked the ignorant wandering ninjas unconscious. Is everyone so curious? Guarding so many nodes is more tiring than draining 10 Uzumaki elders, but the chakra is truly delicious. The golden light around Yati's body flickered with its condition. Every time a new node was successfully stabilized, the light became more solid. Every time node information was transmitted or a technique was remotely activated, the light dimmed slightly. Yati was like a super server running at full power, constantly adapting and evolving in the construction and operation of the chakra network. Outside Konoha village, in the shadows, Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, his crimson eternal Mangekyo Sharingan coldly watching a node tower being activated by the sealing squad in the distance. A cold aura that kept others at bay radiated from Madara. A network connecting the ninja world, using chakra to transmit information. HMPH. Madara let out a cold snort of disdain. Hashirama is still as naive as ever. Binding everyone's fate to a network created by Tabarama? Fragile. Once the core is destroyed or controlled, this network will become the most terrifying shackle. Madara always held doubts about the evil Tabarama and was even more vigilant about this network. Madara turned, and his figure melted into the darkness. In the deeper shadows, a mass of wriggling, unidentified creature that seemed to be made of pure darkness existed. A massive chakra network, gathering the power of all living things. How wonderful. It emitted a silent, shrill laugh. Mother, did you see? A new seedbed is forming, and it is even larger and more concentrated than the tailed beasts. This might be a better opportunity. Its gaze pierced through the sky, locking onto that distant moon. 1 month later, within the Land of Fire, the first batch of 36 major node towers and 108 secondary node towers were all activated. In Tabarama's laboratory, in front of a crystal ball that could only display simple light points and lines. Hashirama, Tabarama, Mito, Uzumaki Ashina, and Yadi's clone, everyone held their breath, watching this crystal ball. Tabarama took a deep breath, pressed his hand on a miniature node resonance stone at the base of the crystal ball, and injected chakra. He said in a deep voice, "Test start. Target, Uzumaki main node. Message content, hello world. Send. Come." Inside the crystal ball, the golden light point representing the Konoha core node suddenly brightened, and an imperceptible fluctuation of chakra instantly transmitted along the preset channel. The light point network diagram inside the crystal ball instantly lit up, and the information flow, like jumping starlight, transmitted rapidly along the node path, reaching the blue light point representing the Uzumaki node in the blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, on another crystal ball placed in front of Uzumaki Ashina and Uzumaki, the words "hello," world composed of chakra light clearly appeared. It succeeded. Hashirama punched the table excitedly, almost knocking the crystal ball over. Instant communication, ignoring distance. Uzumaki Ashina's old voice came through the communication device with unbelievable excitement. Mito covered her mouth, tears shimmering in her eyes. On Tabarama's tense face, a look of relief finally appeared. On the core node in the ancestral courtyard, Yadi slowly opened its eyes. Chakra naturally leaking from countless living beings within the Land of Fire was flowing continuously into Yadi's body through this nascent network, nourishing Yadi and supporting this growing network. Land of Fire Chakra Network preliminary coverage complete. Yadi's mind swept across the brilliant node network in its sea of consciousness, which looked like an exquisite game map. Next step, Land of Wind, Land of Lightning, let the entire ninja world be covered under my network. Yadi's tail swayed gently, carrying unparalleled confidence and ambition. Sometime later, on the border of the Land of Fire, a wooden house. The council chamber constructed by Senju Hashirama with wood release was simple and sturdy, with rolling green hills outside the window. Around the round table, the 5 cage gathered, and the atmosphere was filled with the aura of the strong. Around the round table were Hokage Senju Hashirama and his guard Senju Tabarama, Reikage A and his guard B, Tsuchikage Ishikawa and his guard Mu, Mizukage Byakuren and his guard Genjutsu Hazuki, Keizukage Rito and his guard Shaman. Hashirama wore white casual clothes, with a draft copy of the 5 Nations Peace Treaty already distributed to each cage spread out before him. Hashirama looked around at everyone and said solemnly, "You have all read these treaties. Our core demand in coming here is to prevent war and maintain peace." Hashirama scanned everyone in their seats and said, "To consolidate the hard-won peace, the treaty clearly mentions the distribution of tailed beasts as a strategic deterrent." Hashirama pointed to the relevant annexes of the treaty and said, "Konoha possesses the sealing magical artifacts and location information for the 8-tailed beasts, excluding the 1 tail. You can purchase the corresponding tailed beasts according to the price." When mentioning the 1 tail, Hashirama looked specifically at Keizukage Rito. Keizukage Rito raised his eyelids, his voice hoarse and direct. "The 1 tail has been sealed in the shrine since ancient times. Now it has been taken over by my Sunagakur, and the shrine ruins have been included in the alert zone. Sunagakur no longer needs tailed beasts and does not need distribution." Rito paused, tapped his finger on the table, and looked sharply at Hashirama, saying, "I did not come here for tailed beasts. The Land of Wind is located in the desert and is very barren. Since Konoha is willing to distribute tailed beasts, then my Sunagakur is willing to exchange tailed beasts for money and grain, or fertile land adjacent to the desert. Rito's demands were quite clear. He was willing to give up the distribution of tailed beasts in exchange for hard resources urgently needed for development. Rakage A frowned and said, I have also heard of the power of tailed beasts. They are indeed terrifying weapons of mass destruction. Kumagakur is willing to purchase. Tsuchikage Ishikawa's gaze wandered between the treaty text and Hashirama's face. Lord Hokage, the intelligence on the tailed beasts described in the document, their sealing status, specific location, and degree of controllability are not detailed. I want to see them first before making a decision. Mizukage Byakuran nodded slightly and said, Lord Tsuchikage's words make sense. If it is according to the power described in the document, it definitely requires powerful seals to control. Konoha only promises to provide basic sealing jutsu support. If a disaster occurs in another country due to a sealing loophole, who will take responsibility for this? Facing the questioning of the cage and the direct claims of Rito, Hashirama's expression remained unchanged, and he responded calmly. Lord Keizuki's request concerns the reconstruction of people's livelihoods, which is reasonable and fair. The specific compensation plan will be discussed in detail after the meeting. Lord Tsuchikage and Lord Mizukage's considerations are comprehensive. Detailed intelligence and sealing samples can be arranged for inspection after the meeting. The basic sealing jutsu is provided by the Uzumaki clan. Its effectiveness can ensure that the tailed beasts do not break the seal, but it cannot drive them. This is Konoha's bottom line. As for the problem of tailed beasts breaking the seal and rioting, Tabarama. Hashirama looked at Senju Tabarama behind him. Tabarama silently took out 5 advanced versions of chakra resonance terminals and placed them on the table. The design of the terminals was simple, and glowing runes flowed on the surface. Hashirama picked one up and injected chakra. The terminal's blue light turned on, and the interface appeared. This is an advanced terminal of the chakra network. Before Hashirama finished speaking, the terminal suddenly made a clear sound. Lord Hokage, the signal connection is successful. Konoha Village can see everyone's images. Now, I will show you the scene of Konoha Village. Uzumaki Ashina's voice echoed in the conference room. Rakage A's eyes widened when he heard that this was an image from Konoha Village, and he leaned forward, saying, Remote sound transmission. Tsuchikage Ishikawa's hand, which was twisting his beard, stopped completely, staring fixedly at the terminal, his breathing quickening. Ignoring distance, it's really true. Mizukage Byakuran's eyes flashed with a sharp light, instantly realizing its strategic value. Keizuki Rito's face turned pale instantly, and for the first time, horror appeared in his gloomy eyes. This intelligence gathering and transmission capability was too terrifying. Hashirama operated it at the right time, and the terminal projected a light screen, showing the streetscape of Konoha and the dynamics of the training ground, vividly. Hashirama's face flushed with excitement, and he said solemnly, This is an upgraded version of the ordinary terminal, advanced terminal. It can be used even outside the land of fire and can transmit dynamic images. I am gifting them to you for mutual contact. This is the capability of the chakra network. Once built, information transmission can be instantaneous, trade information will be transparent, disaster warnings will be shared in a timely manner, and ultimately, permanent peace will be truly maintained. Konoha is willing to provide technical standards and invites everyone to jointly research and build the chakra network. The hall fell into a deeper silence, with only the faint light emitted by the terminals. Rakage A stroked his chin, his eyes burning. Good stuff. How do we build this thing? Tsuchikage Ishikawa's eyes shone brightly, his mind churning with thoughts. While calculating the intelligence advantages of the chakra network and how to occupy a favorable position in the new system, he said, Lord Hokage, the depth of technical sharing for the chakra network, the sharing of construction costs, and the management rights of the core nodes. These all concern the fundamentals of each country and still need to be discussed with the various clan chiefs in the village. Mizukij Byakuran looked at the clear picture on the light screen. For Kirigakure, which was isolated overseas, the attraction of this network was hard to resist. If the security and non-tampering of information transmission can be ensured, Kirigakure is willing to participate in the research and construction. Keizkij Rito's face was as gloomy as water. The things Konoha brought out made him feel suffocated by being crushed, one after another. If this chakra network were completed, Sunagakure would be completely suppressed in terms of information. He stared at the terminal, then looked at Hashirama, and finally squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. The Land of Wind still needs to evaluate its impact on the security of the Land of Wind. We will give the Hokage an answer after the meeting in the village. Rito felt an unprecedented threat, but was unable to oppose it directly. Time passed slowly, night fell, the meeting ended temporarily, and each cage returned to their guest rooms to rest. Hashirama looked at the moonlight from the window, sighed, and then said, "Tabarama, is this really okay? No matter how they research it, it will be difficult for them to build a chakra network, right?" Tabarama replied, "We didn't promise them that they would definitely be able to build a chakra network. I just want them to invest a lot of time and energy into it, and at the same time, it serves as a promotion for our chakra network. Don't worry, the technical standards I provided are real, they just consume a bit too much." Chapter 37, A New Storm. The next morning. The 5-cage meeting hall. Sunlight streamed in through the massive wooden windows. Compared to the heavy, imposing aura of the powerhouses yesterday, the atmosphere today was slightly more relaxed. Hashirama sat in the main seat, silent, with a slightly overly cheerful smile on his face. Today's topic was related to the construction of the chakra network, so the protagonist shifted to Senju Tabarama, who stood behind Hashirama with his white hair and red eyes. Tabarama walked to the round table, skipped the pleasantries, and directly unfurled several massive scrolls, which were covered in intricate and complex structural diagrams of sealing jutsu and chakra energy flow charts that were dazzling to behold. Hashirama cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, everyone, yesterday we demonstrated the advanced terminal. Today, Senju Tabarama, the main designer of the chakra network, will introduce the costs and requirements for establishing the chakra network in detail." Tabarama was expressionless, his voice as steady as if he were reading from a textbook. The core of the chakra network lies in 2 points: information transmission and energy collection and relay. Information transmission is based on the principle of chakra resonance encoding. Tabarama pointed to a magnified diagram of the chaotic runes on the scroll. It converts information into specific chakra frequencies. The key lies in the long-distance relay nodes. Tabarama pointed to the diagram of the core components on the scroll, which were wrapped in layers upon layers of sealing runes. The core of this node is composed of specially made sealing equipment, containing multiple superimposed variants of the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu, possessing the functions of spatial coordinate anchoring and chakra flow sealing and stabilization. The precision required for sensing spatial coordinate fluctuations must reach the level of perceiving minute disturbances in the Earth's ley lines. The nodes are connected via chakra channels established under the guidance of special spatial sensing ninja. Information flows through relay nodes, and the speed depends on channel stability and node density, with the goal being near instantaneous transmission. Energy collection and relay are achieved through secondary Uzumaki clan sealing techniques inscribed on the surface of the nodes, continuously absorbing trace amounts of naturally dissipating chakra from the surroundings. This energy is used to maintain the node's own operation and stabilize the channels. Any surplus can be channeled into the network for recycling. Tabarama paused, his gaze sweeping across the 4-cage, and stated his main purpose. Konoha currently possesses mature manufacturing technology for sealing equipment and a small number of shadow clone technique users who are trained spatial sensing ninja. Considering the needs of various countries to initiate branch networks of the chakra network, Konoha can provide equipment rental services and dispatch shadow clone technique users as sensing ninja consultants to assist in establishing initial channels. Rental and service fees will be calculated based on the number of nodes and channel complexity. Rakeage A glared at the blueprints, which were so complex they made his head ache, then looked at the terminal on the table and said, "Tusk, that sounds quite troublesome. It requires Konoha's unique equipment and special ninja, but..." Finally said, "Establishing the chakra network can indeed double the efficiency of intelligence transmission. Cloud Village is willing to build a portion of the nodes first to see the results." Tsuchikage Ishikawa squinted, almost leaning onto the scroll, his finger moving slowly along a complex line of runes, making clicking sounds with his tongue. Exquisite, truly exquisite. Multiple superimposed seals to stabilize spatial coordinates, absorbing dissipating chakra for power. A genius concept. He raised his head, shrewd light flashing in his eyes, and stared at Tabarama. "Your Excellency Tabarama, renting this core sealing equipment is certainly fine. However, is there any possibility of transferring this technology? Or perhaps we could cooperate on research. We in the Stone Village have some unique insights into ore refining and large-scale barrier construction." Mizukage Byakuren listened very carefully, her brows slightly furrowed. Spatial sensing ninja? Such talent is indeed rare, but relying on other countries' ninja to establish core channels. She looked at Tabarama with an inquisitive tone. How can security be guaranteed? Will the information flow pass through Konoha's main node? Will the information transmitted by our mist village be spied upon? Keizgage Reto's face remained gloomy, but compared to yesterday's shock, today was more filled with irritability and a deep sense of powerlessness. He looked at the node diagram, then thought of the land of Wind's empty national treasury and barren resources, and snorted. The construction cost is still too expensive for the sand village. "Hashirama, are you planning to pave the road with gold by doing this in Konoha? We in the sand village will wait and see first." Tabarama responded calmly one by one. "Your Excellency Rakeage, the sensing ninja are strictly trained, and reliability is guaranteed by contract. Your Excellency Tsuchikage, the core technology involves the fundamentals of Konoha and the Uzumaki clan, so we are not considering a transfer for the time being. However, we can discuss cooperation regarding the peripheral construction of the nodes and material application. Your Excellency Mizukage, the information flow is only transmitted within the branch network and does not pass through Konoha's main node. Once the core channels are established, your side can maintain them yourselves. Security protocols can be signed separately." Hashirama stepped in at the right time, a cheerful smile still on his face. "Thank you all so much. Since everyone is willing to build the chakra network, Konoha can provide a use now, pay later project for the sake of peace in the ninja world, and we also accept payments through various channels." The meeting proceeded in an orderly fashion amidst discussions where everyone had their own hidden agendas. Meanwhile, deep in the Uchiha clan grounds, the torchlight on the stone wall flickered, reflecting Uchiha Madara's lonely and arrogant figure. Madara stood before the stone tablet passed down from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. This was an ancient stele that could only be deciphered with ocular power. The Scarlet Eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan in Madara's eye sockets, rotated slowly. Madara's brows were tightly locked. Recently, he hadn't felt any significant breakthrough in his ocular power. But on this mysterious stone tablet, the originally obscure content seemed to have gained a little more. The handwriting seemed to emerge from a deeper layer. Infinite Tsukiyomi, the ultimate dream, eternal peace, the power of all things, demonic statue of the outer path, the nine-tailed beasts combined into the 10 tails. These were all pieces of information Madara already knew. Madara had originally planned to bring Hashirama here after the 5 Cage Summit and use the oracle on the stone tablet to persuade him. That guy Hashirama, though naive, had a genuine obsession with peace. Perhaps this was the only thing that could make Hashirama understand and agree with his path. Madara even held a glimmer of faint hope in his heart. But today, as Madara's gaze swept over the familiar inscription again, a few lines of brand new text, like ink dripping into clear water, clearly bloomed. The false god steals the power of all living things, weaving an invisible net, attempting to act on behalf of the divine authority. Its power stems from theft, and its net is a cage. The place where the chakra of all living things gathers is the hotbed for the god tree's return. When the net covers the earth and all living things are drowned in illusory connections, the body of the false god will be the most perfect vessel. Use the eternal Manjikayo Sharingan to draw the power of the god tree and inject it into this vessel. There is no need for the demonic statue, no need for the ten-tails. The body of the false god can itself bear the radiance of the Tsukuyomi and reflect everything. Madara's pupils shrank suddenly, and a cold chill mixed with indescribable ecstasy swept through his entire body instantly. False god, invisible net, gathering the chakra of all living things, hotbed, perfect vessel. Every word struck Madara's heart like a heavy hammer. The direction of this description was too specific. That so-called chakra network. And that orange cat treated like a treasure by Hashirama and the Uzumaki clan. That orange cat's extraordinary ability to sense and absorb chakra. Wasn't it that false god? The core that was weaving the net, covering the ninja world. And the perfect vessel that could replace the demonic statue of the outer path and the ten-tails according to the prophecy on the stone tablet. Isadohaha. Low and suppressed laughter echoed in the empty altar. So that's it. Hashirama, the peace you pursue, the future you've poured your heart and blood into creating, is merely making wedding clothes for others. The last trace of hesitation and tenderness in Madara's eyes completely dissipated, replaced by a kind of faded madness. Infinite Tsukuyomi, this is the true path of salvation for the ninja world. There is no need for any ten-tails, no need for those long and variable steps. Just need to control that cat. Control that net. Hashirama, don't blame me. Your so-called peace is ultimately a bubble. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi is the eternal answer. Madara took one last look at the new text on the stone tablet, and a resolute flame burned in his scarlet Manjikayo Sharingan. Finally, Uchiha Madara turned and strode away from the cold underground altar, his figure merging into the shadows of the clan grounds. Uchiha Madara's target was pointed directly at the core of Konoha, the small courtyard next to the Senju Shrine, and the body of the false god bathed in golden light. Konoha Village, the small courtyard next to the Senju Shrine. Pink and white cherry blossoms drifted down like snow, quietly carried away by the clear stream. The giant Katsuyu lay in the corner, emitting a tranquil breath of life. In the center of the courtyard, Yadi's true body was still coiled on the chakra core node, covered in runes. But unlike in the past, the golden halo flowing around Yadi was more restrained and stable, as natural as breathing. On the ground around Yadi's body, many scrolls and books were spread out in a scattered manner. The essence of the Uzumaki clans, sealing jutsu, the theory of chakra nature transformation written by Tabarama, and even some transcripts of Uchiha-style fire release ninjutsu of unknown origin. Yadi's cat eyes were half closed, and the vast consciousness in its mind was working efficiently with a division of labor. The largest part of its consciousness was maintaining the main channel of the chakra network that covered the entire land of fire, absorbing the massive amount of chakra that was continuously gathering. This power was like a gentle, warm current, continuously nourishing its origin and strengthening everything about Yadi. At the same time, it split off a wisp of spiritual sense, like the most efficient scanner, rapidly reading the ninjutsu scrolls spread on the ground. Complex sealing runes, exquisite chakra circuits, violent fire release nature transformations. This knowledge was greedily absorbed, parsed, and stored in the database in its mind by it. Yadi knew deeply that no matter how powerful the chakra network was, its own strength was the ultimate guarantee. To deal with the peerless powerhouses that might appear in the future, relying solely on sensing and tailed beast bomb would not be enough. Ding, the tailed beast allocation is complete. The peace treaty of the 5 great ninja villages has been officially signed. The 5-cage summit is finally over, and the tailed beasts have been allocated. After Yadi's consciousness scanned the incoming information, it sighed. Next, I should be able to live a relatively peaceful life for a while, right? However, that guy Madara, according to the script, oh no, according to his paranoid personality, he won't stay in the village for long before he goes out to contemplate life for a while. And then when he comes back, he'll have a death match with Hashirama at the Valley of the End. Regarding this destined, earth-shattering battle between brothers, Yadi's mindset was quite peaceful. Fight then, fight hard. Yadi even thought with a bit of excitement, when the time comes, I'll join in too. Yadi knew Madara's character very well. Reason, peace, ideals. Before Madara was completely beaten into submission, these were all meaningless nonsense. However, as a cat determined to record the ninja world, Yadi felt that it might be able to add a little fun and educational significance to this epic duel. Yadi's consciousness sank into its body. The number of vessels in its body had already changed from 3 to over 100, and furthermore, their forms were also vastly different. Looking at these vessels, a bold idea popped into Yadi's mind. Doesn't Madara care most about the Uchiha clan? Doesn't he think that only by suppressing everything can true peace be brought about? Yadi's tail tip swayed happily, sweeping away a few cherry blossoms, and it thought to itself, then let him feel the love of the whole clan. Yadi's will began to construct new faces on the vessels within its body. Vessel number 1 simulated the image of a middle-aged Uchiha male, with a resolute face and the dignity of a clan chief. Vessel number 2 simulated the image of a gentle Uchiha female. Vessel number 3 simulated the image of a young, rebellious Uchiha teenager. Vessel number 4. Vessel number 5. Yadi used its terrifying chakra control to quickly and precisely adjust the facial contours, eye features, and even subtle expression habits of these vessels. Yadi compared them with all the Uchiha clan faces it had perceived during the Warring States period and sighed. Yes, that's the feeling. Yadi was very satisfied with these Uchiha clan vessels that had initially taken shape in its consciousness. When the time comes, when they are fighting earth-shatteringly at the Valley of the End, I will control these shadow clone technique users who have the faces of the entire Uchiha clan, and suddenly appear from underground, from the bushes, or descend from the sky. And then, just like the future protagonist Naruto using Talk no Jutsu on Obaido, when Hashirama starts using Talk no Jutsu, I will stand behind Hashirama and reach out to Uchiha Madara. Maybe this can help the two of them ease their relationship. Just as Yadi was pondering, a signature red figure of the Uzumaki clan appeared at the courtyard gate. This was an elite sealing jutsu master sent by Uzumaki Ashina to be stationed in Konoha to assist in the construction of the chakra network, named Uzumaki Saren. He had a gentle and respectful smile on his face, and the yin seal on his forehead was clearly visible. Lord Yadi. Saren stood at the courtyard gate, bowed slightly, and said, Clan Chief sent me to deliver a message. Yadi lazily lifted one eyelid, golden cat pupils glancing at him. What does old man Ashina want? Don't tell me he's accumulated another batch of yin seal stock for me to clear out. Yadi's words carried a bit of teasing. After all, the experience of getting high from absorbing it in the land of whirlpools last time was truly wonderful. Saren's smile seemed to widen, and his tone carried a trace of eagerness. Exactly. Clan Chief said that there are a few more elders in the clan, and they have also accumulated quite a bit of surplus, thinking that Lord Yadi seemed quite satisfied last time. So he specifically sent me to escort you over. Everything is ready, just waiting for you. Chapter 38 Transformation. Upon hearing this, Yadi's ears twitched, his tail raised a bit in delight, and he said, Oh, that's quite efficient. Let's head out. Just as Yadi prepared to get up, he saw Saren waving his hands hurriedly. Wait, Lord Yadi. Uzumaki Saren stepped forward, his face wearing a look of consideration. The clan chief, considering that you carry a heavy burden by maintaining the core of the chakra network, felt that the journey to and from the land of whirlpools would be too far and inconvenient. Therefore, we have specifically over there. Uzumaki Saren pointed toward a dense forest to the west of Konoha village, near the Valley of the End, and said, Just a short distance away, We have built a new, more concealed and sturdier seal meditation room. All the technique nodes and convergence arrays have been set up, and the elders are already waiting there with the yin seal. We are just waiting for you to move there, and we can start at any time. Uzumaki Saren's tone was sincere, his reasons sound, and he added, "This will save you the time of traveling while ensuring that the core of the chakra network is not overly affected. What do you think?" Yadi's movements paused. Yadi lay back down on the node, his cat eyes narrowing slightly. A new meditation room built near Konoha village. Yadi's perception, like an invisible radar, instantly swept toward the direction Saren had pointed. Deep in that forest, there was indeed a newly completed wood and stone structure with intricate designs and covered in seal runes. Inside the building, several stable and massive chakra signatures, bearing the unique aura of the yin seal of the Uzumaki clan, seemed to be waiting quietly. Everything looked so reasonable and thoughtful. However, there was a conspiracy. That old fox, Uzumaki Ashina, always pursued stability and a sense of ceremony in his actions. For a major matter like providing yin seal chakra, which involved the clan's elders, Uzumaki Ashina would prefer to conduct it in the most heavily guarded core meditation room within the Uzumaki clan grounds. Building a new one on the outskirts of Konoha village, that did not fit his style. Yadi sneered inwardly, but remained calm on the surface, even lazily yawning as he said, "Oh, a newly built meditation room. That old geezer Ashina is quite thoughtful." Yadi's voice sounded as if he was pleased, and he added, "Fine, I've got it. However, I'm currently at a critical point in researching this variant of the Four Symbols seal, so I can't leave just yet. Go back and tell those elders to wait a little longer. Don't be impatient. As soon as I finish this part, I'll head over immediately." Yadi pawed at the scroll on the ground, looking like he was completely engrossed in his research and unable to tear himself away. A trace of extremely subtle astonishment flashed across Saren's face. He clearly hadn't expected Yadi to delay. But he quickly put on a smile again. "Understood, Lord Yadi. Your research is paramount. I will return and inform the elders to wait a while." Uzumaki, Saren bowed respectfully and turned to leave the small courtyard. "Since someone has set up the stage, wouldn't it be a waste of your good intentions if I didn't go and perform a scene?" Yadi had a rough idea of who was targeting him, and a bold counterplan began to take shape in his mind. Yadi needed a little time to prepare to give the mastermind a surprise. To the west of Konoha village, deep in the dense forest at the edge of the Valley of the End, a brand new wood and stone meditation room, covered with Uzumaki seal runes, stood alone. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent, and even the chirping of insects had vanished. Uzumaki Saren stood respectfully at the entrance of the meditation room, a slightly stiff smile on his face. "Lord Yadi, the elders are inside. Please." Yadi walked past Saren, his golden cat eyes filled with a hint of curiosity. The moment he stepped across the threshold of the meditation room, boom! The ground exploded like the surface of water. Soil and rubble shot into the sky. A deep purple figure, like a demon god, burst from the ground, moving fast enough to tear through the air. It was none other than Uchiha Madara, who had been lying in wait for a long time. His crimson eternal Mangekyo Sharingan rotated like wheels, carrying an absolute sense of oppression. With destructive chakra in his hands, he struck directly at Yadi. This blow was without warning, ruthless, and intended to be a guaranteed success. "Got him," Madara thought to himself, his fingertips almost touching Yadi's soft fur. He could even see the fur that seemed to bristle slightly in surprise. However, at the very instant before contact, Yadi's body blurred like a phantom. That lethal claw only tore off a few strands of falling golden light particles. "What?" Madara's pupils constricted, and a sense of alarm rose sharply in his heart. Yadi landed lightly on a huge rock several yards away, completely unharmed. Yadi didn't even look back, simply brushing his fur, which had been messed up by the strong wind, with his tail calmly. A playful voice transmitted into Madara's mind. "So it was you, Madara. Is it just you alone?" Madara's attack missed, but he did not pursue. Instead, he looked down at the tiny orange cat, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flashing with an eerie light. He said in a low voice, "Yati, no, I already know your true form. Perhaps I should call you a false god. Stealing the power of all living beings, weaving a web of cages. The prophecy on the stone tablet has long since revealed your destiny." Madara spread his arms, as if proclaiming an oracle. "Your existence itself is a great blasphemy against the ninja world, but this is also an opportunity. Give up your meaningless struggle and become the perfect vessel to carry the infinite Tsukuyomi. This is your true destiny. In the eternal dream of the Tsukuyomi, all living beings will attain true peace and salvation, and you will attain power and eternal meaning that transcends all." While speaking, Madara's hands formed seals at a speed that left afterimages. An extremely complex cursed seal rune, emitting an ominous black light, instantly condensed and formed in his palm. "Bind, false god." Madara shouted in a low voice. The cursed seal in his palm shot out like a living creature, ignoring spatial distance and lunging straight at Yati's true form. This was the contingency plan Madara had prepared to capture the vessel of the false god, the seal of binding divinity. The black light of the seal flashed, branding itself precisely onto Yati's spine. Like a maggot on a bone, it began to spread black patterns, attempting to invade Yati's interior. Yati felt the cold, piercing power of the binding on his back, yet there was no ripple in his golden cat eyes. Yati looked up at the imposing Madara in the air, his intent terrifyingly calm. The prophecy on the stone tablet sounds like a bedtime story shown to you by some rat hiding in a gutter. Yati tilted his head slightly and said, "However, there is a small problem. Have you really seen my true form?" True form? Hearing this, Madara's heart jumped violently. An inexplicable sense of unease instantly seized him. That cat's eyes were too calm, so calm that it didn't seem like prey, but rather a hunter. Just at the moment, when a trace of panic rose in Madara's heart. "Transform, roar." A low, magnificent roar, which could never be emitted by a cat, shook the entire forest. Yati's originally small body expanded crazily, as if being inflated. Golden light erupted like tangible magma. In just a single breath, a golden giant beast, dozens of meters tall and radiating a terrifying aura, stood in the forest. It looked like a giant cat, but its body surface flowed with the luster of liquid gold, its muscles knotted, filled with explosive power. What was even more heart-stopping was that, through the translucent golden body, one could vaguely see that inside it were not flesh and bones, but countless vessels arranged densely like a honeycomb. Each core was flashing, with chakra light of different colors. And the binding seal that Madara was so proud of, the moment Yati's body expanded, and the energy of the countless vessels inside circulated and surged, shattered inch by inch like a fragile spider web meeting a raging flood. "Impossible!" Madara exclaimed, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan filled with disbelief. This size, this energy, and those countless monsters inside. Is this the true form of the false god? The stone tablet spoke the truth. This is definitely a false god, stealing the power of all living beings. "Susanoo!" Madara held nothing back. Amidst his roar, deep blue chakra shot into the sky. A huge skeletal frame formed instantly, covered in muscles, clad in armor, and a giant chakra sword condensed in the Susanoo's hand. The complete body Susanoo, like a demon god standing between heaven and earth, confronted the golden giant beast Yati from afar. The forest trembled under the pressure of the two giants. "False god, today I will slay you." Madara roared, and the giant Susanoo sword, with the force to split mountains and seas, slashed down toward Yati's head. Yati did not take it head-on. His massive body displayed incredible agility. While dodging sideways, several vessel cores inside his body suddenly lit up. Crimson, indigo, emerald green, earthy yellow. Chakra light of several different attributes erupted from specific vessels within his body, accompanied by the teeth-grinding sound of simulated hand seals. A vessel with the majestic face of Uchiha Tajima, yet connected to dozens of twisted arms and insect-like appendages, moved its arms frantically to perform hand seals. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. a vessel with the young and handsome face of Uchiha Izuna, yet supporting a bloated body with 3 heads, each with the face of a different female Uchiha, released ninjutsu from all 3 mouths simultaneously. Compound wind style, vacuum great sphere. A vessel whose lower body was dozens of tangled and twisted legs, while the upper body was composed of 3 different Uchiha strongmen's heads stitched together, roared with all 3 heads simultaneously. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. A crimson sea of fire, supersonic wind spheres compressed to the limit, ground instantly turning into muddy traps. Several powerful A rank, or even S rank ninjutsu, were emitted from various parts of Yadi's body. From the tips of his claws, his mouth, and even his back, as if the collision of every hair was forming seals, endless ninjutsu erupted violently. The light of the ninjutsu illuminated the terrifying vessels inside its body, varied in form, twisted and stitched together, and bearing the familiar faces of the Uchiha clan. The scene was as if the glory and dignity of the Uchiha clan had been torn apart and stitched into a grotesque nightmare. "You bastard, false god who blasphemes the Uchiha." Madara's eyes were splitting with rage. When he saw the faces of his father Tajima, his brother Izuna, and several other esteemed Uchiha ancestors twisted and placed on those deformed, grotesque vessels, boundless fury and a rage of being completely humiliated instantly consumed him. This drove him even more insane than a direct attack. Die. Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was almost dripping blood. The light of the deep blue Susanoo surged to the extreme, its size expanded by another circle, and the giant chakra sword was swung with impenetrable density. Booms, 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 boom. The violent torrent of ninjutsu smashed fiercely against the Susanoo's armor and the Uchiha gunbai. The flames were fanned out, the wind blades were deflected, and the swamp was dispersed by chakra. But Yadi's attacks were like a ceaseless rainstorm, with ninjutsu pouring out continuously from all parts of his massive body at tricky angles. Countless trees in the forest were ignited, cut down, or swallowed by the swamp. The ground cracked, rocks were turned into powder. A storm of ninjutsu raged around the 2 giants. Relying on his super-strong perception, Yadi could always predict the trajectory of the giant Susanoo sword and the landing point of Madara's ninjutsu a fraction of a second in advance, moving his massive body to perform inconceivable evasions. Madara, on the other hand, relied on the absolute defense of Susanoo and the deflection of the gunbai to resist Yadi's ninjutsu. Cracks began to appear on the Susanoo's armor, and the chakra consumption was immense. In this earth-shattering stalemate, Yadi's heavy voice sounded again, carrying a strange calmness. "Madara, I'll ask one more time. Have you really seen my true form?" These calm words, in the midst of the intense battlefield, pierced Madara's heart like an ice pick. An unprecedented chill enveloped him. The next second, Madara saw a terrifying scene that he would never forget, one that overturned his previous understanding. He saw the golden giant beast Yadi, dozens of meters tall, suddenly begin to soften and flow like magma. Its hard outline disappeared, turning into a pool of liquid ocean that was constantly wriggling, rolling, and flashing with blinding golden light. And inside that flowing golden ocean, those twisted and stitched together Uchiha vessels seen before had not disappeared. On the contrary, they were even clearer. They floated, struggled, and wailed silently in the viscous golden liquid. Tajima's face twisted in pain, Izuna's face screamed in despair, and the faces of other Uchiha deformed in fear. It was as if countless souls were imprisoned in this golden purgatory, enduring eternal torture. Roar! An indescribable sound, mixed with the terrifying roars of countless vessels, erupted from this mass of wriggling golden chaos. Whoosh! The liquid Yadi's speed surged abruptly. It was no longer running, but like a golden torrent of lightning, instantly wrapping around Madara's huge Susanoo. The golden fluid penetrated and wrapped around the Susanoo's armor through the gaps like crazy. What? Madara was terrified. He controlled the Susanoo to struggle desperately, slashing with the giant sword, burning with fire style. But all attacks, whether physical strikes or violent ninjutsu, once they touched that wriggling golden liquid, were like clay oxen entering the sea. Chakra was instantly stripped away and devoured. The massive chakra body of the Susanoo was becoming dim and thin, at a speed visible to the naked eye. That golden fluid seemed to possess infinite suction, greedily sucking up every bit of chakra energy that made up the Susanoo. What was even more terrifying was that while the golden fluid was wrapping and absorbing, its surface was constantly bulging and deforming. Every wriggle was accompanied by the eruption of a ninjutsu. Fireballs, wind blades, lightning spears, earth spikes. Like countless cannons growing on this monster's body, they bombarded the weak points and joints of the Susanoo's armor with precision. Explosive firelight bloomed continuously on the deep blue Susanoo. Madara felt his strength fading rapidly. The Susanoo's movements became slower and slower, and its defense became increasingly fragile. The power Madara was so proud of seemed so pale and weak in the face of this golden chaos that could not be understood, could not be attacked, and could only be passively devoured. Fear, a fear born from the unknown and absolute suppression, gripped the heart of this ninja world hegemon so clearly for the first time. No, impossible. What kind of monster is this? Madara roared in his heart, the light of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flickering due to the violent consumption of chakra and the shock in his heart. The golden chaos wrapped tighter and tighter, the suction getting stronger. The Susanoo, like a giant trapped in golden quicksand, struggled in vain, its form rapidly shrinking and dimming. Finally, with a roar of unwillingness, the deep blue chakra giant completely collapsed. Having lost the protection of the Susanoo, Madara fell from the sky like a kite with broken strings. Less than 1/10 of the chakra remained in Madara's body. He was weak to the extreme. Madara still wanted to form seals to resist, but a flash of golden light appeared before his eyes, and the wriggling golden chaos had already covered him like a maggot on a bone. Cold, viscous, and carrying an irresistible suction, it instantly wrapped around his entire body. The last bit of chakra was also ruthlessly drained. Madara's eyes went dark, and he completely lost consciousness. Before his consciousness sank into darkness, the last thing he saw was the scene deep within that golden chaos, where countless familiar Uchiha faces were wailing silently. And a cheerful voice. Capture complete, I have subdued Uchiha Madara. The forest returned to dead silence, leaving only a huge charred crater with a diameter of hundreds of meters. And at the center of the crater, that mass that had turned back into the elegant orange cat form, Yati. Yati was lying on the unconscious Madara, waiting for others to arrive. Chapter 39 New Features. The battlefield on the edge of the Valley of the End was a scene of devastation. Massive, charred craters scarred the earth, and broken trees smoldered with wisps of smoke. Yet the scene was eerily quiet. There were no onlookers, nor was there any sign of chaos. Yati had long since used the core node of the chakra network to transmit the coordinates and the necessary cleanup information directly to Senju Toka. Before the battle concluded, the well-trained elites of the Senju clan had already quietly sealed off the surrounding area, evacuating the few villagers and ninja who had been drawn in by the earth-shattering commotion. It was not until Hashirama and Tabarama returned to Konoha, dusty and weary, from the neutral site of the 5-Cage Summit, that they were immediately guided by Senju Toka to this battlefield. Did Madara do this, and Yati? Looking at the apocalyptic scene before him, even with prior mental preparation, Hashirama still gasped in shock. Hashirama could feel the violent chakra lingering in the air, and his heart was filled with shock. Yes, Senju Toka was concise, pointing toward the center of the crater. Yati's true form had reverted to that of an elegant orange cat, lying atop Uchiha Madara, who was bound tightly by golden chakra chains. Seeing that Hashirama and Tabarama had returned, Yati blinked its golden cat eyes without a word. A golden halo flowed gently around Yati, and its skin, acting like a projection screen, displayed incredibly clear dynamic images. From the moment Uzumaki Saren was manipulated by Genjutsu to lure them, to Madara's ambush from underground, the bewitchment of the stone tablet prophecy, the activation of the binding curse seal, and finally, the entire process of it revealing its true form and engaging in an earth-shattering battle with Madara. Every detail, including Madara's declarations filled with ambition and madness, the words on the stone tablet regarding the false god, infinite Tsukuyomi, and perfect vessel, and finally, Madara's helplessness and despair as he was devoured by the golden fluid to drain his chakra. Everything was rendered in vivid detail. Hashirama and Tobirama watched in silence, their expressions becoming increasingly grave. The stone tablet, infinite Tsukuyomi, an eternal dream of peace. Hashirama's eyes were filled with heartache and disbelief as he muttered to himself, Madara, how could you believe in such a thing? Tobirama was more concerned with the mysterious stone tablet of the Uchiha clan, thinking to himself, the stone tablet passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan. It can only be read with ocular power. And the content changes. It's inducing Madara to target Yati? Someone is exploiting Madara's obsession and power. Tobirama looked at Yati and said, those vessels within your body seem to have triggered him. We need to talk to him. Hashirama took a deep breath, looked at the unconscious Uchiha Madara, and said with a complex expression, talk to him alone. In the dim confinement room, Uchiha Madara slowly regained consciousness. An unfamiliar ceiling. A trace of confusion flashed through Madara's mind, but the splitting headache and the unprecedented feeling of emptiness within his body reminded him of his crushing defeat. When Madara saw that Hashirama and Tobirama were standing before him, along with Yati squatting on his body, an unspeakable sense of humiliation and a huge feeling of disparity instantly overwhelmed him. Losing to Hashirama, Madara accepted that. He was his fated rival, and he had never won against him. But losing to this orange cat, which was once chased and forced to flee by the Uchiha clan's anti-cat ninja squad. The sense of powerlessness, where no matter what earth-shattering ninjutsu he unleashed, it would be instantly absorbed by the opponent, and no matter how solid a defense he constructed, it would be torn apart by the opponent's endless barrage of ninjutsu. A shadow of unprecedented despair quietly crept into his heart. Awake, Hashirama's voice was low. Madara snorted coldly and turned his head away, unwilling to look at the pity in Hashirama's eyes, and even less willing to look at Yati on his body. However, Madara had many questions in his mind, and eventually he spoke in a hoarse voice, pointing his finger directly at Yati. What are those twisted monsters inside your body wearing the faces of the Uchiha? And what exactly is that disgusting golden liquid? Every word Madara said carried suppressed rage. Before Yati could answer, Tobirama, with an indifferent expression, spoke first. Those are special vessels developed by Yati to simulate ninja meridians and cast ninjutsu. The form design follows the principle of the most efficient chakra circuits. As for the faces, Tobirama paused for a moment and said seriously, it might be some kind of deviation that occurred during modeling, or perhaps a tribute to powerful Kekkei Genkai. Our core principle for building these vessels is, no matter how bizarre the form, as long as it can stably perform hand signs to cast ninjutsu, there is no need to change it. Yati nodded in agreement, saying, that's right, looks are secondary. Many of those vessels have chakra circuits that Tobirama and I designed together. Upon hearing this, Tobirama glanced at Yati and thought to himself, the circuits we designed didn't tell you to carve the face models into a Uchiha family portrait, you damn orange cat. Hearing modeling deviation, Kekkei Genkai tribute, and Tobirama design, Madara's face twitched violently, and he nearly vomited blood. This explanation made him feel even more absurd and stifled than the monsters themselves. As for the golden liquid form, Yati flicked its tail and said, that is the fluid Katsuyu combat mode, designed to facilitate the coordinated spellcasting of the vessels within, reduce internal energy consumption, and simultaneously improve the true body's mobility and chakra absorption efficiency. It can be considered one of the life-saving skills before being able to cast ninjutsu. Madara felt as though his intelligence and anger were being ground into the dirt. The terrifying existence of power of the false god and perfect vessel was, in the opponent's words, just facilitating spellcasting. reducing internal consumption, and a life-saving skill. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress his churning blood, Madara knew that dwelling on these things was meaningless. Madara raised his head, his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan staring directly at Hashirama, and said solemnly, "Hashirama, Tobirama, do you think I've gone mad? No, it is you who have been blinded by this cat." Madara poured out the prophecy from the ancient Uchiha stone tablet. The Sage of Six Paths, the God Tree, the Ten Tails, Infinite Tsukuyomi, the Eternal Dream of Peace, and the so-called Divine Oracle that had newly appeared on the stone tablet regarding the false god stealing the power of all living things, the invisible net as a cage, and the body of the false god as the perfect vessel. Hashirama and Tobirama's expressions changed drastically as they listened. This information was too unbelievable, overturning their understanding of the history of the ninja world. Especially the peace method of Infinite Tsukuyomi, which dragged everyone into an eternal dream, made them feel bone-chilling cold and strong rejection. Indulging in an illusory dream, abandoning real life and possibilities. Can this even be called peace? Hashirama clenched his fists, his voice filled with anger, and said, "Madara, this is escapism. This is total degradation. This is absolutely not the peace we are pursuing." Tobirama, more calmly, grasped the key point. The content of the stone tablet changes, and it points precisely to Yati and the Chakra network. HMPH, this is definitely not any divine oracle. It's more like a carefully designed trap and manipulation. Someone is using you, Madara, using your extreme desire for peace and your obsession with the Uchiha. Tobirama looked at Yati and said, "The principles of Yati's chakra network have long been clarified by us. It is based on chakra resonance encoding, precise node relaying, and spatial perception guidance, with the core purpose of establishing an efficient information and energy exchange platform. Yati, as the core hub and energy convergence point, is the embodiment of its talent and dedication, a part of a fair trade, and the key to maintaining the efficient operation of the network. Yati absorbs the naturally dissipated chakra of the participants, which would otherwise be wasted, as a service fee. Where is the theft? The network connects the ninja world, promotes communication, reduces misunderstandings, and is the cornerstone of peace. Where is the cage? We choose to trust Yati because Yati demonstrates a future of cooperation and mutual benefit, not the prophecy on the stone tablet filled with malice and control." Hashirama nodded vigorously and said, "Madara, abandon that illusory oracle. Join us and build this real peace in which everyone participates, step by step." Madara looked at them in silence, watching the unreserved trust in their eyes toward Yati and the chakra network. Uchiha Madara's obsession had not dissipated. That pathological desire for absolute peace was already deeply ingrained. But he also understood that the plan to capture Yati had completely failed. In Konoha, Uchiha Madara was out of options. "You wouldn't understand," Uchiha Madara said, his voice laced with deep exhaustion. "The path you have chosen will ultimately bring about new wars." At the same time, Uchiha Madara changed the subject, adding with a hint of mockery, "So, how do you intend to deal with a traitor like me? Make it public. Imprison me." Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged a glance. Hashirama said in a deep voice, "This matter has far-reaching implications. The stone tablet prophecy and the conspiracy behind the scenes are not yet clear. We will not make this public, but you must pay a price for your actions to provide an explanation to Konoha, to the Uzumaki clan, and to Yati." Yati interjected at the right moment, his cat eyes shining as he looked at the huge Uchiha fan beside them. "Setting aside other compensation for a moment, I'm quite interested in that fan of yours. It can reflect ninjutsu. Its defense is harder than the armor of Susanoo. Lend it to me to study. Consider it a fee for emotional distress and sight maintenance." Uchiha Madara's expression turned extremely ugly instantly. The Uchiha fan, this was a treasure passed down through the Uchiha clan. It held significant symbolic meaning. Hashirama and Tobirama were also somewhat surprised, but they did not object. Using one ninja tool to trade for Uchiha Madara's temporary freedom and the calming of the incident seemed to be a viable plan. Uchiha Madara struggled for a moment. In the end, that pride deep in his bones and his desire for freedom overcame his obsession with the clan treasure. "Take it and get off me." Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, his voice hoarse as he said, "But remember, Hashirama, my path will not end here. I will find the answer. I will prove that I am right." Uchiha Madara had already decided in his heart to leave Konoha and go in search of other clues regarding the stone tablet, the 6 paths, and the realization of the infinite Tsukiyomi. If he couldn't capture Yati, the 10 tails and the demonic statue of the outer path should at least be real, right? The small courtyard next to the Senju clan's shrine returned to its former tranquility. Yati had just laid back down on top of Katsuyu's head, pondering how to integrate the newly acquired Uchiha fan with the node defense system for research. Suddenly, the familiar and slightly hurried footsteps of Uzumaki Ashina reached the courtyard entrance. This Uzumaki clan chief, who was usually composed, now had a look of obvious shame and a trace of travel-worn fatigue on his face. Uzumaki Ashina walked quickly into the courtyard and bowed deeply to Yati, saying, "Yati, I truly have no face to face you." Uzumaki Ashina said in a pained voice, "That child, Uzumaki Saren, was actually controlled by genjutsu and nearly caused a catastrophe. This is a failure of precaution on the part of the Uzumaki clan, and I have come specifically to apologize." Yati flicked his tail, glanced at the white-haired man with his golden cat eyes, and said, all right, old man Ashina. That guy Uchiha Madara was meticulous, and genjutsu is hard to guard against. I don't blame you all. But..." Yati changed the subject. "Since you are so sincere, does that sincerity include, any idle chakra reserves in your clan recently?" Uzumaki Ashina straightened up, stroked his beard, and smiled bitterly. "Yati, the yin seal is not an ordinary sealing jutsu. The elders in the clan who can master this technique and have never used it are already few and far between. That last batch was the accumulation of many years. I'm afraid it will be difficult to have any more in the short term." Yati's ears immediately drooped slightly, and he said with disappointment, "Is that so?" However, Uzumaki Ashina changed the subject sharply, saying with intense excitement, "The reason I rushed back to the clan this time is because there has been a huge discovery within the clan." Uzumaki Ashina walked up to Yati, took out a primitive scroll from his robes with great care, and carefully unfolded a corner. What was drawn on it was not ordinary sealing runes, but a more ancient and profound 3-dimensional spatial structure diagram. A long time ago, our Uzumaki clan had a peerless expert who was invited to apply a summoning seal to the 7 legendary ninja swords that were the pinnacle of the ninja world at the time. That sealing jutsu was exquisite. As long as one holds the specially made summoning scroll, no matter where the ninja sword ends up, as long as one thinks of it and activates it with chakra, the ninja sword can instantly cross space and return into the scroll. Yati's cat eyes instantly lit up, retrieving objects from afar. "Exactly." Ashina nodded vigorously. Unfortunately, this powerful sealing jutsu was lost with the passing of that expert, leaving only scattered records in the ancient scrolls of the clan's secret library. Uzumaki Ashina pointed to the pattern on the scroll and said, "However, several elders who studied ancient texts, after many years of deduction and experimentation, actually succeeded in reproducing part of the principles of this technique. Although it was not completely replicated, it has been improved into a combined summoning sealing jutsu that can utilize the information channels of the chakra network." Uzumaki Ashina explained in detail. This technique is divided into 2 parts, the anchor seal and the attraction seal. The anchor seal can be applied to any object, like an invisible spatial coordinate marker. The attraction seal is a specific activation formula. Once cast, it can summon the object marked with the uniquely paired anchor seal to the caster's presence through the preset channel. Ashina's tone became increasingly impassioned. The key is that this attraction seal and anchor seal are generated in pairs and are uniquely bound. As long as you know the formula structure and activation secret technique of a specific attraction seal, you can summon the paired anchor seal object through it. And the casting of this set of formulas can rely entirely on your chakra network channels that cover the ninja world. When this technique is loaded onto the chakra network, if a buyer in the land of lightning purchases ore from the land of earth, the seller only needs to apply an anchor seal to the ore, then send the corresponding attraction seal formula to the buyer, and the buyer can activate the corresponding attraction seal formula after paying the fee. The ore can instantly cross thousands of miles and appear before the buyer. Emergency medical supplies, top-secret intelligence scrolls, even battlefield supplies. All can achieve instant transfer. This will completely break the shackles of space. Ashina looked at Yadi, his eyes full of anticipation. And every summoning transfer requires a significant amount of chakra to drive the power of space. These chakra will be collected by you as a service fee. Its consumption volume is by no means comparable to natural dissipation. Once this function is fully implemented, the total amount of chakra you can absorb will inevitably increase several-fold or even dozens of times more. This is the real reason I rushed back and was in such a hurry to find you. I wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect that here in Konoha. Ashina's words came to an abrupt halt, and he showed a look of guilt again, evidently remembering the turmoil caused by Uchiha Madara using Uzumaki Saren. Yadi was completely stunned. Yadi sat on top of Katsuyu's head, his golden cat eyes wide, his mouth slightly open, and he even forgot to wag his tail. Remote delivery, the chakra network has only just been built. Collect a huge chakra delivery fee every time it's used. Double, dozens of times. Yadi seemed to have already seen countless chakra rushing toward him like rivers. His previous disappointment had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Old man Ashina, no, Grandpa Ashina, you have successfully replaced Tabarama as my new external brain. Yadi could already imagine what kind of frenzy would be stirred up in the ninja world when this chakra express function spread along with the chakra network. And as the only network provider and transit hub owner for the delivery company, Yadi could absorb the chakra of the entire ninja world just by lying in Konoha. Uzumaki Ashina looked at Yadi, who was glowing with excitement, stroking his beard as a satisfied and sly smile like that of an old fox appeared on his face. Apologize? Of course, he had to apologize. But more importantly, it was to bind this chakra network with its limitless potential more closely to the future interests of the Uzumaki clan. This technology was the best bond. Chapter 40 Contact. Facing this technology capable of overturning the future, even the most cautious daimyo and the most conservative shinobi village high-ranking officials, after weighing the pros and cons repeatedly, ultimately could not resist the infinite possibilities it presented. Soon, teams shouldering the mission of study and inspection gathered at Konoha from all directions. Leading the charge from Kumigakure of the Land of Lightning was a team composed of elites from the Yatsuki clan and several dark-skinned, sharp-eyed lightning-style engineers. The team leader, Reiga, had a booming voice and a straightforward personality. He was full of curiosity about those intricately structured chakra network node devices, constantly badgering the Konoha experts with questions, yet he was often left dizzy by the complex sealing jutsu. The representative from Iwagakure of the Land of Earth was a mature ninja named Iwashuku, accompanied by several equally meticulous barrier team members. They were like mobile repositories of precision instruments, carrying heavy notebooks and strange measuring tools with them. They studied the construction of every node and the depth of every rune marking with extreme care, their gazes filled with a desire for the core technology and a fixation on reducing production costs. The representative from Kirigakure of the Land of Water was a calm female ninja named Bai, followed by two experts skilled in precise chakra control. They were particularly concerned with the encryption mechanisms for information transmission and the stability of the nodes in humid, sea fog environments. The representative sent by Sunagakure of the Land of Wind was a shrewd, middle-aged ninja named Shali, who brought along several young puppet masters. Their luggage was relatively simple, and their attitude betrayed a subtle, hard-to-detect sense of embarrassment amidst their caution. Shali's goal was clear: to figure out how much hard currency was needed for the most basic node functions, and whether they could use Sunagakir's specialty gold dust or rare ore to offset the costs. Facing these technical exchange personnel with different motives and backgrounds, the experts sent by Konoha were also quite eye-catching. 8 elite ninjas dressed in standard Konoha vests, with temperaments as calm as water and eyes as sharp as eagles. They claimed to be members of the Spatial Perception Special Training Class, personally taught by the second Hokage, Lord Senju Tabarama. They spoke little but acted efficiently, possessing an almost instinctive, keen perception of chakra fluctuations. They could skillfully operate those complexly structured chakra network node devices, which were covered in mysterious runes, and guide personnel from various nations in establishing initial communication channels. Their calm and reliable performance invisibly brought great shock to the representatives of the various nations. Konoha had actually cultivated so many elites who had mastered core perception technology. However, only Hashirama, Tabarama, and Yati, who was lazily lying on the head of the giant Katsuyu, knew the truth. These 8 elites were actually 8 shadow clone technique manifestations released by Yati. They played the role of well-trained spatial perception ninjas flawlessly, and would be leased to various nations in the future to guide the construction of the chakra network. Maintaining clones and channels over such long distances, while also dealing with these curious students, is indeed much more tiring than before. Yati felt the continuous consumption of chakra and energy, and changed to a more comfortable position on Katsuyu's head. However, it's worth it, totally worth it. So many things also mean that they are very willing to use the chakra network. Everyone contributing a sliver of chakra is of higher purity than the yin seal. Yati thought this while reviewing the list of supplies promised by the various nations through his shadow clone technique. The list included special substances containing large amounts of chakra and various rare metals. Just as the study groups from various nations were in full swing researching node technology, the basic nodes of the chakra network covering the Land of Fire had been initially built and put into use. These strongholds were not only the physical support for the network, but also windows for ordinary people to come into contact with this magical technology. Inside the strongholds, ninjas stationed by Konoha operated large, fixed communication terminals, providing paid communication and messaging services to the public. The mass-produced, simplified communication terminals developed by Konoha had finally accumulated their first batch of stock, and began to be sold in designated shops across major towns. This terminal had a simple design, resembling a metal wristwatch with a wide strap. The most eye-catching feature was its dial. Instead of traditional hour and minute hands, it was replaced by dense, fine markings. Each marking represented a storable contact location number. There was also a small knob on the side used to adjust the pointer. In the eastern part of the Land of Fire, there was a small town named Maple Leaf Town. In front of the Chakra Network branch stronghold, people were gathered. Among the crowd, an elderly farm woman with gray hair and calloused hands, Grandma Song, stood nervously in front of the service counter. Grandma Song's son had followed a merchant guild to a distant border city to expand business half a year ago. He had only sent back one letter to say he was safe, and then there had been no news. Ordinary mail took over 10 days, and the cost of hiring a ninja to deliver a message was an astronomical figure she could not afford. Hearing from friends during casual chat that one could talk to people in other cities here, and that the price was not expensive, she thought that if she was lucky, she might be able to contact her son. I want to contact my son Ajian, who is in West Sea City. Grandma Song's voice trembled as she carefully placed a handful of money on the counter. It was a portion of her savings. They said here one could talk. The Konoha Chunin behind the counter, Yamada Kasuk, was a young man with a gentle face. He nodded understandingly. Don't worry, Grandma. We have a branch stronghold in West Sea City. I will help you contact him now. If your son is nearby, you can talk directly. If he is not nearby, you can leave a message to arrange a time to talk, and the staff will be responsible for notifying him. Do you have his address? Yes, yes, yes. Grandma Song hurriedly took out a slip of paper from her bosom that had become soft from being rubbed. It contained the address from her son's last letter. Kasuk took the paper and money, motioned for Grandma Song to wait a moment, and then began to operate the fixed terminal that was flashing with rune light and connected to complex circuits. Kasuk performed a few hand signs, gathered chakra at his fingertips, and precisely tapped on several key nodes of the terminal. The terminal emitted a low hum, and the runes on its surface began to flow with blue-white light. Kasuk spoke clearly into a device on the terminal that resembled a loudspeaker. C12 Stronghold, C12 Stronghold, this is Maple Leaf Town B 8-branch Stronghold, requesting connection to Ajian at the Suzuki Merchant Guild. A moment of silence followed, as if even the air had frozen. Grandma Song nervously clutched the corner of her clothes, her eyes fixed on that magical machine without blinking. Others in the stronghold waiting for service, or curiously watching, also held their breath. Before long, the light on the fixed terminal stabilized, and a clear, young male voice full of surprise and joy boomed from the speaker, resounding throughout the entire stronghold. "Hello, is this Maple Leaf Town? Mom, is that you? It's me, Ajian. Oh my God, this voice. Why is your voice so clear? It's like you're speaking right in front of me." Wow. The stronghold instantly erupted. The onlookers let out exclamations of disbelief. It really connected. West Sea City, that's so far. The voice is so clear, there's not a bit of static. A woman holding a child excitedly covered her mouth, tears swirling in her eyes. Several young people who were originally just watching the fun had their eyes wide open, their faces full of longing for the future. The moment Grandma Song heard her son's voice, her body swayed violently, and she almost lost her footing. The huge impact left her mind blank, and then the longing and worry that had accumulated for half a year gushed out like a bursting flood. Muddy tears poured down. She stumbled to the counter and, facing the communication device next to the tunin, sobbed uncontrollably. "Ajian, Ajian, it's me, you. You're safe, that's good. That's good, I heard you. I heard you very clearly. This is simply a miracle." She was so excited that she was incoherent. Her rough fingers wanted to touch the device emitting the sound, but she dared not, just trembling in the air. Kasuk smiled and motioned for her to move closer to speak. "Mom, our merchant guild has decided to hire ninjas long-term to use personal terminals. In the future, you can just contact the Suzuki Merchant Guild to find me." Good, good. Sometime later, Grandma Song left the service counter, thanking them profusely. Tears still hung on her face, but her steps were much lighter, as if she had laid down a 1,000-pound burden. In the stronghold hall, people were still immersed in the shock brought by the miracle conversation that had just spanned 1,000 miles, discussing in low voices. Their eyes looking at the service counter and the tune-in were full of awe and longing. Some people had already started lining up, eagerly wanting to try this incredible way of contacting others. Yamada Kasuk watched Grandma Song's departing back, then scanned the excited crowd in the hall, and an indescribable warmth and sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. He exhaled gently, and his tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Compared to licking blood off the edge of a blade on the battlefield, listening to the sound of kunai piercing the air and ninjutsu exploding, and watching companions fall, this job now is truly. Kasuk thought silently to himself, his fingers unconsciously brushing over the smooth wooden surface of the service counter. Better than I can even say. His gaze involuntarily turned to the huge fixed terminal in the center of the stronghold. Complex chakra-conducting metal cables extended like the roots of a giant tree, connecting to the base covered in runes on the walls and floor. The main body of the terminal flickered with a deep blue luster, and its precise structure and complex sealing jutsu revealed a sense of powerful and mysterious strength. The entire stronghold, from the sturdy alloy gate to the defensive barrier, runes flowing with faint light on the walls, appeared incredibly magnificent and solid. A self-deprecating arc appeared at the corner of Kasuk's mouth. He knew he was just an ordinary chunin, and had only been promoted to the chunin rank because of this stronghold garrison mission. This whole stronghold, this terminal, this defensive system, they look much more valuable than I am. Kasuk thought firmly. How could the village not send heavy troops to protect something built at such a high cost? Maybe the big shots from the Anbu are watching nearby. This thought that the facility is more valuable than myself actually brought Kasuk a strong sense of security. He was not fighting alone. He was guarding Konoha's precious core assets. Kasuk. A hearty voice interrupted his thoughts. A ninja also wearing a Konoha ninja vest walked over with a smile on his face. It was his colleague and good friend, Anyebu Juri. Are you done, senior? Kasuk perked up. Yeah, just finished changing shifts. Juri walked to the counter and naturally raised his wrist, revealing the same personal communication terminal wristwatch as Kasuk's. I'm here to take care of some business and incidentally provide my terminal node number to register it in the system. It will be convenient for everyone to contact me from now on. Sure, no problem. Please give me the number. Kasuk took out the terminal, used specifically for registering ninja terminal information. Juri recited a complex combination of characters and numbers, and Kasuk recorded them carefully. After the registration was complete, Juri added, also, help me check if there is a terminal number for my teammate, Anbu Tadadaru. If there is, please record it onto my terminal. He pointed to the dial of his wristwatch. Senior Anbu, okay. Kasuk took the wristwatch and began to search on the number terminal. Found it. He then took out a special, small tool from under the counter, which looked like a metal pen covered in miniature runes. Kasuk carefully rotated the dial on the wristwatch, found a blank marking position, then picked up the rune engraving pen and injected his own pure chakra into the tip. The tip of the pen glowed faintly. He held his breath and focused, slowly recording the unique chakra imprint and number information representing Anbu Tadadaru's terminal into the selected marking. The recording process lasted over 10 seconds. After completion, the inside of that originally blank marking seemed to have a sliver of an extremely faint chakra halo, which was almost imperceptible without careful inspection. Done, senior. Kasuk handed the wristwatch back and wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Turn it to this marking and inject chakra, and you can directly contact Senior Anbu at the Snow Valley Stronghold. As long as he is within the network coverage area, it should connect. Thanks, Kasuk. Juri took the wristwatch, touched the newly recorded marking affectionately, his eyes flashing with excitement and novelty. This is much more convenient. Juri tested the knob, turned it to the new marking, and nodded with satisfaction. Watching his senior turn and leave neatly, skillfully operating the personal terminal, the sense of identification Kasuk felt for his new job grew stronger. Next, Kasuk said loudly, his voice full of energy. In the central part of the Land of Fire, at the edge of a dense forest, a patrol team composed of 3 Konoha Chunin was executing a border guard mission. The captain, Hyuga Kaze, an elite of the Hyuga branch family who possessed the Byakugan, was wearing the newly issued personal communication terminal on his wrist. His teammates, Akimichi Etsushi, who was skilled in earth style, and in Yuzuka High, who was proficient in tracking, were also wearing the same wristwatches. Captain K's suspicious chakra residue was discovered 3 kilometers ahead. The traces are very fresh, and the direction is towards the Land of Rain border. In Yuzuka, High reported, in a low voice through the feedback, from his ninja dog. Hyuga K's immediately activated the Byakugan. His vision instantly penetrated layers of forest trees, and sure enough, he captured several wisps of chakra that were dissipating. Confirmed, 3 targets moving very fast. Atsushi, immediately transmit the coordinates and situation back to the nearest main stronghold. Hi, continue tracking, keep your distance. Understood. Akimichi Atsushi did not hesitate at all. He immediately raised his wrist and skillfully turned the knob on the terminal dial. Among the dense markings on the dial, a marking with a small A9 label was precisely selected. He gathered stable chakra at his fingertips and lightly tapped on the activation groove in the center of the dial. The groove flashed with blue light, and the marking lit up slightly. Almost instantly, a clear and calm male voice came out from the wristwatch, without any delay. A9 Stronghold received, please speak. This is Patrol Team K's squad, codenamed Yaba. Discovered 3 suspicious targets at mission coordinates, moving at extreme speed. Requesting the Stronghold to monitor the channel in that direction and notify the border sentry posts to raise alert. We are currently tracking. Akimichi Atsushi said quickly. A9 Stronghold understood. 3 targets moving at high speed towards the Land of Rain border. Monitoring has been activated, notification has been sent. Please maintain tracking, stay safe, and update at any time. The response from the Stronghold was equally swift and efficient. The entire information transmission process, from discovery to reporting to the Stronghold's response, took only a short dozen seconds. In the past, this would have required releasing a summoning animal or sending a team member back to the Stronghold at full speed to deliver information, which was not only time-consuming, but could also miss opportunities in battle or even put team members in danger. Hyuga K's deactivated his Byakugan and glanced at the terminal on Atsushi's wrist, which had returned to a calm state. A flash of admiration and relief crossed his eyes. The efficiency of intelligence transmission has improved too much. Everyone, keep communication open. He raised his own wrist. The position on the dial, representing the communication marking for his teammate in Yuzuka High, was faintly flickering with a soft standby light. He only needed to turn the pointer to that marking and inject chakra to immediately speak with Yuzuka High, who was tracking ahead. Akimichi Atsushi rubbed the warm terminal dial and grinned. Heh, this thing is really awesome. It's 100 times better than running until your legs break to deliver intelligence like before. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.